We're at UK Arena today. We're about to go into the elimination process for UK Arena 2024. My match is up first. We'll see how we do. I'm a bit nervous, but I'll try stuff. That's the main thing. I've been doing LudoSport nearly 10 years. My favourite style is Form 4. I'm working towards becoming a technico of the form, which means then I can teach instructors. I used to do judo. I was in the under 15s England squad at some point. My doctor said that I needed to do more sport, so I tried rock climbing, but it wasn't really for what I wanted, so I didn't meet anybody. So then a friend of mine said, oh, well, you like Star Wars, why not try this LudoSport? I had no idea what it was going to be until I turned up to my first lesson, and from there, I've continued with it. Come along, meet a community of people, get involved with the fact that you are playing with lightsabers, and just have fun. That's the main thing.
LudoSport is a new combat-based sport inspired by lightsaber combat from the Star Wars films. LudoSport takes the concept of hitting people with a plasma sword and turns it into a fun and engaging sport where you can work on your fitness, hand-eye coordination, and meet new people with similar interests in an inclusive and positive environment. The sport can be practiced either as a fun activity to keep fit in regular training classes or as a competitive combat sport in the tournaments throughout the UK and Europe. The sport emphasizes control and technique, meaning that competitive duels aren't just judged on a race to hit each other, but on competitors' control and demonstration of correct forms. If you're looking for a fun way to meet people and keep active, LudoSport might be the thing for you. So what are you waiting for? Let's get healthy together, nerds!
You're hooked, but yeah, give it a try, come on down, see what we can do, and yeah, I'm sure you'll love it.
Why don't they wear fencing protection in LudoSport? Great question. Short answer, some do. But it's not really needed for everyone. Yes, male athletes do wear cups because no one wants to be hitting the gonads by a lightsaber, and some players will choose to wear a face mask or eye protection. But overall, most players don't feel that it's strictly needed. The two main things that people keep on bringing up are what if you get poked in the eye, and doesn't it hurt to be hit by a lightsaber without wearing armor? Well, there are two mitigating factors here. One of them is the equipment that you use, and the other one is the rules within the sport. Let's talk about eyeballs. balls. The saber blade has a diameter of 2.5 centimeters. The average height of an eye socket is 2.2 centimeters. This means it's going to be pretty difficult to get a poke right in the eye. However, there are rules that are going to protect your head and eyes as well. For one, you can't stab forward. If you make a stabbing motion, it has to be an off-center stab. This means that you can't come straight into a person's torso, face, like that. So any jab is actually going to be a glancing blow against your opponent. Getting it into the eyes is actually pretty technically difficult. Also in competition, strikes to the face or side of the head are prohibited. Though you are able to strike at the top of the head, these are normally more symbolic bops to the top of the head or a hanging guard, just to symbolize that you could make that strike if you do it. It will be penalized as dangerous play if you make a heavy strike towards someone's head. As for does it hurt if you're hit by a lightsaber? Well, it hurts about the same as being hit by a dodgeball. The blade is thick, it's not a thin point like you would find in, say, a steel HEMA sword, which though is blunt, it is still a thin bit of metal that is hitting you and putting a lot of pressure on one point. This is a rounded polycarbonate plastic tubing that does have a bit of flex to it. It has got a lot of surface area, so when it hits you, you might get a little bit of a sting. But I can show you something else that has the potential to be hurt: being tackled or being hit by a dodgeball. Lots of sports have lots of elements that are going to give you a little bit of discomfort until you get used to them, and you do get used to them. The way I like to look at LudoSport is it's a bit more like Tai Chi as opposed to boxing. You're graded more on your technique and your ability to keep in control of your blade, and also demonstrate the different styles of the different techniques that the sport teaches. Within competition, you'll actually be penalized for reckless play. You've got to remember, this is an activity people do for a bit of fun. If you enter that space with the intent to injure someone, you're a bit of a dick and you shouldn't be playing sports. Everyone has a duty of care towards their opponent. So really, the sport itself is designed to try and keep its players safe. At the end of the day, the protection that players wear is proportionate to the risks of the sport. If you look at fencing, their fencing mask is perfectly suited for defending them against a tournament epee. However, if you put them against a sharpened halber, that's going to go straight through it. The only thing that you can actually prepare for in sports with protection is what you're likely to face within the rule sets. Otherwise, we'd all be wearing full plate metal when we go out and play football. Of course, the best defense is not being hit in the first place. And the best way to not be hit in the first place is to get out there and train. So if you want to learn more about LudoSport, go and visit ludosport.org. If you want to find some more fringe and unique sports, find gender diverse activities that you can get out, meet people, get fit, then follow Shots On. And remember to pack your cup. What the hell did we just watch? It's LudoSport, a fantastic and fun lightsaber-inspired sport. There are two types of hits. There's an E and an R. An E is a non-lethal hit, which is above the elbow or below the knee. If you're hit there, then you have to remove your guard for a moment, giving your opponent a chance to strike you. There is also the R, which is the lethal strike, which will score you a point. This is above the elbow towards the torso or above the knees. If you want to find more sports like this, follow Shots On. If you want to find more sports like this, follow Shots On.
We're at UK Arena today. We're about to go into the elimination process for UK Arena 2024. My match is up first. We'll see how we do. I'm a bit nervous, but I'll try stuff. That's the main thing. I've been doing LudoSport nearly 10 years. My favourite style is Form 4. I'm working towards becoming a technico of the form, which means then I can teach instructors. I used to do judo. I was in the under 15s England squad at some point. My doctor said that I needed to do more sport, so I tried rock climbing, but it wasn't really for what I wanted, so I didn't meet anybody. So then a friend of mine said, oh, well, you like Star Wars, why not try this LudoSport? I had no idea what it was going to be until I turned up to my first lesson, and from there I've continued with it. Come along, meet the community of people, get involved with the fact that you are playing with lightsabers, and just have fun. That's the main thing.
LudoSport is a new combat-based sport inspired by lightsaber combat from the Star Wars films. LudoSport takes the concept of hitting people with a plasma sword and turns it into a fun and engaging sport where you can work on your fitness, hand-eye coordination, and meet new people with similar interests in an inclusive and positive environment. The sport can be practiced either as a fun activity to keep fit in regular training classes or as a competitive combat sport in the tournaments throughout the UK and Europe. The sport emphasizes control and technique, meaning that competitive duels aren't just judged on a race to hit each other, but on competitors' control and demonstration of correct forms. If you're looking for a fun way to meet people and keep active, LudoSport might be the thing for you. So what are you waiting for? Let's get healthy together, nerds!
I've been training in LudoSport since September 2019. I was looking to get into a sport that was a little bit different. I've never really been drawn to football or what you would say, you know, the more standard sports. I'd looked into fencing and liked the idea of it, and then while doing that stumbled across LudoSport, and the idea of fighting with a lightsaber just immediately seemed amazing. The community around the sport is incredibly welcoming. Yeah, we have schools and academies all over the UK, and everyone supports everyone. Everyone's very friendly. Whenever we do big meetups, it's like coming home to your family. The best way to get into the sport is have a look on social media. We're there if you have any questions. And then most of the academies, if not all of the academies, are currently running discovery sessions to give you a chance to come and try the sport yourself. Based on my experience, as soon as you try it, you're hooked. But yeah, give it a try, come on down, see what we can do, and yeah, I'm sure you'll love it.
Why don't they wear fencing protection in LudoSport? Great question! Short answer, some do. But it's not really needed for everybody. Yes, male athletes do wear cups because no one wants to be hit in the gonads by a lightsaber, and some players will choose to wear a face mask or eye protection. But overall, most players don't feel that it's strictly needed. The two main things that people keep on bringing up are, what if you get poked in the eye, and doesn't it hurt to be hit by a lightsaber without wearing armor? Well, there are two mitigating factors here. One of them is the equipment you use, and the other one is the rules within the sport. Let's talk about eyeballs. The saber blade has a diameter of 2.5 centimeters. The average height of an eye socket is 2.2 centimeters. This means it's going to be pretty difficult to get a poke right in the eye. However, there are rules that are going to protect your head and eyes as well. For one, you can't stab forward. If you make a stabbing motion, it has to be an off-center stab. This means that you can't come straight into a person's torso, face, like that. So any jab is actually going to be a glancing blow against your opponent. And getting it into the eyes is actually pretty technically difficult. Also in competition, strikes to the face or side of the head are prohibited. Though you are able to strike at the top of the head, these are normally more symbolic bops to the top of the head or a hanging guard, just to symbolize that you could make that strike if you do it. It will be penalized as dangerous play if you make a heavy strike towards someone's head. As for does it hurt if you're hit by a lightsaber? Well, it hurts about the same as being hit by a dodgeball. The blade is thick, it's not a thin point like you would find in, say, a steel HEMA sword, which though it's blunt, it is still a thin bit of metal that is hitting you and putting a lot of pressure on one point. This is a rounded polycarbonate plastic tubing that does have a bit of flex to it. It has got a lot of surface area, so when it hits you, you might get a little bit of a sting. But I can show you something else that has the potential to be hurt: being tackled or being hit by a dodgeball. Lots of sports have lots of elements that are going to give you a little bit of discomfort until you get used to them. And you do get used to them. The way I like to look at LudoSport is that it's a bit more like Tai Chi as opposed to boxing. You're graded more on your technique and your ability to keep in control of your blade, and also demonstrate the different styles of the different techniques that the sport teaches. Within competition, you'll actually be penalized for reckless play. You've got to remember, this is an activity people do for a bit of fun. If you enter that space with the intent to injure someone, you're a bit of a dick and you shouldn't be playing sports. Everyone has a duty of care towards their opponent. So really, the sport itself is designed to try and keep its players safe. At the end of the day, the protection that players wear is proportionate to the risks of the sport. If you look at fencing, their fencing mask is perfectly suited for defending them against a tournament épée. However, if you put them against a sharpened halberd, that's going to go straight through it. The only thing that you can actually prepare for in sports with protection is what you're likely to face within the rule set. Otherwise, we would all be wearing full plate metal when we go out and play football. Of course, the best defense is not being hit in the first place. And the best way to not be hit in the first place is to get out there and train. So if you want to learn more about LudoSport, go and visit ludosport.org. If you want to find some more fringe and unique sports, find gender diverse activities that you can get out, meet people, get fit, then follow Shots On. And remember to pack your cup.
What the hell did we just watch? It's LudoSport, a fantastic and fun lightsaber-inspired sport. There are two types of hits. There's an E and an R. An E is a non-lethal hit, which is above the elbow or below the knee. If you're hit there, then you have to remove your guard for a moment, giving your opponent a chance to strike you. There is also the R, which is the lethal strike, which will score you a point. This is above the elbow towards the torso or above the knees. If you want to find more sports like this, follow Shots On.
We're at UK Arena today. We're about to go into the elimination process for UK Arena 2024. My match is up first. We'll see how we do. I'm a bit nervous, but I'll try stuff. That's the main thing. I've been doing LudoSport nearly 10 years. My favourite style is Form 4. I'm working towards becoming a technico of the form, which means then I can teach instructors. I used to do judo. I was in the under 15s England squad at some point. My doctor said that I needed to do more sport, so I tried rock climbing, but it wasn't really for what I wanted, so I didn't meet anybody. So then a friend of mine said, oh, well, you like Star Wars, why not try this LudoSport? I had no idea what it was going to be until I turned up to my first lesson, and from there, I've continued with it. Come along, meet the community of people, get involved with the fact that you are playing with lightsabers, and just have fun. That's the main thing. Just have fun. That's the main thing.
LudoSport is a new combat-based sport inspired by lightsaber combat from the Star Wars films. LudoSport takes the concept of hitting people with a plasma sword and turns it into a fun and engaging sport where you can work on your fitness, hand-eye coordination, and meet new people with similar interests in an inclusive and positive environment. The sport can be practiced either as a fun activity to keep fit in regular training classes or as a competitive combat sport in the tournaments throughout the UK and Europe. The sport emphasizes control and technique, meaning that competitive duels aren't just judged on a race to hit each other, but on competitors' control and demonstration of correct form. If you're looking for a fun way to meet people and keep active, LudoSport might be the thing for you. So what are you waiting for? Let's get healthy together, nerds! Either as a fun activity to keep fit in regular training classes or as a competitive combat sport in the tournaments throughout the UK and Europe. The sport emphasizes control and technique, meaning that competitive duels aren't just judged on a race to hit each other, but on competitors' control and demonstration of correct form. If you're looking for a fun way to meet people and keep active, LudoSport might be the thing for you. So what are you waiting for? Let's get healthy together, nerds! Either as a fun activity to keep fit in regular training classes or as a competitive combat sport in the tournaments throughout the UK and Europe. The sport emphasizes control and technique, meaning that competitive duels aren't just judged on a race to hit each other, but on competitors' control and demonstration of correct form. If you're looking for a fun way to meet people and keep active, LudoSport might be the thing for you.
I've been training in LudoSport since September 2019. I was looking to get into a sport that was a little bit different. I've never really been drawn to football or what you would say, you know, the more standard sports. I looked into fencing and liked the idea of it, and then while doing that stumbled across LudoSport, and the idea of fighting with a lightsaber just immediately seemed amazing. The community around the sport is incredibly welcoming. Yeah, we have schools and academies all over the UK, and everyone supports everyone. Everyone's very friendly. Whenever we're doing discovery sessions to give you a chance to come and try the sport yourself. Based on my experience, as soon as you try it, you're hooked. But yeah, give it a try. Come on down, see what we can do, and yeah, I'm sure you'll love it. All over the UK, and everyone supports everyone. Everyone's very friendly. Whenever we do big meetups, it's like coming home to your family. The best discovery session was to come and try the sport yourself. Based on my experience, as soon as you try it, you're hooked. But yeah, give it a try. Come on down, see what we can do, and yeah, I'm sure you'll love it. All over the UK, and everyone supports everyone. Everyone's very friendly.
Why don't they wear fencing protection in LudoSport? Great question. Short answer, some do. But it's not really needed for everyone. Yes, male athletes do wear cups because no one wants to be hit in the gonads by a lightsaber, and some players will choose to wear a face mask or eye protection. But overall, most players don't feel that it's strictly needed. The two main things that people keep on bringing up are what if you get poked in the eye, and doesn't it hurt to be hit by a lightsaber without wearing armor? Well, there are two mitigating factors here. One of them is the equipment you use, and the other one is the rules for everyone. Yes, let's talk about eyeballs. The saber blade has a diameter of 2.5 centimeters. The average height of an eye
square socket is 2.2 centimeters. This means it's going to be pretty difficult to get a poke right in the eye. However, there are rules that protect your head and eyes as well. For one, you can't stab forward. If you make a stab to mitigate effectively off-center stab, this means that you can't come straight into a person's torso, face, not eyeball. Jab is actually going to be a dancing blow against your opponent. Getting his jab is actually pretty technically difficult. Also in competition, strikes to the face or side of the head are prohibited. Though you are able to strike at the top of the head, these are normally more symbolic pops to the top of the head or a hanging guard, just to symbolise that you could make that strike if you do. It will be penalised as dangerous play if you make a heavy strike to the jab. As for does it hurt if you hit by a lightsaber? Well, it hurts about the same as being hit by a dodgeball. The blade is thick, it's not a thin point like you would find in, say, a steel steamer sword, which though blunt is still a thin bit of metal that is hitting you involving a lot of pressure on the head. This is a rounded polycarbonate plastic tubing that is out of kind of flex. It will be penalised on a lot of surface areas. The way it hits you might get a little bit of a sting. I can show you something else that could potentially be hurt. Being tackled, being hit by a dodgeball. Some sports have lots of elements that can give you a little bit of pain. I like to look at Ludo's metal. It's a bit more like Tai Chi as opposed to boxing. You're graded more on your technique and your ability to keep in control of your blade and also demonstrate the different styles of the different techniques that you sport. Within competition, you'll actually be penalised for reckless play. You've got to remember, this is an activity people do for a bit of fun. If you enter that space with the intent that you just think, you're a bit of a dick and you shouldn't be playing sport. Everyone has a duty of care towards their opponent. So really, the sport itself is designed to try and keep its players safe. At the end of the day, the technique players wear is proportionate to the risk of this sport. If you look at fencing, within competition, you're perfectly suited to defending the reckless opponent's FA. However, if you put them again with a sharpened halberd, that's going to go straight through. The only thing that you can be prepared for in the course of protection is what you're likely to face within the road set. Otherwise, we'll all be wearing full plate when we go on players. Of course, the best defense is not being hit in the first place. And the best way to not be hit in the first place is to get out there and trade. So if you want to learn more about LudoSport, go and visit ludosport.org. If you want to find some more fringe and unique sports, find into diverse activities, really get out and meet people, get fit, then follow shots on. And remember to pack your otherwise we'll all be wearing full plate when we go on players. Of course, the best defense is not being hit in the first place. And the best way to not be hit in the first place is to get out there and trade. So if you want to learn more about LudoSport, go and visit ludosport.org. If you want to find some more fringe and unique sports, find into diverse activities, really get out and meet people, get fit, then follow shots on. And remember to pack your otherwise we'll all be wearing full plate Of course, the best defense is not being hit in the first place. And the best way to not be hit in the first place is to get out there and trade. So if you want to learn more about LudoSport, go and visit ludosport.org. If you want to find some more fringe and unique sports, find into diverse activities, really get out and meet people, get fit, then follow shots on. And remember to pack your Best defense is not being hit in the first place. And the best way to not be hit in the first place is to get out there and trade. So if you want to learn more about LudoSport, go and visit
What the hell did we just watch? It's LudoSport, a fantastic and fun lightsaber-inspired sport. There are two types of hits. There's an E and an R. An E is a non-lethal hit which is above the elbow or below the knee. If you're hit there, then you have to remove your guard for a moment, giving your opponent a chance to strike you. There is also the R, which is the lethal strike, which will score you a point. This is above the elbow towards the torso or above the knees. What the hell did we just watch? It's LudoSport, a fantastic and fun lightsaber-inspired sport. There are two types of hits. There's an E and an R. An E is a non-lethal hit. If you want to find more sports like this, follow shots off. If you're hit there, then you have to remove your guard for a moment, giving your opponent a chance to strike you. There is also the R, which is the lethal strike, which will score you a point. This is above the elbow towards the torso or above the knees. What the hell did we just watch? It's LudoSport, a fantastic and fun lightsaber-inspired sport. There are two types of hits. There's an E and an R. An E is a non-lethal hit. If you want to find more sports like this, follow shots off. If you're hit there, then you have to remove your guard for a moment, giving your opponent a chance to strike you. There is also the R, which is the lethal strike, which will score you a point. This is above the elbow towards the torso or above the knees. What the hell did we just watch? It's LudoSport, a fantastic and fun lightsaber-inspired sport. If you want to find more sports like this, follow shots off. If you're hit there, then you have to remove your guard for a moment, giving your opponent a chance to strike you. There is also the R, which is
We're at UK Arena today. We're about to go into the elimination process for UK Arena 2024. My match is up first. We'll see how we do. I'm a bit nervous, but I'll try stuff. That's the main thing. I've been doing LudoSport for nearly 10 years. My favourite style is Form 4. I'm working towards becoming a technico of the form, which means then I can teach instructors. We're at UK Arena today. I do judo. We're about to go into the elimination process under 15 England squad at some point. My doctor said that I needed to do more sports, so I tried rock climbing, but it wasn't really for what I wanted, so I didn't need any form. So then a friend of mine said, oh, well, you like Star Wars, why not try this Ludo, which means then I had no idea what it's going to be until I turned up to my first lesson. From there, I was completely willing to come along with the community squad at some point. My doctor said that I needed to do more sports, so I tried rock climbing, but it wasn't really part of what I wanted, so I didn't need.
LudoSport is a new combat-based sport inspired by lightsaber combat from the Star Wars films. LudoSport takes the concept of hitting people with a plasma sword and turns it into a fun and engaging sport where you can work on your fitness, hand-eye coordination, and meet new people with similar interests in an inclusive and positive environment. The sport can be practiced either as a fun activity to keep fit in regular training classes or as a competitive combat sport in the tournaments throughout the UK and Europe. The sport emphasizes control and technique, meaning that competitive duels aren't just judged on a race to hit each other, but on competitors' control and demonstration of correct forms. If you're looking for a fun way to meet people and keep active, LudoSport might be the thing for you. So what are you waiting for? Let's get healthy together, nerds!
I've been training in LudoSport since September 2019. I was looking to get into a sport that was a little bit different. I've never really been drawn to football or what you would say, you know, the more standard sports. I'd looked into fencing and liked the idea of it, and then while doing that stumbled across LudoSport, and the idea of fighting with a lightsaber just immediately seemed amazing. The community around the sport is incredibly welcoming. Yeah, we have schools and academies all over the UK, and everyone supports everyone. Everyone's very friendly whenever we do big meetups. It's like coming home to your family. The best way to get into the sport is have a look on social media. We're there if you have any questions. And then most of the academies, if not all of the academies, are currently running discovery sessions to give you a chance to come and try the sport yourself. Based on my experience, as soon as you try it, you're hooked. But yeah, give it a try, come on down, see what we can do, and yeah, I'm sure you'll love it.
Why don't they wear fencing protection in LudoSport? Great question. Short answer, some do. But it's not really needed for everybody. Yes, male athletes do wear cups because no one wants to be hitting the gonads by a lightsaber. And some players will choose to wear a face mask or eye protection. But overall, most players don't feel that it's strictly needed. The two main things that people keep on bringing up are, what if you get poked in the eye? And doesn't it hurt to be hit by a lightsaber without wearing armor? Well, there are two mitigating factors here. One of them is the equipment that you use, and the other one is the rules within the sport. Let's talk about eyeballs. The saber blade has a diameter of 2.5 centimeters. The average height of an eye eye socket is 2.2 centimeters. This means it's going to be pretty difficult to get a poke right in the eye. However, there are rules that are going to protect your head and eyes as well. For one, you can't stab forward. If you make a stabbing motion, it has to be an off-center stab. This means that you can't come straight into a person's torso, face, like that. So any jab is actually going to be a glancing blow against your opponent. Getting it into the eyes is actually pretty technically difficult. Also in competition, strikes to the face or side of the head are prohibited. Though you are able to strike at the top of the head, these are normally more symbolic bops to the top of the head or a hanging guard, just to symbolize that you could make that strike if you do it. It will be penalized as dangerous play if you make a heavy strike towards someone's head. As for does it hurt if you're hit by a lightsaber? Well, it hurts about the same as being hit by a dodgeball. The blade is thick, it's not a thin point like you would find in, say, a steel HEMA sword, which though it's blunt, it is still a thin bit of metal that is hitting you and putting a lot of pressure on one point. This is a rounded polycarbonate plastic tubing that does have a bit of flex to it. It has got a lot of surface area, so when it hits you, you might get a little bit of a sting. But I can show you something else that has the potential to be hurt: being tackled or being hit by a dodgeball. Lots of sports have lots of elements that are going to give you a little bit of discomfort until you get used to them, and you do get used to them. The way I like to look at LudoSport is that it's a bit more like Tai Chi as opposed to boxing. You're graded more on your technique and your ability to keep in control of your blade, and also demonstrate the different styles of the different techniques that the sport teaches. Within competition, you'll actually be penalized for reckless play. You've got to remember, this is an activity people do for a bit of fun. If you enter that space with the intent to injure someone, you're a bit of a dick and you shouldn't be playing sports. Everyone has a duty of care towards their opponent. So really, the sport itself is designed to try and keep its players safe. At the end of the day, the protection that players wear is proportionate to the risks of the sport. If you look at fencing, their fencing mask is perfectly suited for defending them against a tournament FA. However, if you put them against a sharpened halber, that's going to go straight through. The only thing that you can actually prepare for in sports with protection is what you're likely to face within the rule set. Otherwise, we would all be wearing full plate metal when we go out and play football. Of course, the best defense is not being hit in the first place, and the best way to not be hit in the first place is to get out there and train. So if you want to learn more about LudoSport, go and visit ludosport.org. If you want to find some more fringe and unique sports, find gender diverse activities that you can get out, meet people, get fit, then follow Shots Off. And remember to pack your cup.
What the hell did we just watch? It's LudoSport, a fantastic and fun lightsaber-inspired sport. There are two types of hits. There's an E and an R. An E is a non-lethal hit which is above the elbow or below the knee. If you're hit there, then you have to remove your guard for a moment, giving your opponent a chance to strike you. There is also the R, which is the lethal strike, which will score you a point. This is above the elbow towards the torso or above the knees. If you want to find more sports like this, follow Shots On.
We're at UK Arena today. We're about to go into the elimination process for UK Arena 2024. My match is up first. We'll see how we do. I'm a bit nervous, but I'll try stuff. That's the main thing. I've been doing LudoSport nearly 10 years. My favourite style is 4-4. I'm working towards becoming a
Hello, I'm Sam Davis from Shots On. We're at the LudoSport Britannia Academies Tournament 2025. We will be going live very shortly. We've just got a slight delay. It's going to be about 20 minutes, I'm told, until we get this, the tournament running. So we're just going to let you know now. We've got about a 20-15 minute wait until the bouts are going to start. We should be ready to go very soon, though. See you soon.
You are playing with lightsabers. And just have fun. That's the main thing.
LudoSport is a new combat-based sport inspired by lightsaber combat from the Star Wars films. LudoSport takes the concept of hitting people with a plasma sword and turns it into a fun and engaging sport where you can work on your fitness, hand-eye coordination, and meet new people with similar interests in an inclusive and positive environment. The sport can be practiced either as a fun activity to keep fit in regular training classes or as a competitive combat sport in the tournaments throughout the UK and Europe. The sport emphasizes control and technique, meaning that competitive duels aren't just judged on a race to hit each other, but on competitors' control and demonstration of correct forms. If you're looking for a fun way to meet people and keep active, LudoSport might be the thing for you. So what are you waiting for? Let's get healthy together, nerds!
I've been training in LudoSport since September 2019. I was looking to get into a sport that was a little bit different. I've never really been drawn to football or what you would say, you know, the more standard sports. I'd looked into fencing and liked the idea of it, and then while doing that stumbled across LudoSport, and the idea of fighting with a lightsaber just immediately seemed amazing. The community around the sport is incredibly welcoming. Yeah, we have schools and academies all over the UK, and everyone supports everyone. Everyone's very friendly. Whenever we do big meetups, it's like coming home to your family. The best way to get into the sport is have a look on social media. We're there if you have any questions. And then most of the academies, if not all of the academies, are currently running discovery sessions to give you a chance to come and try the sport yourself. Based on my experience, as soon as you try it, you're hooked. But yeah, give it a try, come on down, see what we can do, and yeah, I'm sure you'll love it.
Why don't they wear fencing protection in LudoSport? Great question. Short answer, some do. But it's not really needed for everybody. Yes, male athletes do wear cups because no one wants to be hit in the gonads by a lightsaber, and some players will choose to wear a face mask or eye protection. But overall, most players don't feel that it's strictly needed. The two main things that people keep on bringing up are, what if you get poked in the eye, and doesn't it hurt to be hit by a lightsaber without wearing armor? Well, there are two mitigating factors here. One of them is the equipment that you use, and the other one is the rules within the sport. Let's talk about eyeballs. The saber blade has a diameter of 2.5 centimeters. The average height of an eyeball
eye socket is 2.2 centimeters. This means it's going to be pretty difficult to get a poke right in the eye. However, there are rules that are going to protect your head and eyes as well. For one, you can't stab forward. If you make a stabbing motion, it has to be an off-center stab. This means that you can't come straight into a person's torso, face, like that. So any jab is actually going to be a glancing blow against your opponent. Getting it into the eyes is actually pretty technically difficult. Also in competition, strikes to the face or side of the head are prohibited. Though you are able to strike at the top of the head, these are normally more symbolic bops to the top of the head or a hanging guard, just to symbolize that you could make that strike if you do it. It will be penalized as dangerous play if you make a heavy strike towards someone's head. As for does it hurt if you're hit by a lightsaber? Well, it hurts about the same as being hit by a dodgeball. The blade is thick, it's not a thin point like you would find in, say, a steel HEMA sword, which though is blunt, it is still a thin bit of metal that is hitting you and putting a lot of pressure on one point. This is a rounded polycarbonate plastic tubing that does have a bit of flex to it. It has got a lot of surface area, so when it hits you, you might get a little bit of a sting. But I can show you something else that has the potential to be hurt. Being tackled or being hit by a dodgeball. Lots of sports have lots of elements that are going to give you a little bit of discomfort until you get used to them. And you do get used to them. The way I like to look at LudoSport is it's a bit more like Tai Chi as opposed to boxing. You're graded more on your technique and your ability to keep in control of your blade and also demonstrate the different styles of the different techniques that the sport teaches. Within competition, you'll actually be penalized for reckless play. You've got to remember, this is an activity people do for a bit of fun. If you enter that space with the intent to injure someone, you're a bit of a dick and you shouldn't be playing sport. Everyone has a duty of care towards their opponent. So really, the sport itself is designed to try and keep its players safe. At the end of the day, the protection that players wear is proportionate to the risks of the sport. If you look at fencing, their fencing mask is perfectly suited for defending them against a tournament FA. However, if you put them against a sharpened halber, that's going to go straight through it. The only thing that you can actually prepare for in sports with protection is what you're likely to face within the rule sets. Otherwise, we would all be wearing full plate metal when we go out and play football. Of course, the best defense is not being hit in the first place. And the best way to not be hit in the first place is to get out there and train. So if you want to learn more about LudoSport, go and visit ludosport.org. If you want to find some more fringe and unique sports, find gender diverse activities that you can get out, meet people, get fit, then follow Shots Off. And remember to pack your cup.
What the hell did we just watch? It's LudoSport, a fantastic and fun lightsaber-inspired sport. There are two types of hits. There's an E and an R. An E is a non-lethal hit which is above the elbow or below the knee. If you're hit there, then you have to remove your guard for a moment, giving your opponent a chance to strike you. There is also the R, which is the lethal strike, which will score you a point. This is above the elbow towards the torso or above the knees. If you want to find more sports like this, follow Shots On.
We're at UK Arena today. We're about to go into the elimination process for UK Arena 2024. My match is up first. We'll see how we do. I'm a bit nervous, but I'll try stuff. That's the main thing. I've been doing LudoSport nearly 10 years. My favourite style is Form 4. I'm working towards becoming a technico of the form, which means then I can teach instructors. I used to do judo. I was in the under 15s England squad at some point. My doctor said that I needed to do more sport, so I tried rock climbing, but it wasn't really for what I wanted, so I didn't meet anybody. So then a friend of mine said, oh, well, you like Star Wars, why not try this LudoSport? I had no idea what it was going to be until I turned up to my first lesson, and from there I've continued with it. Come along, meet a community of people, get involved with the fact that you are playing with lightsabers, and just have fun. That's the main thing.
LudoSport is a new combat-based sport inspired by lightsaber combat from the Star Wars films. LudoSport takes the concept of hitting people with a plasma sword and turns it into a fun and engaging sport where you can work on your fitness, hand-eye coordination, and meet new people with similar interests in an inclusive and positive environment. The sport can be practiced either as a fun activity to keep fit in regular training classes or as a competitive combat sport in the tournaments throughout the UK and Europe. The sport emphasizes control and technique, meaning that competitive duels aren't just judged on a race to hit each other, but on competitors' control and demonstration of correct forms. If you're looking for a fun way to meet people and keep active, LudoSport might be the thing for you. So what are you waiting for? Let's get healthy together, nerds! Hello and welcome to the LudoSport Britannia Academy Tournament 2025. I'm Sam Davis. We are just getting ready now to start off the day. The athletes are having a little bit of a team talk, well not a team talk, but a safety regulations talk, making sure that everyone's on the same page, knowing what's going on and how everything's going to pan out for the day. We are currently on Arena A, so our first matches of the day shall be against, let's see, I don't know how to read the schedule, so I'm going to get that to you very shortly. But for now, we are probably about 5-10 minutes away from having the day start off. The athletes are very much raring to go. When we are, you're all going to be joined by myself and my co-commentator to let you know how the sport is played and going out throughout the day. We will be back as soon as the athletes get ready and prepare to go on for the day.
Why don't they wear fencing protection in LudoSport? Great question. Short answer, some do. But it's not really needed for everybody. Yes, male athletes do wear cups because no one wants to be hit in the gonads by a lightsaber. And some players will choose to wear a face mask or eye protection. But overall, most players don't feel that it's strictly needed. The two main things that people keep on bringing up are, what if you get poked in the eye? And doesn't it hurt to be hit by a lightsaber without wearing armor? Well, there are two mitigating factors here. One of them is the equipment that you use, and the other one is the rules within the sport. Let's talk about eyeballs. The saber blade has a diameter of 2.5 centimeters. The average height of an
eye socket is 2.2 centimeters. This means it's going to be pretty difficult to get a poke right in the eye. However, there are rules that are going to protect your head and eyes as well. For one, you can't stab forward. If you make a stabbing motion, it has to be an off-center stab. This means that you can't come straight into a person's torso, face, like that. So any jab is actually going to be a glancing blow against your opponent. Getting it into the eyes is actually pretty technically difficult. Also in competition, strikes to the face or side of the head are prohibited. Though you are able to strike at the top of the head, these are normally more symbolic bops to the top of the head or a hanging guard, just to symbolize that you could make that strike if you do it. It will be penalized as dangerous play if you make a heavy strike towards someone's head. As for does it hurt if you're hit by a lightsaber? Well, it hurts about the same as being hit by a dodgeball.
We're at UK Arena today. We're about to go into the elimination process for UK Arena 2024. My match is up first. We'll see how we do. I'm a bit nervous, but I'll try stuff. That's the main thing. I've been doing LudoSport nearly 10 years. My favourite style is Form 4. I'm working towards becoming a technico of the form, which means then I can teach instructors. I used to do judo. I was in the under 15s England squad at some point. My doctor said that I needed to do more sport, so I tried rock climbing, but it wasn't really for what I wanted, so I didn't meet anybody. So then a friend of mine said, oh, well, you like Star Wars, why not try this LudoSport? I had no idea what it was going to be until I turned up to my first lesson, and from there, I've continued with it. Come along, meet a community of people, get involved with the fact that you are playing with lightsabers, and just have fun. That's the main thing.
LudoSport is a new combat-based sport inspired by lightsaber combat from the Star Wars films. LudoSport takes the concept of hitting people with a plasma sword and turns it into a fun and engaging sport where you can work on your fitness, hand-eye coordination, and meet new people with similar interests in an inclusive and positive environment. The sport can be practiced either as a fun activity to keep fit in regular training classes or as a competitive combat sport in the tournaments throughout the UK and Europe. The sport emphasizes control and technique, meaning that competitive duels aren't just judged on a race to hit each other, but on competitors' control and demonstration of correct.
Hello and welcome back to the LudoSports Britannia Britannica Academies Tournament 2025. We're going to be going live into the bouts very soon. First up, we have Kirsten Newman versus Thomas Smith in, I believe this is Pool A. So this is Group A1. We're going to be going into that very shortly. If this is your first time watching LudoSports, hello, I'm Sam Davis. I'm with Shots On. Give us a like and subscribe if you want. I am a novice, just like you, potentially, if you're watching this at the moment. So I'm going to be here asking the questions that everyone wants to know the answers to, hopefully. But very briefly, in LudoSports, there are two types of victories, or there are two things that we're looking for. That's both the combat victory, so that's getting a point on your opponent, and there's also the style victory. Now, to get a point on your opponent, you need to get either an O or an E. So an O, let's see if I get this correctly, I'm terribly sorry if I get it wrong. An O is a non-lethal strike, so that's a strike that's below the elbow or below the knee. If you're hit by one of those, you have to give your opponent, lower your guard to give your opponent a moment to attempt a strike. And if they're able to get a killing strike, which is an E, then that is on the body or above the elbow and the knees of the player. That gives you 1 point. Bouts last for a game time of 90 seconds during this round robin phase. So that's 90 seconds to try and score a point on your opponent. You have, it's best of 3, but if the 90 seconds elapses, you are then going to end that bout. Now, if you have any questions, because I'm sure I'm going to have a few during the day, do leave them in the chat. If you put them in the chat, I'll hopefully be able to either answer them myself just from observing, or once my co-commentator gets here, he will be able to give us the information that we need. So we're just having the last couple of referee talks in the middle of the arena, just making sure that everyone's on the same page. Very experienced ref, who I should know the name of, but I've entirely forgotten. But it looks like we do have my co-commentator coming to. Are you here for the day now? Or how are you doing? You did? Yeah. Do you want to come sit with me and whatnot? Oh. So I was just talking about the refs and whatnot. Can you quickly introduce yourself?
Sure. So I'm Bruce Fowler. I'm Rector of LudoSport Hampshire and Dean of our school down in Portsmouth. We're one of the sister academies to LudoSport Britannia, and I'm basically here just to help facilitate the whole thing and to hopefully give a good commentary.
We're doing a fantastic job. So you've just been been doing the weapons checks, haven't you?
Yes. So I was the key sabersmith for the day. So making sure that all of the weapons that are being used today, whether that be the personal weapons from all of the athletes or the academy provided ones, just making sure that they're all within the appropriate specification for use within the tournament. So correct weight, correct length, blades are in date and so on.
So what weight do they have to be then?
So depending on the weapon type, there's a range that they have to be, and you're now going to properly test my knowledge.
Well, before we do, just so if anyone is watching it doesn't quite know, what are the weapon types?
Okay.
And then we'll go into the weights and the sizes, if that's right. We'll go real technical.
Yeah, no, that's fine. So we've got 3 different weapon types inside LudoSport. We've got the standard, like classic long saber. So this is what we would recognise as being a normal lightsaber. Then we have dual daggers, so 2 short sabers, and then we have a double-ended staff, as per people might have seen from
The Darth Maul style.
Exactly, yes.
Darth Maul style. I believe the last tournament that I was at, which I believe was Birmingham, I think.
Yep.
I think it was a Sabre staff that they either won or came second.
Yep. So that was with Seb. He was competing with Sabre staff for the entire event.
Very aggressive form, I think.
It is. So Seb's a very, very good athlete to watch. He's very style-driven rather than combat-driven. So quite often we will say in the sport that good combat follows good style. So Seb's definitely one to watch this weekend as well.
Well, that's one of the great things about LudoSports, I think, where it's a very stylized form of martial combat. I often say that it's more like Tai Chi as opposed to boxing, where it's
definitely
about, rather than getting your opponent on the ground or scoring the points, about how you do it.
Yeah. It's without wishing to offend other weapon arts and other sports. Because we have this stylistic element that you don't get in things like fencing, for example, we do find that there is this opportunity to add a bit of flair to all of these things. We're not just spinning the sabres to look cool, we're not just doing it because we want to make the whooshy whooshy noises.
Though that is a big fun
It's a massive factor. But all of the movements that are happening with our sabres, there is a purpose to it. So when we're moving the sabres behind us as we're rotating, it's enabling us to cover an area which is previously uncovered. It's allowing us, particularly with things like the staff, you need to follow the momentum of the blade. You need to be able to allow the weapon to move and then move yourself around it. So there's a lot of purpose.
One of the things that I've noticed that I think goes into this quite a bit is the fact that you're not allowed to stab, so you can't lunge forward and whatnot, which means that most attacks are basically a swing as we're coming in.
Yes and no. So an awful lot of what we see in particularly Form 1, so the first form that we learn, all of the strikes are supposed to be approaching the silhouette of the opponent, and this is why we do see these like large arcing strikes happening and following with the body movement as well. When we start to move on to Form 2, we get movements which are called semi-affondo, which is this semi-thrust motion. So in fencing, you have affondo, which is a direct stabbing thrusting motion, and then we have semi-affondo. So all we have to do is to move the tip outside the silhouette of our opponent, but we still have this forward and back motion.
Lunge.
Exactly.
Of course. So we now have, I believe this is Kirsten Newman,
yep.
and Thomas Smith coming in.
Yes.
Now Kirsten, I've seen a lot.
Yes, Kirsten's one of probably our most recognisable athletes in the UK, to be honest, because she's such a big personality. She's also one of the main law keepers inside LudoSport Britannia, so she is really heavily involved with doing photography, videography, social media posting and so on. Wonderful, wonderful human being.
Also a fantastic swordsperson as well, I find.
Yeah, she's a really strong athlete. Again, she's quite a stylistic-driven athlete as opposed to just wanting to go point. She likes those bigger movements in the flair. She's particularly come on leaps and bounds since she's been learning a lot of the advanced forms. So she likes mixing around with her Form 3, Form 4.
And do we know much about Thomas?
Thomas is a relative newcomer. I did have a very handy list to tell where everyone came from, so let me find that, I can tell you.
It's fantastic. Well, that's 1 point to Kirsten then. Very quick.
Yep, very nice. Finding that opening. Okay, it's a Kirsten attempting a rotation there, just narrowly missing the opportunity to keep her coverage up, so Tom was able to find that gap.
So the bouts, they are very quick as they go.
They are very quick, so depending on the stage in the tournament, there's a maximum time for each of the bouts. So in the first round, I believe it's 90 seconds.
Yeah, 90 seconds is what I was told.
And then it's the best of three points. So a point is scored with an O on the body, so this is either the top of the head, torso, upper arms, basically elbow up, and from the upper leg, so the knee up.
So I believe that was a quick win for Kirsten.
It was indeed, 2-1, yep. And we can see the star scores coming in as well, which is always nice. Someone's being very quick with that.
Oh, could you explain the star scores very quickly for me?
Of course. So the star score is broken down into a number of different categories which get rated by our style judges. So it's essentially the demonstration of the athlete's knowledge of the forms they are demonstrating. So it's about the way that they're moving, the dynamic of their fight. So are they only moving quickly or only moving slowly, or are they altering this dynamic? There are categories for use of complex techniques and maneuvers. There's quite a lot to it. I'm not a qualified style judge. I can't go into loads and loads of detail with it, but But essentially it's, are you doing proper LudoSport well and using a variety of different things rather than just going bang, 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 which gets really boring really quickly.
No, of course. So we just saw there was, who was that? That was Dan
and Rue.
Beck and Rue. Dan getting a clean sheet of 3 points on Rue.
So one thing that's worth bearing in mind, although it's a best of 3 assaults, there is an opportunity that it does just go 0-0. So we have what's referred to as a duel. So this is 2 simultaneous O at the same time. So if they land at exactly the same point, that assault is now lost.
So this is now Michael and Ruth.
Again, these are 2 slightly newer athletes. They're not. I historically have prided myself on knowing virtually everyone that's taking part. There's actually quite a few new faces this time.
But I think
it's really nice.
That's one of the wonderful things, especially about a sport like Ludo, where it is growing, and getting new faces in is exactly what we want to see.
It's really exploded inside the Britannia Academy in the last year or so. So we're seeing a bit here in this arena of Form 1 versus Form 2. So Michael sticking with his Form 1 Guardia, and Ruth using a little bit more of this single-handed Form 2 style, which is the one that lots of people sort of go, this is what we recognise as being a bit closer to fencing. One of the big things that differentiates what we do with Form 2 as an almost fencing style versus traditional fencing is we still have this side-to-side movement. We step off the line to move around our opponent to be able to do this, whereas fencing on a piste, it's virtually always still this straight forward, back, forward, back, forward, back.
Of course, it's very difficult in fencing as well to change between who is offensive and who is defensive.
Exactly. There's a lot more of this situation. So earlier here we had a white card given by the official Xavi, who's visiting us from LudoSport Atlas in Spain. And the other official that we have is the lovely Manon from LudoSport Paris. And as soon as I say her name, she clocks it.
No, Man, I think every tournament that I've been to has been officiating and whatnot. So there's a lot of travelling for this sport.
Yes, yeah, there are people who really embrace the opportunity for travel in this sport.
So can I ask, what just happened there? So I believe it was a point given to Michael, which brings him into the lead there.
It does indeed for 2-1. So there was a discussion between the athletes, between the officials as to whether or not there was an E before an O was landed. So it's a bit of this to and fro, which action did we see happening first?
A little bit of a grammatical clearance, I think, with E and O's.
Yes.
But no. So I must admit, as I don't practice the sport, I watch it, it's fantastic to watch, but getting into the mindset of which one is an E and which one is an O, and I think sort of like watching the athletes, because you've got to self-declare and you get penalised for not self-declaring fast enough. Getting into that mindset of actually sort of like being able to very quickly identify if it's an E or an O and not getting confused on it.
Yeah, it's one of the things that we really train in class is this, you need to be familiar with how this whole system needs to work. So you need to learn to be able to make a quick recognition and decision of where you've been touched. So if it's on the hand or if it's on the lower arm, it's an E. This means you need to open yourself up. Exactly. You need to clear the centre of combat, basically. You're not allowed to keep your sabre in between you and your opponent, and you're not allowed to continue a large motion like a rotation. But you are still allowed to move, so you can move forward, backward, side to side, and so on. We're just not allowed to essentially do something that would hinder our opponent being able to advance on us.
So you can get your body out of the way, you just can't use the blade to
Yes,
defend
exactly
yourself.
that, yeah.
Yes, of course. See, simple terms I understand.
Yes.
Remember, dumb it down for me when it happens.
That's absolutely fine.
So now we've got Emily and Harry.
Emily and Harry
coming in. Wrong camera. There we go. That would have been a boring bout if I kept it on that.
Saluto. Guardia. Via.
So I'm not entirely sure how much the audience can hear the calls coming from the refs, but they're in Italian, aren't they?
Yes, so virtually everything that we do inside the sport is taught in Italian and recognised in Italian. This is partially so that we've got a common language inside the sport, so it doesn't matter where you're practicing in the world, you know that there is going to be that common language.
Well, it's very international. I know that the Japanese academies have just been set up.
Yeah, so we've got two academies now set up under LudoSport Japan. At least two, I think. And actually, some of the people that we've got officiating today, so Manol in this arena as an official, and Bart over on one of the other arenas as a style judge, both went out to Japan for a week to do their Awakens event, where they got to demonstrate forms 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5, and use of daggers and use of saber staff. So it was a really intensive week for them, with a number of other instructors from all around the world. So from America, from Italy, from Spain, and from France.
It's a fantastic opportunity.
Yes.
I think that's also with a sport like this, because realistically, it is a small sport. It's a small group of people doing it. It's very, it can be very quick to get into a position where you are traveling the world to help teach. Where you are, yourself, you're now an instructor with your own academy.
Yep, I am. So I'm an instructor of Form 1 and Form 2.
And how long have you been? Oh, we've just had a blade malfunction from that's Daniel Salmons?
Yep, that's Dan Salmons, who's just lost the blade.
If you're watching stream number 3, you would have seen that fly off into the thing. I never catch it on the good cameras, do I?
No. Blame Aaron!
So now I believe this is Rue and Michael going at it.
Yep, indeed. So Michael again demonstrating this Form 2. Okay, so we can also see people here in different uniforms today. So at the moment we've got Rue, who's wearing the Novizio uniform, so the black combat tee and the black combat trousers. So this is the first rank inside LudoSport. It's the one that you get essentially just by joining the sport. And then after usually about a year, one can be promoted to the rank of Iniziato, which is what we can see Michael's uniform representing. So this brown or taupe sort of beaver coloured tunic and the belt as well. I love it. I absolutely love wearing the uniform. It's one of my favourite things about the whole sport. Like the sabers are great, but the uniforms are amazing.
Well, it's a good identifier to sort of get everyone together.
Absolutely.
I play I've played a lot of sports where everyone's in a team, kit together and all that. And even if you're just in the general sort of like kit of the sport, it gives you that nice sense of community.
Definitely. So the Iniziato promotion comes from being able to demonstrate your awareness of the founding principles of the sport, so service, care and respect, and essentially being a player inside your academy, so doing more than just showing up to class every week, but getting involved with organising events such as additional training outside of class, or helping out with conventions and helping other people get introduced to the sport, and just helping look after stuff, looking after other students, looking after other classes, getting a bit more involved.
Of course. So now we have, I believe this is Ruth and Emily.
It is indeed.
Competing.
So Ruth again starting with this Form 2 Guardia, Emily sticking with her Form 1. Ruth just able to find a gap there on Emily's non-dominant side. One of the things which is really interesting in our sport is because we have these different forms, as soon as you've got some level of understanding of any of the forms and can do so safely, you can begin to blend it. So everyone is going to have a slightly different way of using these forms together.
So just a reminder for anyone watching, a doppio is essentially a draw where two players have hit each other at the same time.
And that negates that point from being won at this stage.
So at this stage, despite it, it is a best of 3 essentially.
Yes, this one's best of 3.
But I believe this might be entirely wrong, and I do apologise if it is and whatnot.
Oh, that's an interesting one. Cool. Okay, well, I feel less bad about that.
So this is Thomas and Dan coming in.
Yes. So Dan is rank of Academical, so this is after Iniziato. This promotion is awarded entirely based on a combat exam, so your ability to utilise Form 1, Form 2 in isolation and be able to blend the two forms together. And what we saw there is what's referred to as a fuori So this is where one of the there we are. Thank you, Xavi. This is where an athlete sets an entire foot or hand outside the arena.
Well, that was a very quick point.
Yes. So Dan just maintaining his form to assetto, or form to guardia, essentially just waiting for the opponent to step in towards this.
Not patient. So, again, correct me. Please do correct me, because I'm probably going to need it. But Form 1 is almost basically sort of like going for the basics. A lot of it is based on defense and sort of like moving the blade.
Yes and no. So Form 1 is our introductory form. It shows us everything that we need to know in order to be able to practice LudoSport. Loads of people see it as being very defensive. Now this is going to be a fun fight. Everyone thinks about it being very, very defensive. It is actually a very balanced form. We have just as many defenses as we do offenses, and we need to be able to move between these two different concepts very, very well. Now, excuse me for a moment. I have to watch this fight. I adore watching Seb fight.
This is Seb and
Kirsty. Very nice there. So Seb going very fast on the offensive with a big Form 5 opening movement. Finding those gaps. We start to see with these more experienced athletes, they're going to be more dynamic, they're going to be moving differently, moving more. So we start to see a lot more of these rotations. What Seb's trying to do at the moment is to cut off these lines of movement for Kirsten. Oh, Seb!
So are you able
Seb's
to
going 40 there.
Wrong score. So that brings the score to
2-1 to Kirsten.
Fantastic to watch.
Yes. I love watching Seb fight. He's such a dynamic and style-driven athlete, as I've already said.
So again, with style points, we can actually, I believe, we can see some of the style
Yeah, we
points
can see some of the style scores coming in here.
How, in terms of generally, would you say that they've scored on their style points there?
So at the moment we're seeing, so everyone starts at a style score of 5.5. This is our starting point, and realistically, to go down from 5.5, you have to be doing things actively which are not part of LudoSport. That's pretty much it. If you show up and do nothing at all, you'll remain on 5.5. If you start demonstrating an ability to change your dynamic, move in an appropriate fashion, use a variety of offensive and defensive techniques, demonstrate things like complex maneuvers, harmonica, sync, and so on, then we'll start to see this go up. There are also style penalties, so if you have quite a few issues, or you're moving in a bizarre way, or you're being dangerous, then it can be that a style judge will give you a penalty. But what we're seeing at the moment is, for pools, is about what we would usually expect for the beginning of the day. So we're seeing scores kind of coming in 5.7, 5.8, some of them going up to this 6.1, 6.2 from some of the more advanced athletes who really sort of just know how to play a bit more. They've got more tools in their toolkit to demonstrate, and it just lets them mess around a bit more, really.
I do apologise if I scared anyone there with my face popping up on the screen momentarily. I clicked the wrong button. I shall endeavour not to do that again.
I'm so looking forward to being able to watch all of the other arenas back, because I'm seeing some great combat over on the other sides. So we've currently got Dan and Pippa over in the far arena. So Dan Salmons of LudoSport Manchester and Pippa of LudoSport Essex.
Just checking
Yeah,
out.
just
Yeah,
finishing that one
it
there.
is actually being caught on the stream.
Brilliant.
So we're having a little bit of a chat here.
Yes, so unfortunately, I was too busy watching another fight, and I didn't see exactly what was happening here. But usually, these tete-a-tetes for the officials is this case of, well, what did we see happen first?
One of the nice things I find as well is that athletes are also asked if they did feel something or
Yeah,
not.
they're given an opportunity to either correct themselves or clarify. Because, okay, you know, we are going to make mistakes. Sometimes you do say E when you meant O, and we're given that opportunity. So just to clarify the hand motion that we saw from the official Xavi there.
Oh, yes.
So it was this hand going onto the forearm. This is what's referred to as an E su O, E before O. So there was an O motion that was interrupted by, an O motion being interrupted by someone scoring an E. But they weren't able to cancel their movement or cancel their attack. the person who received the op in that situation is still doing their good job to display it, because they've been touched, they're building up that habit.
So we have a yellow card there.
Yes, so one thing definitely worth clarifying here. A yellow card is not very...
It's a warning rather
No,
than
it's not. It's a correction. Most of the time, a yellow card is a correction. So it's a case of, because X happened before Y, this is the way that the point should have landed. But someone was not able to move fast enough, declare properly, and so on. It's not because they've necessarily done something wrong, it's because they just weren't able to do it 100% correctly in that moment.
I feel like
So
you should have brought a couple of yellow
corrections.
cards to help me out on this table. If you can.
Yeah, it's very much a correction. This is going to be a fun fight. So Seb again looking at these big Form 5 motions, now moving to Form 3, bits of Form 4 with changes of height and balance.
Now that is a swing and a half.
The amazing thing to see with Seb, he is such a good demonstration of what to do inside the sport, because he'll go hard, 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 and the point where he's able to make contact, it's like being hit by a feather. He's got this amazing control.
Both athletes really sort of having a bit of time to test each other out then.
Absolutely.
Sorry, I thought that was a point.
No. So it was an Isuo, and that was immediately declared by the athlete. So Seb was able to get the correction of the calling before the officials had to do anything. He's this good at being able to recognise what's happened. And he's just such a good sportsman about it all as well. I've trained with Seb quite a lot. I've been really privileged to be able to do so. Very lovely dynamic movements there coming from Seb. Dan's doing really well to keep him in his box. You know, it's truly amazing working with Seb. I mean, considering the age that he is, he's only in his early 20s. He's one of the most experienced instructors with regards to how many things he's able to deliver in the world. He's the only instructor of all 3 weapons of Form 3 in the world. He's a technico of multiple forms. He's really thrown himself into the sport. So
you can see why he's so impressive.
Absolutely. So Seb there getting a 6.9 in the score. 5.5 is your starting point, and 5.8, 5.9 is where we expect the average. Getting a 6.9 at this point is because he's doing so much. He's playing the game. And he spent that entire fight pushing and pulling Dan into where he wanted him to be.
So again, at this stage as well, this is the round, basically the round robin.
These are the pools, yes. These are the pools that seed the rest of the competition.
So that at the moment, everyone's unseeded within the competition.
Correct. Everyone's at a level playing field, so all 49 athletes are at the same level at the competition. And then once everyone has fought everyone inside their own pool, that's then used to decide how the elimination fights are going to be seeded. So I'm not sure exactly how it's going to work today. It depends on the number of arenas and the way that people want to run it, who finishes in what order and so on, with regards to which set of arenas finish in what order. But usually it'll be a case of the top athlete from Pool A will then get put against the lowest scoring athlete from another pool. And this basically means you've worked really hard in this first round, and that means that you've earned the opportunity to do something a little bit different in the next stage. This is the number of athletes we've got here today, so we've got 49. Not everyone is going to be moving through into the elimination round. And so it is this case of we need to get... You need to be demonstrating everything that you possibly can in the pools so that you earn that spot.
I believe today as well, it's players are playing to play at the next tournament.
Indeed.
Which is the...
UK Arena.
UK Arena.
Yes. So it'll be... the scores from today will be used to decide who qualifies to participate at UK Arena. It's the largest. Then we have LudoSport Gloucestershire, LudoSport Hampshire, my academy, and LudoSport Hereford. Yeah, little plug
We
there.
need to get like a little sign that pops up for that.
But yes, because we've got these different academies inside the UK, we need to make sure that we have some kind of representation from all of those, if they want it, inside the UK Arena. A lot of the time with these type of tournaments, there's a progression path. So inside a school, So a school is usually a location base, so this is usually where we start to see the cities coming in. So inside Britannia, for instance, they have LudoSport Manchester, LudoSport Liverpool, LudoSport Essex, LudoSport Birmingham, Coventry, and so on. Other schools as well. I just can't remember them all right at this moment. Bristol, big one, where we're being hosted today. So the school tournaments are often used to help work out, if necessary, who's able to participate at the Britannia Academy tournament. Because it may be that there are too many people wanting to compete, and that means that they're not able to get through everyone on the same day. We haven't had that situation today, purely because of how many people signed up. But this tournament will then be used to work out who is qualified to compete at UK Arena, and then UK Arena is used to work out who is going to be competing at the LudoSport Champions Arena, which is the World Championships, which this year is also being hosted in the UK for the first time. It's the first time it's been hosted outside of Europe, technically.
Well, mainland Europe.
Mainland Europe. Oh, no, it was in Sweden.
It was in Sweden?
It was in Sweden in 2022? Yes, 2022.
Gets about a little bit, doesn't it?
It does indeed. So it's been hosted in Italy, Spain, France, Sweden, and now will be hosted in the UK.
And do we know which city it's going to be hosted?
It's going to be in Manchester.
Oh, local. Lovely.
Yes. It'll be really good.
I'll be looking forward to watching it.
Okay, so we see here a call of continuare. So this is essentially a command to continue. If both athletes in an arena just stop dead, quite often what will happen is the official will call stop because the flow's died. It's kind of like a dead ball in other sports.
It's to save that 90 seconds they've got, I assume.
Partially it's to save the time. It's also because otherwise a lot of people will just stand there and go, and they'll have a bit of a panic.
So I think we also just saw there Luke coming in to give a bit of advice on, I think Luke's the style judge.
He's the style judge for this arena at the moment, yes. And he was issuing a style penalty, and this is because, yes, so this is what we see with the black and yellow check card, okay? So that is because Thomas, from what I can understand, because obviously I was talking, but from what I can understand, some of the movements that he was making up through the centre of combat were coming with the tip of the blade towards his opponent's face. Because of the proximity that he was doing it to his opponent and the way that he was moving the blade, essentially we want to nip this in the bud because
it's a safety issue.
It's a safety issue. This is the one which is kind of like a warning. If that was to continue, then the penalties start to become more severe.
I see. So, and just because this is a question I've been asked a couple of times and whatnot, I'm pretty sure I know the answer to this. But the colour of the sabres, normally that's just a personal choice.
It is after a certain point, yes. So when one is of a rank of novizio or iniziato, the sabre has to be blue.
So that's very much the starting off point.
Yes, and then after this, essentially it's personal choice. There is still a little bit of a habit inside the sport, which is if you're a slightly more defensive and strategic athlete, then you might see colours like green or yellow, or if you're starting to get a bit more aggressive, you might see orange. If you're very much more, if you're very much this kind of combat driven, and you're wanting to get this point, you're wanting to push this, then you're slightly more aggressive. Then often we'd see a red or an orange blade coming into play there. But
I know
I'm an aggressive athlete and I use a green blade. So
well, green's my favourite one, but I know in Manchester they've got a little bit of a tradition as well, as you can't have a red blade unless you've beaten the instructor there.
Interesting, I've not heard this.
Yeah,
this is news to me.
A little bit of a tradition they've got there apparently. So normally you can tell who's going to be a pain from Manchester if they've got a red blade.
I'll bear that in mind. That's some good intel. Thank you. So one thing to clarify here, we did see we saw a white card being given. So these are the ones which are warnings. So a white card was given because a laterale, a lateral strike, was coming up a little bit too high. So it's aiming more at this kind of face level, which we want to avoid. We've got distinct targets inside LudoSport, so each of the strikes has a place that they are aiming to hit, and with laterale it's supposed to be between the shoulder and the elbow, basically. That's where we'll be aiming. If it's a little bit lower than this because there's a slight change of height, then that's okay, but if it starts to creep up from there, it gets into face level and it's a little bit risky.
A bit risky.
Yeah, once sometimes it happens. It's unlikely to get penalised, but if it happens, a little bit more, then
Of
then
course,
it will still
if
start
it's
to
a
be carded.
constant issue that people are having,
Exactly. It needs to be nipped. Yeah.
It does, of course. No, it's one of the things as well. It's I've done a video on this about a lot of people in LudoSports don't wear the armor and protection that you'd find in something like in HEMA or in Kento or anything like that, like Kendo. I believe male athletes normally wear a cup, and everyone wears.
So
hand
everyone
protection.
has to wear gloves, and they have to be soft padded gloves. So we can't have things like reinforced knuckles like you'd see on construction workers' gloves or motorbiking gloves and things like this. Other than that, the only other bit of essential protective equipment is for anyone with external genitalia. You have to wear a groin guard. Anyone is allowed to wear a groin guard. You can also wear a chest guard if you want. If you've got a more sensitive chest, you can do this. There is an opportunity to wear eye protection as well, and if you want to wear a face mask, then you can.
Can we change this from the Arena 2 to Arena 1?
This one? Not
No?
really.
Okay, so I'm giving you what? Back? Because I'm going to be here now.
Well, I can put a different mic on here. Oh, okay. Yeah.
So we're seeing Seb here again, finding these beautiful opportunities for these big movements that we start to see in Form 3 and Form 5. Seb's a Form 3 fanatic. Now, of course, he's moved straight into Form 2, just to just to mess with my commentary.
That's always the way, I believe.
So Seb doing his absolute best there to clarify for the officials what it is that he's felt. Ultimately, though, the word of the official is what's taken as being gospel, so to speak. But athletes do very much get the opportunity to go, I believe this is what's happened. They are allowed to make comments at their own detriment. It's very, very bad.
At their own peril.
Yeah, exactly that. So what you're not allowed to do is go, I think I hit them first. Because really it should be your opponent should be declaring they hit me first.
Of course.
Also avoids a little bit of that snotty attitude of just, oh, well, I should have won.
Well, no, but it's also any sport as well. The ref's word has to be law.
Yeah. But with that said, an athlete can, as I said, they can say at their own detriment, this is what happened, this is what I think, and this is what I would prefer the outcome to be. So I've had it before where I've been fighting somebody and it's a case of they said, oh, it was Isuot, and it's this case of, respectfully, I'm not happy with the way that was happening, I should have been declaring in a different way, and da-da-da-da-da. So, yeah, obviously, always trying to avoid an argument.
Of course, but you know, it's when you're competing and getting into the heat of things as well, it's very, very easy to lose yourself sometimes.
Definitely.
It's one thing I quite like with Ludo.
Okay, so here, just quickly, so we have here nulo, so this means there was an end to the assault. However, it wasn't clear what the outcome was going to be. It got a little bit scrappy, or maybe it was E, R, E, R, and therefore it's...
so this is quite a nice one to watch if you want to see that. So,
as Kirsten was rotating, she received an E against her hand and her hilt, and that meant that the movement that she was making afterwards, which she couldn't cancel because of physics, basically, had to be concluded in a different way. Kirsten really embracing these motions from Form 3 and Form 4, so these changes of height and these big rotations. Emily and Seb. I'm such a Seb fanboy. I'm not even apologetic.
No, I can very much see why. Very impressive player from the sound of it as well.
Yeah,
impressive young person as well.
Yeah.
Who's put a lot of effort into.
He puts so much energy into making the sport better. He's also one of the most experienced officials internationally as well. So he last year was out officiating at the Champions Arena in Milan, where I was also doing the commentary.
Oh, fantastic! So I was just mesmerised there. That's a beautiful play.
Yes.
By both of them. I believe Seb pipping it to the actual point.
It was indeed, and Emily just finding a gap there in Seb's blade movements.
Ooh, is Seb getting a little bit of a warning there?
I don't know.
It's an insult.
Ooh. Is Emily a little bit worried there that she'd maybe caught Seb underneath his chin while he was diving? She very clearly did her best to remove the blade from an iffy situation.
I think so. It's a fantastic bout between the two of them.
Yeah, it's really fun to watch. One thing that I've said quite a lot is that Seb brings out really good combat from other people. There are some athletes where they show up, they do their thing, and that's kind of just how the whole thing goes. Seb will, because he's such a stylistic player, he's almost always going to be pulling good things out of other people.
So I believe that is a 1-2 for Seb.
Yep.
For Seb.
2-1.
2-1 even. That makes far more sense. Easy to
And
say.
Emily receiving a white card warning there just because she missed a couple of declarations. It's very easy to do, as we said before. A white card isn't really a huge penalty. It's a reminder. It's a little tiny just bear this in mind going forward.
And I've got to say, playing against someone like Seb, the speed that he comes at you, you're having to think about defending yourself and declaring.
Definitely.
You can understand how very quickly you can miss one of those. So this is the last bout of this, before the halfway point of this.
Yep, before we change our style judges. So we cycle the style judges between the different arenas, and that's to essentially prevent any anomalies. So if someone's being a little bit more generous, they'll be a bit more generous in every arena, and it just means we can start to see a little bit more of a common average.
It helps balance it out.
Exactly. And then later on in the tournament, what we'll also see is that there will be more than one style judge in the arena, and at that point, depending on the number of style judges and the stage of the tournament, it might be that the highest and lowest is ignored, or an average will be taken. Depends on the type of tournament, because we have different brackets.
So I believe that's 1-1.
Yep, one apiece for Michael and Kirsten. So Kirsten working really hard at the moment, just watching the way that she's fighting. She's trying to draw Michael in so that he is essentially making his own openings. So rather than trying to... Oh, and a beautiful fendente there. So a strike to the top of the head.
Well, Kirsten, I always find she
Wonderful
has
noise.
fantastic use of the space that she has.
Yes, Kirsten moves really, really nicely.
But equally, in that sense, I think can scare some potentially less...
It's quite intimidating.
Less, what's
Experience.
the word? Experience, that's the word.
Yeah.
Players away from that.
And Xavi there just giving a white card to Michael with a reminder of some late declaration. So he is declaring, but it's not happening fast enough. He's not opening, and it means that he's occasionally being a little bit of a hindrance to his opponent, being able to take that initiative and take that advantage. Okay. Okay, back off. I'm trying.
Fantastic. So we're going to be going into the second half of this now in a moment, I believe, as they change up the style judges.
Yep.
I'm going to leave you alone for just a moment as I run over there and just change the something on a camera
Okey-dokey.
for Arena 2. I'll be back in 1
I'll do my best not to break anything.
It's alright. If anything's on fire,
Okay, so we're now going to have a rotation on all of the arenas, just so that we've got a fresh style judge on each arena, and also we're going to see a rotation of the officials. So in the arena that we're watching at the moment, we had Xavi as the main official and Manon as the assistant, and now those are swapping over.
so I believe now we're going to have Harry
and Thomas.
and Thomas. Hopefully I've got that on screen.
Yep. And so Thomas very much grounded in his Form 1. Harry predominantly using Form 1 at the moment, but I have seen him using a bit of Form 2, a little bit of Form 3 coming in as well.
We're getting some heavy strikes coming in.
We are. This is something which we need to be a little bit cautious of, because we don't... When it starts being swung almost like a baseball bat or a cricket bat, it's not demonstrating the same control. Really, really nice movement there from Harry, though. maybe not working quite the way that he wanted, but it was a really good attempt at some of the Form 3 dynamic movement. Yeah, we do need to be very careful inside the sport with the level of contact that we make, particularly against the body. On some of the later forms, we have these big, heavy motions used against the blade to kind of like clear and cut that area in between, but this shouldn't be happening against the body. However, we do have fast, strong movements that are not intended to strike the body. So particularly in Form 3, we start to see a little bit more of this to kind of push our opponent away from moving in certain directions. It's essentially an intimidation.
Of course. So, I'm not quite sure who scored the point there. There we
we'll
go.
have a clarification in just a
that is
moment. So
Harry, I
Thomas.
believe, or Thomas.
Thomas.
Had a 50% chance.
Yeah, Thomas in black, Harry in the tunic, the brown tunic. It's really nice to see at this style of tournament that there are so many novici, so many of the novizio and novizia.
So would you explain what that means again?
Yeah, so this is the first rank inside LudoSport. It's the one that you have when you first join the sport. Most of the time, novici will only be using Form 1 because they haven't been in the sport long enough to move on to anything else.
So this is something that I meant to ask someone, right? So I've got a bit of a theory about this.
Sure.
In terms of, so you can, if you're new to the sport and you're only trained in Form 1, you're only allowed to use Form 1 in a competition.
Yes.
Now my theory is part of that is because it's a progression of sport, but also it allows the style judge to know a bit more clearly if you're making a mistake or just going for it.
Yes and no. It's a little bit of a tricky one because you certainly shouldn't be trying to do anything that you have not been taught or trained to an appropriate level. Occasionally, things will happen that are not pure LudoSport, but they're still safe, they're still controlled, and it's maybe just because of the way that something had to happen in a particular moment. There isn't really that much of a consideration of, well, what forms do they know, how experienced are they? The style points are going to go the same way all of the time. So they're still being measured in the same way. If you have fewer tools to use, you can demonstrate fewer tools. But if you do them well and you're still showing a variety, then it's the same as if you have more tools and showing a broad variety there. A very quick point there between Ruth and Rue. So I think it's likely to get called an Istuwa. Okay, so at the same time there, so this comes down to the idea of the shotgun principle, which I won't explain in graphic detail, but essentially, if both of those strikes are arrived at exactly the same time, the off takes precedent. It's very rare that we see this principle being used though, because most of the time, one will have happened before the other, but there it did appear that it happened pretty much on the dime.
Well, I kind of feel that being quite a rare call is a good thing, otherwise potentially, I think if you had someone using their forearm to guard as they struck.
Absolutely. So we do also have this idea of what's called an E. Well, it's an E in misura. So the misura is the reach of the blade, basically. That's a very dumbed down version of it before I get any messages from the Founding Masters or Technici anywhere.
I'll dub you in for it.
Thank you. Seb coming in now with the first that we'll see today of dual daggers. This is a relatively new weapon for Seb that he's really started to take some enjoyment. He was on a Form 4 instructor's course just over a week ago. Very, very complex weapon to use. To be entirely honest, it's my least favourite weapon inside the sport. I'm a long saber first and foremost.
You're a traditionalist.
Yeah, but I am. I'm learning to use saber staff, and I'll be going out to Italy to do Form 3 staff instructor's course later in the year.
Oh, fantastic!
Which I'm really looking forward to. But Seb is now a great advocate of all of the weapons being used, and he's from the conversations I've had with him, he's really happy to be using a bit more variety.
Seems that way.
But yes, going back to what we were saying, this idea of an E in misura. So if an E is struck, if an E target is struck, but that part of the body was actually close to the rest of the body, and it would have gone through that body part and onto an ult target, it's still called an ult. So that means we can't use our forearm or our hand to block something. Because it's a lightsaber. It's just going to go straight through.
I think that's one of the things that, especially people watching from the outside, forget sometimes, that in terms of...
We have a Seb spot. Seb's left a little bit of a patch from that beautiful rotolata movement with the rolling motion that we saw there. Seb quite well known for this, so in a minute we might just need to have a little bit of a wipe down of the arena.
Let's see if we can get a close-up of that soon. Let's have a look. Where is it?
You might just see the shiny spot at the edge of that black dotted circle. There we go. Sorry, Seb, if you watch this back and I'm slightly shaming the shiny spot.
There we go. It's Seb's shiny spot. So, what's that come off of?
That's Seb's back.
That's his back?
Yep.
Oh, I see. God bless him.
Yep. He's a warm boy.
Well, that's the thing. I think it's very easy to forget with like bouts that last 90 seconds how much actual physicality is going into.
Yeah, very much so.
This is essentially short sprints, really.
Definitely. People don't really appreciate how athletic some of our competitors need to be. It is a really great way of getting some exercise. And we know that quite a few people pull a face and go, "Oh, you're just playing with toy swords." It's like, okay, no more or less than any other weapon sport.
Well, of course. I mean, that's the thing that people forget, where you grandify some sports. I mean, like, when people say, like, "Oh, it's not a real sport, football's a real sport," and whatnot. Again, you're just playing with a ball.
Exactly.
As you say, sort of like grandifying other sports, like HEMA and things like that, where, you can go historical precedents from like necessity and things like that.
Absolutely.
But in the same sense, you are just playing with a sword.
Yeah. And I mean, there's been a lot of development with LudoSport anyway. There's been lots of input from people in lots of different weapon arts and things that have been able to help develop some of the different forms, weapon usages and so on. I mean, we're coming up now to, in fact, this year is the 20th year of LudoSport being practiced outside of a very, very select group of people that started the sport in Italy. So it's really amazing to see that reaching this milestone, really.
Oh, of course. And I think it's one thing that it has to be remembered as well, especially with martial sports, or martial sports and martial adjacent sports, is that we no longer actually use swords in combat in most day-to-day
It's very,
life.
very rare now.
So having systems and games, in sports where it is based, where there is a big style element to it, where there is a big community element about finding what's, essentially what's fun. In terms of, we're looking at the different styles of, sort of like two daggers and saber staff and all that. Potentially not the most practical if you were to go into a battlefield.
Definitely.
But in terms of tournament, they're fun and they are skillful to actually use properly.
Exactly. I mean, it's exactly how some of these came about. It was an opportunity to demonstrate ability with that weapon without the threat, basically. Seeing some very, very good combat just on the other side of the room while this discussion's going on. Seeing Sam using a long saber, so he's once again letting me down. He's a staff specialist through and through, so I'm hoping to get to see him using saber staff a little bit later on. I think he's given up his saber staff at the moment for Seb to be able to use, so at least one of them should be using it at some point today, which I'm very much looking forward to.
So I do apologise. At the moment, I am trying to get used to the different movements of the referees.
Yes,
as Manon is a lot more.
Manon moves around a lot.
Also potentially a little bit shorter than Javi, which makes it a bit easier to get the cameras around. I do apologise for if we are missing little bits of action. So this is Dan and Michael.
Okay, so Dan trying to use this active guard motion that we start to see introduced in Form 3. It's like we're being able to push and pull our opponent into different positions and be able to keep ourselves covered. Unfortunately, Michael found a gap. Unfortunately for Dan.
That's the problem, is it? You always have to figure out if it's fortunate or unfortunate.
Indeed.
So again, both of them testing each other really there to
Very
see
much
who's going to
so.
open the gap rather than force a gap.
Yes,
it seems.
very much so.
Very patient.
Okay, so Michael there moving from Form 1 to Form 2 to try and take advantage of that gap. There was a change of height as well, which isn't strictly adhering to Form 2, but it wasn't a big problem. He was using this this almost a falcata kind of motion that we start to see, which is this almost like a body lunge, so where you're able to just reach that little bit further forward. Once again, we start to see Kirsten, or we get to see Kirsten in the arena. One thing which is absolutely amazing in the way that she fights is that she is just there to have a good time. She tries to make every point, every bout about enjoying it, and she brings a really infectious energy to the arena.
I think, as you say, sort of, especially the way that she uses very like a very flourishing movement. It's got to be fun for both her and their opponent.
Yeah, very much so. Kirsten's really embraced some of the advanced forms, as I've said before. It's really fun getting to see her finding her own pathway through a load of this. At the moment, very much favouring these Form 3 motions with the rotations and the way that she's she's kind of just pushing and pulling the blade away to and away from her opponent to kind of guide and test the way that he's going to respond.
Ooh, lovely spin.
Yeah, very, very. No, not with Form 3. It's a rotation.
Oh, rotation.
Spin is a naughty.
Spin is a naughty
spin,
word.
Spin is a dirty word in Form 3.
Oh, I've done a faux pas there. We're gonna have to get like a little buzzer or something that we can. You can bleep me out.
I would love this.
So a rotation.
Yes, but it was really nice there because as she was rotating, she was able to get the E against Harry's hilt, and then she was able to continue the rotation and close with the ult. Really, really nice.
I think the nice thing seeing it was how controlled it actually was as well.
Yes.
Her feet were, I don't think at any point, she was always grounded with her feet, which was nice to see.
Yeah, Kirsten is, she's definitely quite focused on the precision of her footwork. It's Form 3 in particular, it's very, very important. Everything's going to come from the ground up. If your feet are in the wrong place, your body's going to be in the wrong place, blade's going to be in the wrong place, and everything's going to go very wrong very quickly.
So I think that was both striking at the same time.
Yep, so nulo there. So it was E su O, so an E coming in, which would have prevented the O that was called.
Okay, so this is for tempro, which I understand to mean wasn't going fast enough. They weren't engaging.
No, so tempo, you call a tempo if the officials need a moment to confer, basically.
I see.
So the officials won't ever tell you to speed up, but usually they, if it's a matter of safety, then they can tell you you need to slow down because you need to move at a speed which is going to allow you to be controlled.
Well, I thought it was because neither opponent were moving forward towards either one. They both stepped back.
Okay, in which case I think that may have just been a
possible miscall. Again, I think it can be an easy thing to do, especially if you don't speak Italian.
Yes.
Because I'm just guessing by the way tempo that it means so about the speed.
It's timing. It kind of means time out. It's used in the same way as we see in other sports where there needs to be some kind of conference between the officials. What was really interesting is either the first or the second point of this one. Xavi, as the assistant, is the one that raised his hand because he was on the side that enabled him to see what happened. Manol, if I say missed something, it's because she doesn't have X-ray vision. She can't see through the athlete. Xavi was on the side that enabled him to see what happened.
Of course, you can only ref what you see.
Exactly, and it's why we do this in pairs.
Of course. I mean, as just anecdotally from...
and a beautiful dominion from Seb.
Very quick.
So dominion being the control of the opponent's blade through sustained contact. So it's not just batting it away.
He's intimidating, isn't he?
He is.
Like, he's very intimidating.
But he does it with a smile.
He's a friendly, terrifying...
He's a friendly, terrifying individual. He's quick, he's precise, he has intention. It's amazing
Well,
watching.
that's the thing, you can see every movement has
purpose.
a purpose behind it. And one of the beautiful things... One thing that I really like about his movement, especially when he does his rotations,
Yes.
is the guard that he keeps up as he's doing them.
Yeah, very much so. So, I've realised what happened now. When you thought Manuel said tempo, she said centro, which means central. So this is to bring the athletes back to the centre so she can give a verdict.
I see.
So we have tempo, centro.
So that's just me and my ears not working.
It's also partially because of Manuel's beautiful Brazilian accent. As much as I'm a huge Seb fan, I am also a huge fan of Manuel and Bart, who is our style judge in this arena at the moment. Both from LudoSport Paris, both very good friends of mine. I love them both. They are honestly two of my favourite people in the whole world.
But I believe Manon as well being, is she a comedian or an actor?
She's an actress, yes. She's an actress. She does lots of theatre work. She does some French independent film and television work, and I think she's even done some sort of, if I say more mainstream television roles as well. She's also involved in quite a lot of like children's theatre groups. And Bart does something to do with chemistry. Every time I've asked him, he's told me something different, so I think he's lying to me.
Something suspicious.
Yes. Ooh. So, even though we have a level of control, occasionally accidents happen. And what we saw there was a strike that should have been coming in laterale or at a diagonal level.
I think, unfortunately, Thomas, he took a step back as the swing was coming in, which lowered his head and shoulders.
Yes.
This is just looking from the replay. It's a momentary thing, and I think, unfortunately, it's
Yeah, these things happen. We have to accept that it's going to happen, and it's why, again, we practice control, which means that was just contact rather than getting smashed in the face.
No, of course. I mean, I've been hit in the face by many objects and many things in my life. And I can tell you that wasn't a teeth rattler.
No,
which
absolutely not. The thing is, immediately you could see that he put his hand up and he went, "It's fine, I'm fine, you haven't hurt me, it's okay."
Of course.
So again, Kirsten bringing that infectious energy into the arena, skipping in virtually every time. It's wonderful to see.
Yeah.
Now, I've seen something very interesting over at the side of the arena here, and that is Seb with yet another exotic weapon. So he's going to be bringing staff in.
Got a new one, has he?
I love watching Seb with staff.
One thing that I would just sort of like point out as well, sort of like the difference with, because Kirsten also did a very high attack there, but the difference being potentially is Kirsten actually came down at an angle coming down across as opposed to going straight laterally.
The vector of the blade becomes very, very important. So we do have strikes that go from high to low, or from low to high as we saw there, but because of the direction of the blade, it's about where the tip is going to end up relative to the contact that it makes on our opponent.
So we have 7.
Here it is.
This is gonna
This could be fun.
This is gonna be a very fun match.
I've fought Seb with staff before. It's very intimidating. It's an intimidating weapon, but Seb uses it in a very interesting way.
I think for me, it's the low grip that he's got on it, giving him that extra reach. Because the blades on the
blades are shorter.
Are shorter, aren't they?
Yes, they are. So the daggers have the shortest blade length. Long saber has the longest, and then the saber staff is exactly in between, exactly in the middle.
But
it's a really good demonstration there. Clarification was asked by the referees, and Rue put the hand up and just said, "This, I believe I was slower, or that this happened afterwards, so speaking at their detriment. Okay, so Seb using these wonderful flourishing movements to keep the saber staff moving. There's a lot more momentum to the way that the weapon has to move, so you have to not stop it, you have to enable it to continue to move. Otherwise you're just fighting the weapon itself.
I think potentially as well the less that you move the saber staff, because being hit on the hilt is also
it's an E. Yeah.
An E. So with such a large hilt for the saber staff,
you need to keep it moving. It's a nice big target.
There we go. I finally made a concise point.
It's very well done.
I'm going to put that onto my style sheet now.
Someone clip it. Okay, so now Dan and Harry. Dan again, looking at these Form 3 active motions, moving into Form 2.
Right.
Harry also attempting some of these rotations and active guarding motions, just leaving himself a bit too exposed.
Do apologise, I think I actually missed the strike on that one. This is going to be an interesting one.
Quite possibly. Okay, just seeing Manon glancing down there to make sure that the athletes are both in the appropriate starting position, so that they're behind their starting lines. There's a set distance that they need to be apart at the beginning of the fight, just as we have a set distance for the size of the arena.
So do we know how big is the arena?
The arena's 8 meters.
8 meters.
8 meters diameter.
For our American friends, that's about that's about 2 trailers of a truck, I think.
Yeah, just about. And then it's 3 meters in between the 2 athletes. So each 1.5 meters from the middle.
I see.
I'm sort of quite pleased myself that I remember all of these things. And I remember that it's quite sad.
Well, as you say, you do a lot of officiating yourself, don't you?
No, not so much now. So I'm not a qualified official now. I did help out at the Champions Arena in 2017. I went out as an assistant to Milan, but I'm not a qualified official. I'm just very opinionated.
Well, that's halfway there, I think, isn't it?
Yeah. It's on my to-do list. I'd much rather be a style judge than an official.
That's entirely fair. I think that was a fantastic long bout by the two. That might have been one of the longest
bouts. Yeah, it was really nice.
So far.
It was really nice. It is a lot nicer to see when there is some kind of, the way I refer to it in my classes, I want to see a conversation between the 2 athletes. I want to see call and response. I want to see this kind of very active response to everything, not just bang, 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 bang.
Ooh. Could this be a doppio?
I'm not sure. I looked away at the point where it came into contact.
Ooh. From the replay, it's very close.
Okay. So then Manon very rightly asking for clarification from the athletes, and Emily saying that she felt that the contact on her was before.
Yeah, it's one of the things I absolutely love about this sport is how sportsmanship, the sportsmanship within it, so
Absolutely.
How honest all of the players are.
People that don't play by the rules don't last very long in the sport, and that's because people don't ask them to fight as much, because they don't enjoy fighting them, because they know it's not going to be fair, it's not going to be fun, and people that don't have the right mentality for the sport just don't last. It's why we have such a great community, and it's why we attract more people that are right for it.
Well, I think that's always one of the things that I think with sports that are, you potentially say that this is a bit of not a fad sport, but a sport that was derived from an interest outside of the sport originally.
Yeah, it's kind of it's coming from a bit of a cult following.
Exactly.
It's coming from
It's
quite
people
niche
who
as well.
want to enjoy it, not necessarily to be winning everything into a goal.
So
of course, there's going to be sporting.
This again is something that over the last couple of years in the UK in particular, we've started to see a lot more
competitiveness.
We've seen more of the athletic side of it, but we are also seeing that there are a growing number of people who aren't interested in competing, even at this kind of level. They don't show up every week because they want to win. They just want to carry on learning. They want to be part of the community. They want to have the camaraderie of the whole thing, and they want to just fight with lightsabers. But they don't have a goal to be at the Champions Arena or always on a podium or something like this.
Well, I think that's the thing, isn't it? People forget sometimes that something like this, as we've said earlier today, it can be equated almost to Tai Chi, where you can do a combat sport with it, but also just keeping yourself healthy, keeping yourself moving,
exactly.
having just meeting up with friends and being able to
definitely
have something that you can talk about, an activity to do.
One thing that's worth bearing in mind with what we just saw there is there was a natural break in the combat because there was not necessarily confusion, but there was an E and there was an O, and the athletes decided between themselves what it is that had happened. They both paused for a moment, and Manuel called continuare. Because they both stood there for a moment, there was therefore this natural break, all of the flow was gone, all the dynamic was gone, and then one of them suddenly moved and took a point. And at that point, both the officials went, wasn't really a fair point, we should have called stop, we're going to reset that, we call it nulo, and that point is played again. So again, it's this, no one's just trying to win, they're trying to continue, well, no one's trying to win, someone's trying to win.
You're trying to win, but you're trying to win fairly.
Exactly.
I think that's always something where I've had to explain it before in Quidditch and whatnot to someone, that, if you're winning, but you're winning because of a mistake or like a foul or something like that, you're not really winning, are you?
No, exactly.
You want to win because you won, not because a mistake happened.
Okay, so we've got Rue and then Kirsten, and then we have our last fight in this set of pools, which is going to be Thomas versus Seb. Seb looks like he's gone back to his long saber, but we'll see.
Should we go beg him to get the staff back out?
Oh, I don't know. I don't want to mess with him today. I know he's got his
head on for the competition.
I felt bad enough having to phone him so that he could help me find my way into the venue.
Again, I think Kirsten really wanting her opponent to advance on her, I think.
Yeah, very much so. So she's trying to pull her opponent in. I talk about this a lot when I'm talking about Form 3. There's this push and pull because you're trying to influence the way that your opponent is going to do something. Now the other two pools have been done for a little while. We are the largest pool, so we've got an extra athlete, which means that we have quite a lot more fights. We've got another 7 fights compared to everyone else. As I said, we're on our penultimate bout in this at the moment. Okay, so Xavi indicating there that he felt that one of those was going to be an off by gravity. So we're just going to see how this is going to play out.
So an off by gravity would be if you've got, say, the blade hanging over someone's head.
Yep. And then, so if an E contact has been made, and the blade would have then fallen onto the body of the person. Okay, so I'm calling nulo though, because both of them were a little bit hesitant with that, so they were both moving backwards. Yeah.
That's no point.
No point there.
Oh, I thought there was a point for Kirsten earlier. It's not. It's still 0-all. I think that's what Mano just
corrected. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. We'll have a look in a moment. Because I was under the impression there had been a point. Manon there going for what we call a sync, so a synchronized movements where you're moving your blade and body or your blade and your hand at the same time. So she was trying to interrupt the hilt of her opponent to be able to redirect it so that she could then do something else with it. That is what we consider to be a complex maneuver inside the sport. So this, if she was able to pull it off, even some attempt at it can help with her style score.
So potentially, do you think that Kirsten in this round is trying to look at upping her style score?
Very much so. Again, we see there this idea of a continued blade movement, then into a hand movement, and then another blade movement, but didn't quite land. Really good attempt, but it just didn't quite work out with the timing.
So do we know where Rue is from?
No, but I can have a look.
So is Rue wearing the black, which means they're potentially a newer opponent?
So Rue's in the Novizia uniform, so yeah, definitely a newer athlete compared to Kirsten, who I know has been in the sport about 4 years now.
However, Rue has just beaten Kirsten.
Indeed.
Fantastic play. It's very rare, I must say, that you see many people beating Kirsten at all.
Yes. Let me just have a look. I've lost my notes. Britannia Academy Tournament. There's that folder. Here we are. So I've got a list of where everyone's from.
So we potentially...
Which arena are we?
We're Arena A.
So, no, Rue, I'm afraid, is one of the people that was missing from my list.
Oh, is it? So this is the final bout of this section. I was so enthralled with the two of them that I completely forgot that I was also filming. Beautiful uses of the space between the two of them.
Yeah, definitely. Again, Seb's really good at bringing this out. One thing that might be letting Thomas down at the moment is movement in terms of his style. He's quite static in a lot of what he's doing. He needs to try and move around his opponent a little bit more.
But again,
very nice attempt at two-handed dominion from Seb. And Thomas has a habit of now getting hit in the face.
One would want to avoid
that. It's going to be a white card. Yeah, changing the height.
Changing height.
Yes. So white card warning to both of them. Fun, of
course.
I'm not going to lie, that was pretty cool to watch.
That was awesome.
that
was a really nice exchange.
That was very nice. It's one of those things that a lot of people always mistake as well, that, you know, a sword fight, even in HEMA and things like that, is a case of sort of blades clashing against each other constantly. Where really a lot of the time it's figuring out the range of your opponent away from you,
very much so.
Amongst their guard a lot of the time.
Very much so. Yeah, you need to find the gaps in between, because if you're aiming for their blade all the time, unless you're trying to directly push this out of the way and alter the way that that's going to move, you're not really achieving very much. With that said, though, inside LudoSport, sometimes we need that blade-on-blade contact, because particularly with things like Form 2, we've got an expression I've already used a little bit, this idea of dominion. I'm taking dominion of your blade. So I'm trying to manipulate the position of your blade by sustaining contact.
Well, it's one of the things I'm always quite surprised about, and I think, you know, part of it can be like the films and stuff like that, you know, media, sort of like ring, but the lack of blade on blade. I've completely forgotten the technical term on it and whatnot.
Dominion.
Dominion. You know, I'm like, you know, in things like HEMA and whatnot, you taught very much sort of like using the strong and the weak of the blade. So the tip of the blade, which is weaker, you can push it away easier. Basically, that you don't seem to get too much of prolonged contact on the blades. And part of that I thought potentially because the material of the blade, you know, it's a rounded blade.
Yeah, definitely.
It's so like sprung. So there's a little bit of bounce to it.
Yeah, a little bit for sure. Because Ours is a weapon which is not indexed, so because it's round, we've got this quite consistent. Like we don't need to be indexing the weapon the way that we do with other things. So with just because it's the immediate one that springs to mind. If you've got something like a broadsword or a claymore, it has a flat and an edge, which means that you have to be striking with the appropriate part of that blade. Ours is the same the whole way around, which means that we don't need to be thinking quite as much about having to index that weapon and be able to manipulate it.
Well, I think there's
but then it means we can keep that sustained contact. We can move around, and it's this kind of twirling motion often. I'm going to get slated for using that word.
Sorry, as long as you're not spinning, it's fine.
As long as you're not spinning in Form 3, you can spin in Form 4.
Oh, right. Well, I think part of that, though, is also sort of like the idea of, because, you know, it represents a plasma sword, essentially.
Exactly, yeah.
That even just the slightest flick.
Salut, Bart.
You have to plug the microphone back in on the... Even just a slight flick is going to be cool.
Do you know that your academy's doing worse so far?
My academy's not in this.
Yeah, you have one that's a negative 1 point.
I'm just going to turn the mics off for a moment.
Because, no, why?
Aaron.
What about it?
Walk into the arena.
I've been training in LudoSport since September 2019. I was looking to get into a sport that was a little bit different. I've never really been drawn to football or what you would say, the more standard sports. I'd looked into fencing and liked the idea of it, and then while doing that stumbled across LudoSport, and the idea of fighting with a lightsaber just immediately seemed amazing. The community around the sport is incredibly welcoming. We have schools and academies all over the UK, and everyone supports everyone. Everyone's very friendly. Whenever we do big meetups, it's like coming home to your family. The best way to get into the sport is have a look on social media. We're there if you have any questions. And then most of the academies, if not all of the academies, are currently running discovery sessions to give you a chance to come and try the sport yourself. Based on my experience, as soon as you try it, you're hooked. But yeah, give it a try, come on down, see what we can do, and yeah, I'm sure you'll love it.
Why don't they wear fencing protection in LudoSport? Great question. Short answer, some do. But it's not really needed for everybody. Yes, male athletes do wear cups because no one wants to be hitting the gonads by a lightsaber. And some players will choose to wear a face mask or eye protection. But overall, most players don't feel that it's strictly needed. The two main things that people keep on bringing up are, what if you get poked in the eye, and doesn't it hurt to be hit by a lightsaber without wearing armor? Well, there are two mitigating factors here. One of them is the equipment that you use, and the other one is the rules within the sport. Let's talk about eyeballs. The saber blade has a diameter of 2.5 centimeters. The average height of an eye socket is 2.2 centimeters. This means it's going to be pretty difficult to get a poke right in the eye. However, there are rules that are going to protect your head and eyes as well. For one, you can't stab forward. If you make a stabbing motion, it has to be an off-center stab. This means that you can't come straight into a person's torso, face, like that. So any jab is actually going to be a glancing blow against your opponent. Getting it into the eyes is actually pretty technically difficult. Also in competition, strikes to the face or side of the head are prohibited. Though you are able to strike at the top of the head, these are normally more symbolic bops to the top of the head or a hanging guard, just to symbolize that you could make that strike if you do it. It will be penalized as dangerous play if you make a heavy strike towards someone's head. As for does it hurt if you're hit by a lightsaber? Well, it hurts about the same as being hit by a dodgeball. The blade is thick, it's not a thin point like you would find in, say, a steel HEMA sword, which though is blunt, is still a thin bit of metal that is hitting you and putting a lot of pressure on one point. This is a rounded polycarbonate plastic tubing that does have a bit of flex to it. It has got a lot of surface area, so when it hits you, you might get a little bit of a sting. But I can show you something else that has the potential to be hurt. Being tackled or being hit by a dodgeball. Lots of sports have lots of elements that are going to give you a little bit of discomfort until you get used to them. And you do get used to them. The way I like to look at LudoSport is it's a bit more like Tai Chi as opposed to boxing. You're graded more on your technique and your ability to keep in control of your blade, and also demonstrate the different styles of the different techniques that the sport teaches. Within competition, you'll actually be penalized for reckless play. You've got to remember, this is an activity people do for a bit of fun. If you enter that space with the intent to injure someone, you're a bit of a dick and you shouldn't be playing sports. Everyone has a duty of care towards their opponent. So really, the sport itself is designed to try and keep its players safe. At the end of the day, the protection that players wear is proportionate to the risks of the sport. If you look at fencing, their fencing mask is perfectly suited for defending them against a tournament épée. However, if you put them against a sharpened halber, that's going to go straight through it. The only thing that you can actually prepare for in sports with protection is what you're likely to face within the rule sets. Otherwise, we'd all be wearing full plate metal when we go out and play football. Of course, the best defense is not being hit in the first place. And the best way to not be hit in the first place is to get out there and train. So if you want to learn more about LudoSport, go and visit ludosport.org. If you want to find some more fringe and unique sports, find gender diverse activities that you can get out, meet people, get fit, then follow Shots On. And remember to pack your cup.
What the hell did we just watch? It's LudoSport, a fantastic and fun lightsaber-inspired sport. There are two types of hits. There's an E and an R. An E is a non-lethal hit which is above the elbow or below the knee. If you're hit there, then you have to remove your guard for a moment, giving your opponent a chance to strike you. There is also the R, which is the lethal strike, which will score you a point. This is above the elbow towards the torso or above the knees. If you want to find more sports like this, follow Shots On.
We're at UK Arena today. We're about to go into the elimination process for UK Arena 2024. My match is up first. We'll see how we do. I'm a bit nervous, but I'll try stuff. That's the main thing. I've been doing LudoSport nearly 10 years. My favourite style is Form 4. I'm working towards becoming a technico of the form, which means then I can teach instructors. I used to do judo. I was in the under 15s England squad at some point. My doctor said that I needed to do more sport, so I tried rock climbing, but it wasn't really for what I wanted, so I didn't meet anybody. So then a friend of mine said, oh, well, you like Star Wars, why not try this LudoSport? I had no idea what it was going to be until I turned up to my first lesson, and from there, I've continued with it. Come along, meet a community of people, get involved with the fact that you are playing with lightsabers, and just have fun. That's the main thing.
LudoSport is a new combat-based sport inspired by lightsaber combat from the Star Wars films. LudoSport takes the concept of hitting people with a plasma sword and turns it into a fun and engaging sport where you can work on your fitness, hand-eye coordination, and meet new people with similar interests in an inclusive and positive environment. The sport can be practiced either as a fun activity to keep fit in regular training classes or as a competitive combat sport in the tournaments throughout the UK and Europe. The sport emphasizes control and technique, meaning that competitive duels aren't just judged on a race to hit each other, but on competitors' control and demonstration of correct forms. If you're looking for a fun way to meet people and keep active, LudoSport might be the thing for you. So what are you waiting for? Let's get healthy together, nerds!
I've been training in LudoSport since September 2019. I was looking to get into a sport that was a little bit different. I've never really been drawn to football or what you would say, you know, the more standard sports. I'd looked into fencing and liked the idea of it, and then while doing that, stumbled across LudoSport, and the idea of fighting with a lightsaber just immediately seemed amazing. The community around the sport is incredibly welcoming. Yeah, we have schools and academies all over the UK, and everyone supports everyone. Everyone's very friendly. Whenever we do big meetups, it's like coming home to your family. The best way to get into the sport is have a look on social media. We're there if you have any questions. And then most of the academies, if not all of the academies, are currently running discovery sessions to give you a chance to come and try the sport yourself. Based on my experience, as soon as you try it, you're hooked. But yeah, give it a try, come on down, see what we can do, and yeah, I'm sure you'll love it.
Why don't they wear fencing protection in LudoSport? Great question. Short answer, some do. But it's not really needed for everybody. Yes, male athletes do wear cups because no one wants to be hitting the gonads by a lightsaber. And some players will choose to wear a face mask or eye protection. But overall, most players don't feel that it's strictly needed. The two main things that people keep on bringing up are, what if you get poked in the eye, and doesn't it hurt to be hit by a lightsaber without wearing armor? Well, there are two mitigating factors here. One of them is the equipment that you use, and the other one is the rules within the sport. Let's talk about eyeballs. The saber blade has a diameter of 2.5 centimeters. The average height of an eye socket is 2.2 centimeters. This means it's going to be pretty difficult to get a poke right in the eye. However, there are rules that are going to protect your head and eyes as well. For one, you can't stab forward. If you make a stabbing motion, it has to be an off-center stab. This means that you can't come straight into a person's torso, face, like that. So any jab is actually going to be a glancing blow against your opponent. And getting it into the eyes is actually pretty technically difficult. Also, in competition, strikes to the face or side of the head are prohibited. Though you are able to strike at the top of the head, these are normally more symbolic bops to the top of the head or a hanging guard, just to symbolize that you could make that strike if you do it. It will be penalized as dangerous play if you make a heavy strike towards someone's head. As for does it hurt if you're hit by a lightsaber? Well, it hurts about the same as being hit by a dodgeball. The blade is thick, it's not a thin point like you would find in, say, a steel HEMA sword, which though it's blunt, it is still a thin bit of metal that is hitting you and putting a lot of pressure on one point. This is a rounded polycarbonate plastic tubing that does have a bit of flex to it. It has got a lot of surface area, so when it hits you, you might get a little bit of a sting. But I can show you something else that has the potential to be hurt: being tackled or being hit by a dodgeball. Lots of sports have lots of elements that are going to give you a little bit of discomfort until you get used to them, and you do get used to them. The way I like to look at LudoSport is it's a bit more like Tai Chi as opposed to boxing. You're graded more on your technique and your ability to keep in control of your blade, and also demonstrate the different styles of the different techniques that the sport teaches. Within competition, you'll actually be penalized for reckless play. You've got to remember, this is an activity people do for a bit of fun. If you enter that space with the intent to injure someone, you're a bit of a dick and you shouldn't be playing sports. Everyone has a duty of care towards their opponent. So really, the sport itself is designed to try and keep its players safe. At the end of the day, the protection that players wear is proportionate to the risks of the sport. If you look at fencing, their fencing mask is perfectly defending them against a tournament FA. However, if you put them against a sharpened halber, that's going to go straight through. The only thing that you can actually prepare for in sports with protection is what you're likely to face within the rule sets. Otherwise, we would all be wearing full plate metal when we go out and play football. Of course, the best defense is not being hit in the first place, and the best way to not be hit in the first place is to get out there and train. So if you want to learn more about LudoSport, go and visit ludosport.org. If you want to find some more fringe and unique sports, find gender diverse activities that you can get out, meet people, get fit, then follow Shots On. And remember to pack your cup.
What the hell did we just watch? It's LudoSport, a fantastic and fun lightsaber-inspired sport. There are two types of hits. There's an E and an R. An E is a non-lethal hit which is above the elbow or below the knee. If you're hit there, then you have to remove your guard for a moment, giving your opponent a chance to strike you. There is also the R, which is the lethal strike, which will score you a point. This is above the elbow towards the torso or above the knees. If you want to find more sports like this, follow Shots On.
So we're back at the LudoSport Britannia
Academy
tournament. First round of the second bout, which is George versus Luke, I believe.
Indeed, so George there in yellow. So George from Birmingham, Luke, I believe, from Bristol. Achieving that first contact.
Ooh.
Yep, just being given a white card for looking up when someone's about to hit him on the top of the head. So if he looked up and he got smacked on the nose, it's entirely his fault.
No pity there. There we go. So something happened over there, but I don't know what.
It's just their cheer at the beginning to get going.
Their warm-up, is it?
Yeah. Just as they finished their briefing.
So do you have much interaction with these two as of yet?
Yeah, so I've spent a bit of time with George in particular in the south of France at a couple of camping retreats that are put on every year.
Oh, lovely.
And then I've trained with George a few times when I've gone up to visit some of the classes in Birmingham, just some of the other events. Luke a little bit less, but I've had some interactions with him, mainly at other tournaments and things. I think I fought him last year at UK Arena.
Who won?
I did.
You did. Good. I'm feeling a lot safer now.
Now we have Tom Grudgings and Matt Danica, known in the sport as DDM. I'm not going to explain you what it means.
I think I'm quite glad for that.
Yeah. So both here favouring a little bit of Form 2. Both from Birmingham, although Tom's quite heavily involved in LudoSport Coventry as well. And Tom in the yellow shoes is the only way that I can identify at the moment, although Matt's the one with the mask. Just Tom getting the first point there.
Ooh, lovely fast play there on the offence.
Yes, so Form 2 is this very explosive form compared to Form 1. So we're starting to see a little bit more of this blade play that Form 2 starts to bring into it, so this idea of Dominion like we were talking about before. Although all of these were quite short contacts, it wasn't this long Dominion that we start to see with other bits and pieces. Oh, now we see Reese Beattie and
Michael.
Mitch? Yeah, Mitch Grove. So again, both from Birmingham. There's lots of Birmingham representation here today. Reese also involved in LudoSport Coventry.
So again, remind me, in terms of the uniforms that they're wearing as well, they're both in...
So these are both in Iniziato.
Brown. So what does that mean in terms of how long they've been in the sport?
So usually Iniziato is after about a year and a half or so. Basically means that they've demonstrated a commitment to the sport and about helping to kind of spread awareness of the sport, helping other athletes out inside their own schools or academies or other areas. Basically means that they're just doing a bit more than showing up every week.
That's lovely. That's what you want to see in a community sport, really.
But it's very much it's one that they have to earn. They have to do something in order to earn it. It's not just you've been here for a year, here have a rank up. So it's a proper mark of honour. I think possibly there was an E contact that was missed there, but I'm not entirely sure.
Again, the game being very much honour based as well on the court.
Definitely. We have the officials here to kind of confirm things and to help clarify, but for the most part, yeah, we are very reliant and the athletes doing things for themselves. So Mitch taking her first win there. I know that will mean an awful lot to him. Spent quite a lot of time with both of these two, both good friends of mine. Quite recently, I've just recently in February, I was on my Form 2 instructors course with Reese. Great fun. Mitchell's always really nice to see at events, gets involved an awful lot. Always has a smile. I know he gets very nervous before these tournaments though, so he's probably hyping himself up.
So you can't quite tell if people have a smile on at the moment. We're both with face guards. So again, something that we talked about earlier as well in terms of the protection that people wear. This is quite a common face guard that people wear in the sport, I believe, as well.
Yeah, occasionally it's just feel a little bit more safe. Also, so the reason the DDM in the Iniziato tunic here will wear the face mask is because he's got a nose piercing and a lip piercing. It's easier for him to wear a mask than it is to take them out.
So trying to tape anything up like that as well sometimes.
Okay, so we saw there what's called an E in Misura. So the E contact was made, but the blade movement would have continued straight through into the body. So an O is awarded. There we're going to see a doppio, I think. Okay, so DDM there confirming that he felt the contact against him first, so he was able to provide a clarification at his detriment.
Bring the score to 2-1, still in his favour, but as you say, giving up that point, which is just, that's the game.
Okay, now we see Mitch versus Tom. Again, both from Birmingham. See lots of the Birmingham group in this. In fact, yeah, we've got two from Bristol, one from Coventry, and the rest all from Birmingham. Birmingham for a long time is one of the larger schools inside Britannia. So I think they've got 22 competitors here today of the 49.
So almost half.
Yeah, definitely. Then quite a few from Bristol, and then a spattering from other places.
A spattering, that is a grand...
It's a good word.
Grand word.
That's what, 17 in Scrabble. No one fact check that. So both again favouring this Form 2.
Ooh, was that a slight tap to the face?
No, I think it just crept down. Mitch coming away with another win. Well done to Mitch.
He's doing very well. I believe that's not the halfway point.
So this is a smaller group.
I was going to say the formatting's a little off on this.
Yeah, so I think with this one, it's because all of these pools are the same size, whereas the pool that we were watching on this side previously had one more athlete.
I see.
Now two athletes that I very much admire here. Will Vaughan in red, Danny Kay in yellow. Will from Bristol, Danny from Birmingham. Both of them instructors in various forms.
Will Vaughan is a name that I recognise.
He's the current UK style champion.
That would be why I recognise it.
Yep. Very good friend of mine. I love Will to bits. He and I absolutely love fighting together. We say quite often that we draw the good style and good combat out from each other. But both of these athletes I've spent some time with on various courses, both very dynamic fighters. So lots of good movement, lots of changing of speed, changing of tempo, and changing their plans. So Will here really embracing a load of his Form 4 elements. Danny maintaining that multi-coverage with the Form 3. This is really good to see.
Beautiful work by both of them.
Yeah, Danny there using the reverso filo, so the reverse grip that we start to see introduced in course 9, then Form 4.
Lovely.
Really nice exchange there. You can see Luke deliberating over his style cards.
So we've just added declaration warning.
Yeah, so Danny just missing a few of these contacts.
So again, would you explain the two declarations that the players have to...
Yep, so we have an E contact or an interrupt, so this is against the hilt of the body, the hand, the lower arm and the lower leg below the knee. And then we have, so this just means that the athletes need to, or the athlete receiving the E needs to clear the centre of combat, and then an O, which is a mortal contact point. This is where we actually score the points, so top of the head, upper arms, upper legs and the torso. You can just see on the other The other arenas at the moment, we've got Cam MacGyver and Megan Clark.
Oh, Megan Clark is another one that I remember.
Yeah.
Very, very dangerous player.
The good kind of dangerous.
Good, yeah.
Yes. I know that Megan's going to be using some daggers a little bit later on. We can see Skippy and Javi in one of the other arenas as well. Skippy using his signature daggers. And now we've got George Rose and Danny Kay again.
So in terms of the tunics here, we're seeing a lovely yellow motif. What does that signify anything, or is that a choice?
So
bit of style.
It's just style, really. Once an athlete reaches the rank of academical, they've got a choice of various different colours. I think we'll probably, in fact, have all of them on show today. I think.
It's a veritable
Yes,
parade, I think.
So we've got yellow in this arena at the moment, we've got red being worn in some of the others, we've had green already, and we've had orange, and I know that Javi's wearing blue. So these are all of the colours that exist for the academical rank. If we're able to get it at some point, we could pan over to Luke in between, and he's wearing his Wisteria tunic. So this is because
we're going to find the Wisteria in a moment.
Yes. So this is because he's a technical, which means he is an instructor of instructors.
Where is he?
Here he is. Hopefully he's not scratching himself.
There we go.
There we are. Yep, so Luke there in his Wisteria, of course immediately turning away to carry on with his job. But he is capable of training instructors, so Luke is a technical in Form 1 and Form 4. Form 4 long saber. So all of the advanced forms, so 3, 4 and 5, are available to all weapons, so long saber, dual daggers and the saber staff. But just because you are an instructor or technico of long saber wouldn't qualify you to teach with the other weapons. They're all a separate pathway. Now, something that we've only just got for the first time in the UK is we now have athletes who are of the rank of Cavaliere. So this is the rank above academical.
Oh, I did just see that on a post that was put out.
Yes.
I believe, is it 4 or 5?
3. So you have to have closed forms 3, 4 and 5 with a weapon of your choice, and you have to complete the Cavaliere exam, which is where you have to be able to demonstrate that you can use all 3 of these forms in isolation and blending them together.
Of course.
So it's, again, much like the academical exam, it's a combat-based exam. It's about your technical ability with the forms that you've been learning. So Cavaliere then gives you the opportunity to move on to the most advanced forms that we have inside the sport, which are Form 6 and Form 7. Form 6 is going to be delivered at the CIS, which is the Instructors Summer Camp that happens in Italy for the first time this year.
Form 6 is entirely new this year, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's the first time it's going to be taught outside of the development group in Milan. And Form 6 is about being able to really just bring everything else together in a way that we're very excited to get to see. I'm looking forward to getting to see it from a distance without having to worry about learning it.
I know, I hear that. That's why we've got the cameras. Nice and safe behind the cameras, that was fine.
Wow, it depends. If we see another blade go.
Oh, true. Anyone who missed it earlier on arena number 3,
yep, there was
Dan
a
Salmons,
blade breakage.
went flying.
I think
It was a good 20 foot.
Oh yes, it hit the net behind everybody. Yeah. So I believe that was the fight between Dan Salmons and Sam Grafton.
Fantastic. So that was a 3-0.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
Mitch
use
doing really well here.
So how long has Mitch been in then?
So I first met Mitch when I came back to the sport in 2021, and he was still an Amizio at that point. So I think he's been in the sport 3 or 4 years now.
I see. So I was going to say you stepped away at a break. I assume that's was that over COVID or?
That was over COVID, and I used to be part of LudoSport London, so I used to train in Farnborough, and that academy closed down due to a few, we'll say, managerial issues. But I've been able to come back and set up my own academy in Hampshire, which hopefully going great guns.
Should be.
We're growing. We're looking forward to having some representation at the UK arena next month.
So,
just in case anyone was watching this and was wondering, how would someone go about joining the academy?
Okay, so best thing to do is to have a look on the LudoSport Britannia Facebook page, pretty much regardless of where you are, because we have quite a lot of collaboration and crosstalk between everything, between the other academies inside the UK. But really, just get in touch with any of the LudoSport academies in the UK. So either Hampshire covering Hampshire, Britannia covering a lot of the rest of England, Hereford or Gloucestershire, and we can point you in the right direction.
So we've just had a yellow card shown there again. I think that was for not removing the blade.
Yes, so this again was a correction. So because Reese wasn't able to move his blade away from the position that would have enabled his opponent to advance appropriately, the card is awarding a point to his opponent because that's what should have happened if everything had played out as it should.
So essentially, the point would have been struck if he had done the correct.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. That makes sense. I must admit, that's one thing in a lot of sports that I'm not a big fan of. Is sometimes when a foul happens, and it's a foul that stopped a goal or stopped a try.
Exactly. Yeah.
You don't automatically get the try.
No. Whereas here, we like to try and fix this as much as we can.
Of course. Now, is this Danny and Matt?
This is Reese and Luke.
I've made a mistake somewhere. So, I see. I've skipped a couple. So yeah. So please,
because we had Reese in the previous one as well.
So good. Please do ignore my my score.
I think we're going to see a doppel here because of gravity.
Guys, I'm giving you this to both of you because I didn't hear anything.
Yeah. So white card given there to both athletes because something happened and no one declared anything at all.
So of course in LudoSports, if you're struck a non-lethal blow, which is below the elbow, below the
elbow, below the knee,
you have
and
to
on
declare
the hilt.
E. You have to declare E very loudly so everyone knows it happened. And if you're struck on a lethal point, torso, head, you have to declare O. Very loud so the refs can hear.
Yes.
And your opponent can also hear.
It's good fun practicing all of this in class, and we just basically say, just shout!
Get a bit of that diaphragm work going.
Yep. Manon getting her cardio in, moving around these two. There's a lot of these little micro decisions going on between these two, just trying to find those little gaps, trying to find the opportunities, and Reese just taking the initiative there as a blade movement leaves him with an opening. So Reese very dynamic in the way that he moves. Really, usually a real joy to watch. He's being a little bit reserved now, so maybe these white cards have had him a little bit flustered.
I think especially if you're picking up cards and you're still considering about your style point, you're going to want to be a bit more sure that what you're doing is correct.
A white card by itself isn't going to impact the style, but if it
gets people looking at you.
It gets people watching you, for sure.
Ooh,
now,
I think,
well,
is that going to be a doppel?
It's going to be a doppel. Doppel because of an E by gravity. So when the point was scored against Luke, because his saber was over the top of Reese's head or shoulders and he wasn't able to move off the line, the blade would have fallen and it would have taken him as well.
Essentially, if we're talking in real life terms, if you killed an opponent who was lifting something above your head, that's still going to fall on
Exactly that. Now we have Danny versus DDM. This could be very interesting. DDM really loves his Form 2, and Danny's Form 3 and Form 4 elements are going to come into play here. Form 3, usually this very strong two-handed grip on the saber, which means that we're able to essentially bully the blade in Form 2 a little bit more. The opposite side of this, though, is that because it's a single-handed grip for Form 2, it means that we're able to push and pull it around without as many things in the way. So actually we can start to see some really interesting exchanges between everything here. So as he walks away there, DDM just confirming he received the art first. It was clear, but it's still a nice habit. Stanley really playing with his distance there, taking the E and closing with the O.
The moment he got that first E, he was going straight for that there.
Absolutely.
So we kill him play.
Will versus George. Two very, very different styles of fighting here.
That'd be interesting.
Yes, I know who my...
Oh, who's your money on? Let's be controversial.
It's going to be Will, because I love watching Will fight.
When that turns,
and I know that he's very strategic and he's very precise. So they're just taking that E.
Beautiful footwork there from both of them.
Really, really nice.
Long lunges getting in and out of that range of each other.
So I think Doppio here, maybe someone will be able to say which way this is going.
From the replay on my point, that was simultaneous.
Yeah, so George is saying that he thinks he received it against him. His went in first there, so...
The players know better themselves.
Yeah. George there starting the form 4 porta. Will very much embracing this form 2 and form 4 body movement. So he's going on balance and off balance and on balance and off balance. And he's flowing the way all through this.
Beautiful. I'm mesmerised by his stride. How far he's got his legs.
It's amazing. He moves really nicely.
Lovely little jump. So is there a name for just the little hanging sort of like hop that a lot of players do?
So the strides where both feet are leaving the ground?
Yeah, just a vertical hop to have like a bit of a hanging...
Not that I'm aware of. I'm not a Form 4 athlete though, and this is where we start to see a little bit more of this...
Interesting.
Yes, curious to know what Ari's doing here, but...
There's already been a player, I believe from your school, who has had a warning for running across.
Don't. Yes, one of my athletes who's come here to help from Hampshire was on his way back from a comfort break and he accidentally walked into an arena.
It's easily done.
It is, but it shouldn't be.
Especially when you've got blades swinging about, you want to make sure that.
So he will be reprimanded in due course. He owes me lots of push-ups.
Oh no. Well, there's another thing. So I think this is a break as we're changing over judges at the moment.
Yes.
Yes. But there's another thing. So sort of like looking at the fitness getting into LudoSport. So I mean, it's a sport that, with every sport that I like to sort of like film, I like to say that they're open sports for every level of fitness. And I think
Very
with
much so.
LudoSports, that's one of those things. But do you have, once people are getting ready for tournaments and whatnot, do you have a bit of a fitness regime that you try and get people sort of like working towards?
A little bit. It's a very individual thing. So most of the time, when I'm on my way up to a tournament, depending on the scale of it, if it's just a fun tournament, I might take things a little bit less seriously. But on my way up to my academy tournament, on the way up to UK Arena, I'm definitely going to be training more. I'm going to be working with my students a bit more to help my precision as much as helping them develop. I'm going to be mostly just playing around with variety and trying to get my lung capacity up, make sure that I can maintain a consistent heart rate rather than just getting out of breath or wearing myself to a frazzle really quickly.
That's very important, especially as we mentioned it very early on, but this is almost like doing little sprint outs. Really,
exactly,
isn't
yeah,
it?
exactly. It's lots of short sprints.
It's fantastic. But no, so in terms of academy and whatnot, there's no general sort of...
No, I mean, different academies have slightly different specialisms and different mentalities. So for quite a long time, Bristol have been considered to be a very athletic school inside the Britannia Academy, and I think they've been quite privileged to be in a position where they've had lots of very high-performing athletes that are able to help with coaching one another and getting the most out of it. We're starting to see a bit more of an increase here with this happening in Birmingham as well, but everyone's got a slightly different approach.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Bart.
Had a mic return.
I mean, for what I tell my students is to basically just do as much combat as they can on the way up to any of it, so that they can start to build this up, and on top of it, just learn how to warm up, learn how to cool down, nurse any injuries that you might have. I know, in particular for me, I need to make sure that the muscles around my hips and my knees are in a good state, and that my wrists are moving as they should. That's because these are problem areas for me.
Of course. Well, I've always had the opinion, when you're doing sports, especially for hobby and whatnot, it's about having just enough fitness to do what you want to do.
Exactly, yeah. Okay, here we've got Danny versus Mitch. Both of them adopting a little bit of a form 3 position at the beginning there. Very, very nice movement from Mitchell there. Excellent use of a form 3 circolare, which is hopefully he's been able to pull this off to an appropriate standard for that to really help his style score. Oh, bless you.
Sorry about that. I didn't know where I was going with that.
You saw.
Do you feel you are hitting in E before or after?
Again, on the replay, too close to call.
So Luke just chiming in there. Despite being a style judge, he still does have the opportunity to guide and advise if he's been able to have a different perspective on something. It's quite uncommon, but it does happen.
Well, I think it's one of those great things about having, quite a few officials around the arena who all actually practice themselves.
Very much so. I mean, some of the officials that we have here today are very experienced athletes and instructors in their own right. So Manon is a Form 4 Technico, so she's able to train Form 4 instructors.
I've seen her fight as well. And
it's beautiful.
It gives you a lot of confidence that she knows what she's doing when she's...
Very much so. She and Luke have just completed a Form 4 instructors course out in France, I believe. Oh, we've seen... Oh, we've lost another blade.
Ooh. It's
over
never
on one of the
this
other
one.
arena. Nope.
Yeah. We need to get some of the
action.
The effective blades on our arena, I think.
Next we have Will and DDM over here at the moment. DDM still going with his preferred Form 2. Will really nicely mixing up his Form 2, Form 3, Form 4. I know that Will has some elements of Form 5 as well, but I'm not seeing too much evidence of this at the moment.
So just trying to get a shot so we're not just looking into the back of...
Yeah, it's a tricky one.
Yes.
Not quite sure how that would have landed. Manon signalling that Matt will concede that point, making it 3-0 to Will.
3-0. I somehow missed a point there. I do apologise. So now in the schedule it says that there's the change of judges.
Yes, so now we should have a change of style judge. I think what was happening before is Luke was required in his role as event manager today, and he just had to step away to deal with something.
And Luke being the style judge.
Yes.
Yes, that's important. As
so I think he just had to fetch something for someone, but I'm not sure what it was. It's over on the other side of the hall. So
it might be that blade that went.
Oh, okay. Seems like someone took a little bit of a hard hit. And just need a little bit of
first aid.
A little bit of attention.
Of course. Well,
all the action over that side.
Does seem like the perfect break to have a little bit of an advert break.
Yes.
So here, adverts. Yes. If you have an ad blocker, you can still hear us. I would say please take the ad blocker off. But no. This is all done free because it's just important to get the sport out there. It's an amazing community, I must admit. It's very odd for me to find such a large group of people and not dislike any of them.
Yes.
And I think that's one of the amazing things about Ludo, is I think they've all been very down to earth. It's all the agreement.
It's a great community-driven sport, and I mean the only way that we maintain that sense of community, camaraderie, and everything else is because we look after each other, we train with each other. There has to be that high standard.
Definitely. Well, it's the care that I've seen for like
Definitely.
between the athletes. You know, the person that you're against. Like, yeah, you want to win, you want to get the point and all that, but it is very much secondary to their safety.
Yes.
And I think everyone's got that as a mindset, which is fantastic to see.
So we have our 3 founding principles in the sport. We have service, we have care, we have respect. Care just being about looking after each other, looking after the equipment, looking after the space that we're using. Respect being about not underestimating anyone and understanding that everyone's going to have something different to bring to the sport.
I like looking after the equipment as being one of the. I used to be an equipment officer for quad ball in sort of like the club. And the amount of people who, they do not care about the equipment.
No, and I mean, yeah, we're using sabers that have to be able to survive a relative amount of punishment, but they still need to be looked after.
It's a polycarbonate blade, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's a polycarbonate composite. And then most of the hilts are made from aluminium. Occasionally we start to see some other exotic materials coming in, but most of the time they're aluminium.
Ooh. I'm curious now, what exotic materials have we...
So some people have made their own hilts. So it is possible inside the sport, although we do try as much as possible to partner with our weapons partner, Lama de Luce, who provide, I believe, all but one or two of the hilts that are being used today. But we do have one athlete participating, Paul Dunsford, previous UK champion, who made his own from machined aluminium and a epoxy enriched bamboo.
Oh wow!
Which was, yes, it's a very, very pretty hilt.
We're going to have to see if we can get
we'll try and grab some pictures later.
No, so I know. I sometimes obsess over equipment and things like that, especially when it's an interesting sport. Stuff like this. And I know even before, years ago, I did a taster session for LudoSport. That was my only experience actually with a saber, and instantly I tried to make my own one.
Yep.
And unfortunately, my skills with metalwork not quite on par with what you'd need for a combat safe saber. So
it is quite easy to get a little bit obsessive with all the equipment bits and pieces. Some people are quite happy just to use whatever. Others like to have things in particular colours or particular styles. We do, with all of the Lama de Luce Polaris hilts, they are a modular design, so they have an emitter, they have a body, they have a pommel, and there's ways to modify the length of these by using standard sized or standard height rings, which means that you can tailor it a little bit. There are different parts available as well, so different shaped elements, so you can tailor the weapon to how you want it to be. So you might just be able to see here from these two very, very different weapon styles. Danny using the Nordic Sabers emitter, so that it's got a little bit of an extended position beyond like the pistol grip on his hilt.
Close up of that.
And then Reese using a combination of parts from Lama de Luce, some older parts actually, from a limited edition run that was from 2018, and then the blue Atlas Sabers Mark II emitter, I believe. I'm a massive nerd about all of the equipment.
I'm not going to lie, that was very impressive and interesting to me.
Yeah, I'm 40, stepping out of the arena.
That's unfortunately not how you want
it goes. No, I'm very much into the design of all of these things, so I like learning about it more, and I like helping people work out what works for them.
I fully agree. So I think that's something that people forget as well when you look at sports. You don't have to be competing to be involved in a lot of things.
No, definitely not.
Like, I mean, for example, like for me, I've never competed in LudoSport, and yet I'm very happy to say that I've got
events
I've got to know quite a lot of people. I'm learning a lot about the sport, though I'm unfortunately not that good at retaining the knowledge. I relearn it each time, and you get
That's half the fun.
Oh, it is. But I mean, there's so many supporting roles around sports that I think people forget are just as
engrossed and entertaining to do.
Very much so. I mean, we've got such a range of roles which are happening here today. So we've got the athletes themselves, we've got the officials, we've got the style judges, we've got scorekeepers, we've had timekeepers, we have people that are helping enter the information into our score sheets.
And of course, it wouldn't run without all the volunteers.
No, definitely not. It's why it's so important. I mean, that's why I was so keen to come here today. I'm not part of LudoSport Britannia, but I wanted to come and be involved. And I brought some of my students who are now helping with the scorekeeping, timekeeping, and so on, and walking into the arena like an idiot. I have to say, as much as we're talking over it, I'm really enjoying watching this fight.
It is a fantastic fight.
Really, really nice coverage position there coming from Danny. Well, some control of the space until Danny had his 40. But
well,
yes.
Control of the space from Reese, maybe.
Yes. No, that was a really enjoyable fight. Oh, Will versus Mitch. Two very good friends of mine. Mitch has been on a little bit of a roll with this one. Let's see if he can keep his composure against the current UK style champion.
Oh, he is. He's ready for it. He is ready. The intense eyes just before the start. The speed of the blows and the attacks there.
Very much so. It's very impressive to see.
And of course, you know, from the judge's point of view, the ref's point of view there, being able to actually watch and see what happened accurately is so difficult when you're moving that fast.
Very much so. I mean, so on one of the other arenas, we have Eleanor, who's my partner. She is one of the most experienced officials in the world, so she's the only O3 outside of Italy. Well, she was the first O3 outside of Italy, which means that she is qualified to officiate the Champions Arena, so the highest level of combat we expect to see inside the sport.
And that's going to be later in Birmingham.
That's going to be in Manchester in November.
In Manchester, sorry.
In November. But she's always talking about how important the observation needs to be inside the officials, because if they get it wrong, someone's not getting from the sport or from the event what they deserve.
Of course.
And Mitch just finding these gaps. So I believe that will come down 2-1 to Will. But that was really, really interesting fight in places. Some really nice exchanges.
It's
George Rose and DDM, both from Birmingham.
It's while you're sat at the side and watching them, it really is. You can feel the intent with every strike, which is what I always find really interesting.
Definitely. Particularly with the more experienced athletes. I think it's something we do see a little bit more from those who are newer to the sport, like we saw maybe in the first pool that we were watching today. There is a little bit less of that intent. They're a little bit more hesitant. They're sort of not necessarily pulling their hits, but they're not really committing to it in the same way. Now, that might be because they haven't built up the control to be doing it as quickly.
I think you can also have potentially fear of the blade, isn't it?
There is, yes.
What respect of the blade?
Yeah, completely.
If you're not that confident to move in that space.
Okay, so 1-0 to George there because of an all by gravity. And DDM just getting stuck in there with his Form 2 positions. Finding that contact against the hilt and just essentially bullying it out of the way.
From the small amount that I've seen him play, it does seem that quite often DD will lose the first point and then come back straight on the attack.
Yeah, quite often he'll use that first point as an opportunity to kind of just see how that person's going to react to what he's doing.
Test them out a little bit.
It's a bit of a dangerous game though, because going into these fights almost with an idea of the first one being to test the waters, you're putting 1/3 of your potential points at risk. So it can be a bit tricky. Oh, now Reese and Will, again, two of my favourite people inside the sport. Both of them very, very precise most of the time. Obviously, we all have off days. But they play very, very different games.
Very fast. I don't know if you can hear it on the mic, but the windbreak is there swinging towards each other. Lovely work.
Bit of confusion there about which one's which, on which side.
Need to remember which names were which. So Reese is on the left.
Yep, Reese is in the
Will
brown,
on the
Will in the
white.
red. Not entirely sure what's happening. I think we had a situation where it could be doppio, there might be contact before. Doppio.
Doppio.
Yeah.
So again, a doppio for anyone who's not in the sport is basically a tie.
Yes, it's both mortal points have been scored at the same time, so no one gets a point, and that point is now expended. Restarting to bring a little bit more from what he's been looking at in Course Y recently, so these reverso filo movements from Form 4. So reverso filo being when we're holding the hilt with the blade coming out the bottom of the hand rather than coming out from the top, which enables you to almost adopt this kind of boxing posture so that you can block and strike in a slightly different way.
So in terms of that, so I'm coming at this from a bit of a different perspective. As I say, I am not a practitioner of Ludo, but a reverse grip in something like HEMA is something that's very much you're dissuaded from doing. And part of that, I think, is because in things like HEMA and whatnot, or like historical martial arts, it's very much
very nice from Will there, just taking that point. Sorry.
No, of course, it's very much a case of you can't really get a lot of leverage with a. But of course, with this, you just need a slight tap.
Yeah, so with this, because we're not trying to cut through anything. We're not trying to go through armor and flesh and bone and all of this. Contact is enough. With the reverse grip, it does enable us to do something inside Form 4 in particular, which is all about being off balance and regaining balance. It lets us do something quite unique compared to the other positions that we have inside that particular form. I've practiced a little bit of this. I find it quite interesting, but I'm still struggling to find a way to incorporate it into more of my combat.
Is there no issue with, because essentially by turning the blade back on itself, you're shortening it quite dramatically.
You are. So you need to be very aware of your distance and your measure with it, because your measure is reduced because you're not able to reach as far, and your distance is going to be very different. The distance here that we refer to most of the time, we have different distances we refer to. It's blade to blade, body to blade between you and your opponent, and then body to blade of your opponent's blade to you. Now, that distance, when you're using reverso filo, so the reverse grip, is going to be very different. Most of the time, though, this reverso filo is used in almost this kind of like you're trying to punch through the blade almost. You're just going to be using it in a very different way. Very nice interrupt there from Mitch.
So I think I've got the score wrong.
So we have 1 to Mitch and 0 to George at the moment. Ooh, I missed this.
So a nice little roll. So I got told off for calling a rotation a spin earlier.
Yep.
Am I correct in calling that a roll?
It would be a roll.
Cool.
So we have rolls and we have dives. So a dive is when you're basically going through the air first, whereas a roll is where you lower yourself to the ground and continue a movement. There are other types within that, but that's a very broad take on it. Very nice use of a Form 3 Classica there from Mitch in order to close that point. Very, very nice. So a Classica is this almost stirring motion with the blade in order to interrupt a strike which is coming towards the head. Yeah, it's a favourite of lots of people that are practitioners of Form 3.
I think that's one thing that, especially when you're not from the sport itself, or if you don't have a background in any form of sort of like sword play or anything like that, you don't quite notice all the intricacies of the small movements that make essentially makes a different move. That was a really bad way of saying that. It was just because
I completely
I got so engrossed in there.
It was amazing there.
Almost nose to nose how intimate that was.
Part of that was because Danny was using the reverso filo. It's because he has to get closer, because he knows that he has to strike out the back of his hand, or he needs to change his hand. Really, really nice use of rotation there.
what I really loved about
I
that.
can see Bouts almost smiling, so I'm confident that there's maybe something gone onto that score sheet for him as a style judgment.
Possibly. I mean, a very nice thing there was, from my point of view, was the double tap that he did at the end there. It was just making sure.
Yeah. Tom missing out on some of these just because he's falling short. He's just missing the vector a little bit.
But again, you can tell the control there of both of them, just in the sense of the amount of times that they were going for a strike. Their opponent is able to get the blade in the way,
definitely.
and that strike that was coming in, though, like the power that they're doing it with.
Hello.
Being able to actually stop before making contact, redirect, and continue.
Definitely.
Which is fine. So
one thing that I'm able to do now, this might be interesting for you.
Oh yeah.
Looking at that fight, we can see that there's the style scores. So not only do we have the score, but we've also got a code, and we can use our calculator to decode this. So on that last fight, we had. So was that Danny and it's just there.
There you go.
As much as I am enjoying this fight here, I never like watching Will die.
It's right. I watch Will. And
So what we have is on the previous one, Tom got a score of 6.3 with a code of N4. So this means he was awarded 1 point in base, which is fundamental. 1 point in movement, which is essentially is he moving appropriately for the techniques that are being used. 1 point in dynamic, so is he able to alter the pace at which he's doing things, and then 1 in GCC. So GCC is kind of, it's this general competitive spirit. So was there an element of playing, pushing, pulling, getting involved? And then what we can see is that Danny got a score of 6.5 with a code of N5, which was all the same except he got a 2nd point in base.
I've just got to say that Will's control there, single-handedly, it was very much a offensive movement as he moved there.
So this was
very slight movements, doing a lot of control.
Yeah. So lots of his form 2, Will very much favouring form 2 and form 4 in a lot of his fighting. As much as he does a fair amount of form 3, particularly when he's fighting me. But but it's really nice to see his form 2 and form 4 working well for him today.
Fantastic.
Danny now starting to introduce a little bit more of these form 3 and form 5 cutting lines, essentially trying to influence the way that Luke's able to move around that space, or not, as the case may be.
I'm very slowly learning some of the ref hand signals. They're at the exact angle where neither camera can get a good view of him. So it's going to be 1 all, I believe.
Yep, una pari, 1 each.
It's a great way to start learning Italian.
Oh, it's great. We have so many people that start the sport and then want to start learning other languages.
But again, that's one of the really nice things I find about sports like this, the size of the community and everything like that. It's a great opportunity for travelling as well.
Very
you
much
meet a lot of people who have travelled from various areas because you're all meeting up to do the same tournaments.
Definitely. I mean, we've got representation here. All of our athletes are UK based today.
Well, it's it's the Britannia.
Yeah, exactly. But they're not all English.
No, of course.
So we have Javi, for instance, who's Spanish. I'm sure we have a couple of others here today who are not English. But in the team that we've got supporting the event, we've got Manon and Bart from France. We have Javi and Ariana from Spain. We have Adam, who's come from Ireland, who's doing some of the scorekeeping and a few other bits. And we've got Henrik, who's officiating, who's come from Sweden. So really nice, diverse group helping today. I will say, a lot of the people that we're seeing here today that have come to support the event, they're the ones we see at every event. They like to get involved because they're good at what they do. We know that we can trust these people to come and get involved and the quality be good. Not wishing to cast aspersions on
anyone
who hasn't been coming along.
But you know who you are.
Yeah, well, your words, not mine. But we have representation from 3 of the different UK academies today. So we've got obviously Britannia, we've got myself and some of my students coming from Hampshire, and then we've got James Martin, who's rector of LudoSport Gloucestershire, who's officiating.
James Martin.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, entirely random one. Rising star in the quad ball leagues is a man called James Martin.
I suspect a different guy.
I suspect, possibly. Our James Martin is 18, I think.
Yes, no, ours is a bit older than that. DDM and Mitch.
The rounds move so fast, and as a dyslexic guy trying to get these names across and figure out what's going on.
We're doing very well to keep up with this.
Oh, we're trying.
It's nice to see some exotic weapons being used on the other arena. So Skippy, as I've already said before, Stephen Clancy, known universally in the sport as Skippy. He's using daggers, his preferred weapon.
So would you just quickly explain the differences? But we've done it before earlier, but for anyone who's joined new or anything like that, would you explain the three different weapons? Of course.
So we've got our sort of classic lightsaber, which we refer to as our long saber. Then we have our dual short daggers, just known as dual sabers or short saber. So these have the shortest blade length, long saber has the longest blade length, and then in between that we'd have the double-ended saber staff, so very much the sort of Darth Maul side of it, as much as I need to not talk about Star Wars for intellectual property reasons.
Well, we're here only filming him, streaming an event.
This is true.
We are entirely separate from
from
Ludo
and all of this. Yes.
We're entirely separate from LucasArts, and also we're entirely separate from Ludo as an entity. We're just here filming some people doing a thing. That has no...
I have to be more careful.
You do, yeah. But no, of course.
Mitch is really doing his absolute best today. This is the best I've seen him fighting.
You can see in his face that he's come here.
He has this intensity a lot.
Hide.
Yeah, so Mitch just wanted to clarify there that he felt at our contacts just to help the referees. Now I think we ended with uno pari pareggio, so 1 point each and 1 point each.
Oh
no! No, I missed.
Two,
no, you're correct. It was two to Mitch, one to DDM. We have Tom versus George.
I need to somehow figure out a better score, table thing that I'm doing at some point. Make it easier. It's either that or I need to get an assistant.
Well, maybe. Okay, so 2 more from LudoSport Birmingham. George in yellow, and Tom in the brown Iniziato tunic.
So is this a call for?
This is a yellow card.
So he made the declaration but didn't move the blade.
Yeah, essentially he wasn't able. He didn't move the blade enough to allow the appropriate advance of his opponent. So this is just being corrected. Yeah, I can see a couple of signals going between the officials as well. So we'll talk about that in just a minute. Okay, so the O strike was interrupted by an E, but wasn't able to be cancelled in time. This was then called a nullo because there was a natural break in what was going on. So, nullo, no point, points back again. Okay, George just able to take the initiative there to claim that point.
Totally. Sorry, I picked the wrong angle of the camera there. But you get the point. He made a hit towards the torso and got it. Oh, I forgot to get the points on.
So
I believe that's 1-1.
Uno pari.
Uno pari. It's a beautiful language.
It is one of the Romance languages, yes.
It's the best way I've ever heard of being told that you've been hit by a big stick.
Yeah, Manon providing service there, just helping keep the score. So through this, there was a little bit of signalling between the two of them for something to keep an eye on with the way that the blades were being moved in declarations and so on. Just something to pay attention to. The athletes are likely to get a bit of a, not necessarily a talking to, but a little bit of a reminder about the appropriate way to move the blade in a declaration. Greece versus DDM. I think this could be quite explosive between the two of these. Both of them favouring their form 2. So with form 2, we have this idea of wanting to win the centre. If my blade is able to be between you, between your blade and your body, then I have an advantage. I have the centre. Very rare return there for DDM for form 1, but very quickly back to form 2. And now Reese trying to utilise that reverse filon, that reverse grip again.
It's beautifully quick how they change in and out of the reverse grip.
Yes, yeah. It's a difficult thing to manage.
I imagine as well if you mistime it and are changing your grip while a strike comes in, you're...
It's very, very easy for you to just lose your saber.
So I believe, is this the last...
I think this is the last fight of our
fight
pool.
of this pool? And this is going to be
Luke
against
Dole
Luke.
and Will Vaughan.
So, yeah.
Saluto. Guardia. Via.
He's so precise.
Yeah, very much so. It's because of the forms that he's utilising. He really needs that precision to be able to make all of this work. But it also comes down to the experience inside the sport. Now, Will's been in the sport a similar length of time to me, so sort of around this 8, 9, 10 year mark. He's one of the... he's quite an experienced instructor inside the UK. He's a very experienced athlete. Spent a very long time learning Form 1 and Form 2 just because of the way that the sport was going at the time that he was learning. So he's really been able to hone his own kind of style based on this. And he's very actively engaged in his own development because he really does get the opportunity, or he takes the opportunity to do more courses. It's always wonderful to see him smiling as well. He's really playing around with these changes of height, which I hadn't seen from him that much before. Playing with balance and playing with change, it's really, really nice to see.
I think it's nice in the terms of in sportsmanship, you can see how much they're enjoying playing against a challenging opponent.
No, really enjoyed
even
that
though
fight.
it was a 3-0, that was still both of them at any point. That was their bout.
It was an exchange. I think this is the big thing. It's an exchange.
Here, and I was afraid of doing that. I feel
So Will there getting a 6.4 in style, so I can check what that breaks down to. Yeah, so 1 in base, 1 in movement, 1 in dynamic, 1 in GCC, and 1 in SOG. SOG, S-O-G. SOG is basically whether or not the style judge really enjoyed watching you fight.
Oh right, so if it was a fun fight to see.
Exactly, yeah. If it's something that they... The way that I've described it before may not be exactly by the textbook of how to do all of this. SOG is there for if you would show it to other people going, look at what this person did. It's just, here is a good example of Ludo.
So SOG is the highlights reel.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Building of these.
Yeah, it's the one, so all of these different categories that we have inside the style score, and I mean, I can show here very, very quickly. So we have all of these different things that may not show up too well.
A bit closer if you can.
So we have base, movement, dynamic, complexity, SAPD, so that's sync, harmonica, and a couple others I can't remember the symbols for now. GCC, diff, SOG, and penalty.
I see.
So base is about can you demonstrate a variety of techniques inside the forms that you're demonstrating. So rather than just going, I know one attack and that's what I'm going to do, being able to show that you can move between offense, defense, and using these different techniques. Movement, quite self-explanatory. Are you moving in an appropriate fashion for the form that you're using? Dynamic is this ability to play with the timing, play with the flow of everything a little bit more. Com is this complexity, so can you utilise the complex manoeuvres inside each of these forms? SAPD, so sync, harmonica, these are sort of the most complex elements to the point where they have their own category. GCC is, are you putting up a good fight, basically?
Right.
Then you have diff. So if you have a really drastic difference in the ability level between athletes, say for instance we have Seb, who has been doing the sport for 10 years.
Oh, I see.
Yep. And is using forms 3, 4 and 5 with a staff against someone who's been doing the sport for 2 months. It is likely at that point that the style judge is going to award diff, because Seb knows everything that that person is going to be capable of doing because
they've done it.
Because they've done it.
Yeah.
So often.
So it's like an equalizer
Exactly.
bonus.
Yeah, exactly. It's a multiplier to help kind of just level the playing field a little bit. And then we have, what do we have after diff? Then we have Sodge, which is whether or not the style judge really enjoyed it. Now this isn't just, yeah, it was okay, I'll give it Sodge. This is a very clear, that was something that I would show as a good example of combat inside LudoSport. And then we have penalties, so these are the style penalties.
So
It's always nice to see a Z1 inside any of our style codes, because that is Sodge. Z1 is always Sodge.
Z1 is you've done good there.
Yeah, exactly. But interestingly, Bart is being quite generous with this this Z1 today. He seems to have liked quite a lot of what's going on. But it's certain
quite
people.
A few, is it? Well, I mean,
It's
like,
certain
like Will Vaughan is
Tom Grudgings,
Matt, Matt
DDM.
Duncan, DDM. I mean,
Mitch,
they get Reese has got a nice one.
Yeah, no, he's been quite generous with this. But then if we look at the bit that Luke was style judging, so we start to see them here.
I'll show on the screen so people can see what we're looking at here. So the style points are in the
red, in the middle column.
In the red middle column and whatnot here.
Yep, and then we've got the codes next to that. I won't go through and decode all of them. Some of them I can kind of remember off the top of my head. So, and N4Z1, so that's 1 in base, 1 in move, 1 in dynamic, and 1 in Sodge. And then N5 is 2 in base, 1 in movement, 1 in dynamic, and 1 in Sodge. Again, I don't like that I know this, but it's quite helpful. We're always able to decode these. But if we look up a little bit in this table, we can see that this is the element that Luke was style judging. Now we start to see that Z1 coming in a bit less. Luke's a bit harder to impress. It's basically what this is. But this is also why we change it.
There's a letter Y there in the fourth column. That's
a yellow card.
That's a yellow card.
So we would have Y for yellow, and usually there's a reason which is given there, but it might just be that whoever was recording it wasn't able to hear why it had been given. Likewise, we'd see W for white.
That was face. What you got towards the face?
So that was between Reese and Will. So I don't think that one was. I think that was one. It was a correction because Will wasn't able to remove his blade from the centre of combat.
Right. Was that so early in the first?
I think so. I think it was quite early on.
I must admit, it's one.
Oh no, that was towards the end of the first half. I think we still got quite a few above that.
Yeah.
So. No. So here now we start to see some more of these Sodge scores coming in from Luke as well.
So he was nice.
He was.
Oh, a couple of warnings here for misdeclarations.
Yeah, misdeclarations. And what we can see here is these two, Luke and Reese here. This fight didn't go particularly well stylistically for them because they were both trying things, but neither of them were really that prepared to play each other's game, and that meant that they didn't get any style points. They're still on 5.5, which is their starting point. A0 means nothing happened. It's a bit of a shame. It's quite uncommon.
It's a shame.
It is quite uncommon.
Well, there's quite. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong point for zeros. I was looking at people's. I was looking at the
scores.
The hits, the scores.
There's a few more zeros.
Yeah, you get zeros in those. Oh no! Well, fantastic. Well, we're going to be back soon. Do we know?
So we
which,
still got.
How do we find which rounds are going to be on this?
So if we can hide. So we're off it for the moment.
I've hidden that for now.
So what we want to do is
sorry,
touchy?
No, it's that one.
No, that's fine. So what we can do is we can go through into this one, which is called Final Phase.
There you go.
And these will have already been calculated to an extent. So these are based on the pool's ranking. But what we can see is some of these things are already changing. And that's because there are already some corrections going on here. And when I say corrections, what I mean
is Am I able to show this?
We won't at the minute, only because this is still dynamic.
Cool.
So what happens is we end up with the war ranking and the style ranking. We end up with situations where someone has exactly the same number of points scored, and then it will come down to who had the better style as to who gets 10th position over 11th, for instance.
Of course.
So it's what's referred to as an exaccio. It's a tied score at that point, and then there needs to be a decision based on who's going to go there. So there does need to be through the day a little bit of analysis.
So I think there's going to be a bit of a break now as they do that analysis and thinking. But this is, so we've just had the pool play now, so that's all 3 arenas have finished the pool play.
All 3 arenas have had both sets of pools now.
So we'll be entering the knockout.
We will.
Very shortly. So the knockout, I believe, at that point there's still a 90-second. I think it's
still 90 seconds. And I think now it's a case of first 2-3 rather than best of.
First to 3.
We can double check and we'll clarify that when we start.
I think in the last tournament I did it, as you say, it was first 2-3. So we'll be back shortly with that. Once I can find a demonstration of who's going to be in this arena, we'll get that information on the screen for you.
Yep.
But until then, I'm going to take this window off there. There we go. Hopefully that works. We'll put that back up, and we will be back with you shortly, probably about 10 minutes, I think.
Yeah, 10-15 minutes, usually around about then. We'll see you then.
We'll see you then, and surprise advert. Brilliant.
It's still a thin bit of metal that is hitting you and putting a lot of pressure on one point. This is a rounded polycarbonate plastic tubing that does have a bit of flex to it. It has got a lot of surface area, so when it hits you, you might get a little bit of a sting. But I can show you something else that has the potential to be hurt. Being tackled or being hit by a dodgeball. Lots of sports have lots of elements that are going to give you a little bit of discomfort until you get used to them. And you do get used to them. The way I like to look at LudoSport is it's a bit more like Tai Chi as opposed to boxing. You're graded more on your technique and your ability to keep in control of your blade, and also demonstrate the different styles of the different techniques that the sport teaches. Within competition, you'll actually be penalised for reckless play. You've got to remember, this is an activity people do for a bit of fun. If you enter that space with the intent to injure someone, you're a bit of a dick and you shouldn't be playing sports. Everyone has a duty of care towards their opponent. So really, the sport itself is designed to try and keep its players safe. At the end of the day, the protection that players wear is proportionate to the risks of the sport. If you look at fencing, their fencing mask is perfectly suited for defending them against a tournament épée. However, if you put them against a sharpened halber, that's going to go straight through it. The only thing that you can actually prepare for in sports with protection is what you're likely to face within the rule sets. Otherwise, we would all be wearing full plate metal when we go out and play football. Of course, the best defense is not being hit in the first place, and the best way to not be hit in the first place is to get out there and train. So if you want to learn more about LudoSport, go and visit ludosport.org. If you want to find some more fringe and unique sports, find gender diverse activities that you can get out, meet people, get fit, then follow Shots On. And remember to pack your cup.
What the hell did we just watch? It's LudoSport, a fantastic and fun lightsaber-inspired sport. There are 2 types of hits. There's an E and an R. An E is a non-lethal hit, which is above the elbow or below the knee. If you're hit there, then you have to remove your guard for a moment, giving your opponent a chance to strike you. There is also the R, which is the lethal strike, which will score you a point. This is above the elbow towards the torso or above the knees. If you want to find more sports like this, follow Shots On.
We're at UK Arena today. We're about to go into the elimination process for UK Arena 2024. My match is up first. We'll see how we do. I'm a bit nervous, but I'll try stuff. That's the main thing. I've been doing LudoSport nearly 10 years. My favourite style is Form 4. I'm working towards becoming a technico of the form, which means then I can teach instructors. I used to do judo. I was in the under 15s England squad at some point. My doctor said that I needed to do more sports, so I tried rock climbing, but it wasn't really for what I wanted, so I didn't meet anybody. So then a friend of mine said, oh, well, you like Star Wars, why not try this LudoSport? I had no idea what it was going to be until I turned up to my first lesson, and from there I've continued with it. Come along, meet a community of people, get involved with the fact that you are playing with lightsabers, and just have fun. That's the main thing.
LudoSport is a new combat-based sport inspired by lightsaber combat from the Star Wars films. LudoSport takes the concept of hitting people with a plasma sword and turns it into a fun and engaging sport where you can work on your fitness, hand-eye coordination, and meet new people with similar interests in an inclusive and positive environment. The sport can be practiced either as a fun activity to keep fit in regular training classes or as a competitive combat sport in the tournaments throughout the UK and Europe. The sport emphasizes control and technique, meaning that competitive duels aren't just judged on a race to hit each other, but on competitors' control and demonstration of correct forms. If you're looking for a fun way to meet people and keep active, LudoSport might be the thing for you. So what are you waiting for? Let's get healthy together, nerds!
I've been training in LudoSport since September 2019. I was looking to get into a sport that was a little bit different. I've never really been drawn to football or what you would say, the more standard sports. I'd looked into fencing and liked the idea of it, and then while doing that stumbled across LudoSport, and the idea of fighting with a lightsaber just immediately seemed amazing. The community around the sport is incredibly welcoming. We have schools and academies all over the UK, and everyone supports everyone. Everyone's very friendly. Whenever we do big meetups, it's like coming home to your family. The best way to get into the sport is have a look on social media. We're there if you have any questions. And then most of the academies, if not all of the academies, are currently running discovery sessions to give you a chance to come and try the sport yourself. Based on my experience, as soon as you try it, you're hooked. But yeah, give it a try, come on down, see what we can do, and yeah, I'm sure you'll love it.
Why don't they wear fencing protection in LudoSport? Great question. Short answer, Some do, but it's not really needed for everybody. Yes, male athletes do wear cups because no one wants to be hitting the gonads by a lightsaber, and some players will choose to wear a face mask or eye protection, but overall most players don't feel that it's strictly needed. The two main things that people keep on bringing up are, what if you get poked in the eye, and doesn't it hurt to be hit by a lightsaber without wearing armor? Well, there are two mitigating factors here. One of them is the equipment that you use, and the other one is the rules within the sport. Let's talk about eyeballs. The saber blade has a diameter of 2.5 centimeters. The average height of an eye socket is 2.2 centimeters. This means it's going to be pretty difficult to get a poke right in the eye. However, there are rules that are going to protect your head and eyes as well. For one, you can't stab forward. If you make a stabbing motion, it has to be an off-center stab. This means that you can't come straight into a person's torso, face, like that. So any jab is actually going to be a glancing blow against your opponent. Getting it into the eyes is actually pretty technically difficult. Also in competition, strikes to the face or side of the head are prohibited. Though you are able to strike at the top of the head, these are normally more symbolic bops to the top of the head or a hanging guard, just to symbolize that you could make that strike if you do it. It will be penalized as dangerous play if you make a heavy strike towards someone's head. As for does it hurt if you're hit by a lightsaber? Well, it hurts about the same as being hit by a dodgeball. The blade is thick, it's not a thin point like you would find in, say, a steel HEMA sword, which though it's blunt, it is still a thin bit of metal. It is hitting you and putting a lot of pressure on one point. This is a rounded polycarbonate plastic tubing that does have a bit of flex to it. It has got a lot of surface area, so when it hits you, you might get a little bit of a sting. But I can show you something else that has the potential to be hurt. Being tackled or being hit by a dodgeball. Lots of sports have lots of elements that are going to give you a little bit of discomfort until you get used to them. And you do get used to them. The way I like to look at LudoSport is it's a bit more like Tai Chi as opposed to boxing. You're graded more on your technique and your ability to keep in control of your blade and also demonstrate the different styles of the different techniques that the sport teaches. Within competition, you'll actually be penalized for reckless play. You've got to remember, this is an activity people do for a bit of fun. If you enter that space with the intent to injure someone, you're a bit of a dick and you shouldn't be playing sports. Everyone has a duty of care towards their opponent. So really, the sport itself is designed to try and keep its players safe. At the end of the day, the protection that players wear is proportionate to the risks of the sport. If you look at fencing, their fencing mask is perfectly suited for defending them against a tournament FA. However, if you put them against a sharpened halber, that's going to go straight through it. The only thing that you can actually prepare for in sports with protection is what you're likely to face within the rule sets. Otherwise, we would all be wearing full plate metal when we go out and play football. Of course, the best defense is not being hit in the first place, and the best way to not be hit in the first place is to get out there and train. So if you want to learn more about LudoSport, go and visit ludosport.org. If you want to find some more fringe and unique sports, find gender diverse activities that you can get out, meet people, get fit, then follow Shots On. And remember to pack your cup.
What the hell did we just watch? It's LudoSport, a fantastic and fun lightsaber-inspired sport. There are two types of hits. There's an E and an R. An E is a non-lethal hit, which is above the elbow or below the knee. If you're hit there, then you have to remove your guard for a moment, giving your opponent a chance to strike you. There is also the R, which is the lethal strike, which will score you a point. This is above the elbow towards the torso or above the knees. If you want to find more sports like this, follow Shots On.
We're at UK Arena today. We're about to go into the elimination process for UK Arena 2024. My match is up first. We'll see how we do. I'm a bit nervous, but I'll try stuff. That's the main thing. I've been doing LudoSport nearly 10 years. My favourite style is Form 4. I'm working towards becoming a technico of the form, which means then I can teach instructors. I used to do judo. I was in the under 15s England squad at some point. My doctor said that I needed to do more sports, so I tried rock climbing, but it wasn't really for what I wanted, so I didn't meet anybody. So then a friend of mine said, oh, well, you like Star Wars, why not try this LudoSport? I had no idea what it was going to be until I turned up to my first lesson, and from there, I've continued with it. Come along, meet the community of people, get involved with the fact that you are playing with lightsabers, and just have fun. That's the main thing.
LudoSport is a new combat-based sport inspired by lightsaber combat from the Star Wars films. LudoSport takes the concept of hitting people with a plasma sword and turns it into a fun and engaging sport where you can work on your fitness, hand-eye coordination, and meet new people with similar interests in an inclusive and positive environment. The sport can be practiced either as a fun activity to keep fit in regular training classes or as a competitive combat sport in the tournaments throughout the UK and Europe. The sport emphasizes control and technique, meaning that competitive duels aren't just judged on a race to hit each other, but on competitors' control and demonstration of correct forms. If you're looking for a fun way to meet people and keep active, LudoSport might be the thing for you. So what are you waiting for? Let's get healthy together, nerds!
I've been training in LudoSport since September 2019. I was looking to get into a sport that was a little bit different. I've never really been drawn to football or what you would say, the more standard sports. I'd looked into fencing and liked the idea of it, and then while doing that stumbled across LudoSport, and the idea of fighting with a lightsaber just immediately seemed amazing. The community around the sport is incredibly welcoming. We have schools and academies all over the UK, and everyone supports everyone. Everyone's very friendly. Whenever we do big meetups, it's like coming home to your family. The best way to get into the sport is have a look on social media. We're there if you have any questions. And then most of the academies, if not all of the academies, are currently running discovery sessions to give you a chance to come and try the sport yourself. Based on my experience, as soon as you try it, you're hooked. But yeah, give it a try, come on down, see what we can do, and yeah, I'm sure you'll love it.
Why don't they wear fencing protection in LudoSport?
Great question. Short answer, some do. But it's not really needed for everybody. Yes, male athletes do wear cups because no one wants to be hitting the gonads by a lightsaber. And some players will choose to wear a face mask or eye protection. But overall, most players don't feel that it's strictly needed. The two main things that people keep on bringing up are, what if you get poked in the eye? And doesn't it hurt to be hit by a lightsaber without wearing armor? Well, there are two mitigating factors here. One of them is the equipment that you use, and the other one is the rules within the sport. Let's talk about eyeballs. The saber blade has a diameter of 2.5 centimeters. The average height of an eye socket is 2.2 centimeters. This means it's going to be pretty difficult to get a poke right in the eye. However, there are rules that are going to protect your head and eyes as well. For one, you can't stab forward. If you make a stabbing motion, it has to be an off-center stab. This means that you can't come straight into a person's torso, face, like that. So any jab is actually going to be a glancing blow against your opponent. Getting it into the eyes is actually pretty technically difficult. Also in competition, strikes to the face or side of the head are prohibited. Though you are able to strike at the top of the head, these are normally more symbolic bops to the top of the head or a hanging guard, just to symbolize that you could make that strike if you do it. It will be penalized as dangerous play if you make a heavy strike towards someone's head. As for does it hurt if you're hit by a lightsaber? Well, it hurts about the same as being hit by a dodgeball. The blade is thick, it's not a thin point like you would find in, say, a steel HEMA sword, which though is blunt, it is still a thin bit of metal that is hitting you and putting a lot of pressure on one point. This is a rounded polycarbonate plastic tubing that does have a bit of flex to it. It has got a lot of surface area, so when it hits you, you might get a little bit of a sting. But I can show you something else that has the potential to be hurt: being tackled or being hit by a dodgeball. Lots of sports have lots of elements that are going to give you a little bit of discomfort until you get used to them, and you do get used to them. The way I like to look at LudoSport is that it's a bit more like Tai Chi as opposed to boxing. You're graded more on your technique and your ability to keep in control of your blade, and also demonstrate the different styles of the different techniques that the sport teaches. Within competition, you'll actually be penalized for reckless play. You've got to remember, this is an activity people do for a bit of fun. If you enter that space with the intent to injure someone, you're a bit of a dick and you shouldn't be playing sports. Everyone has a duty of care towards their opponent. So really, the sport itself is designed to try and keep its players safe. At the end of the day, the protection that players wear is proportionate to the risks of the sport. If you look at fencing, their fencing mask is perfectly suited for defending them against a tournament épée. However, if you put them against a sharpened halber, that's going to go straight through it. The only thing that you can actually prepare for in sports with protection is what you're likely to face within the rule sets. Otherwise, we'd all be wearing full plate metal when we go out and play football. Of course, the best defense is not being hit in the first place, and the best way to not be hit in the first place is to get out there and train. So if you want to learn more about LudoSport, go and visit ludosport.org. If you want to find some more fringe and unique sports, find gender diverse activities that you can get out, meet people, get fit, then follow Shots On. And remember to pack your cup.
What the hell did we just watch? It's LudoSport, a fantastic and fun lightsaber-inspired sport. There are two types of hits. There's an E and an R. An E is a non-lethal hit, which is above the elbow or below the knee. If you're hit there, then you have to remove your guard for a moment, giving your opponent a chance to strike you. There is also the R, which is the lethal strike, which will score you a point. This is above the elbow towards the torso or above the knees. If you want to find more sports like this, follow Shots On.
We're at UK Arena today. We're about to go into the elimination process for UK Arena 2024. My match is up first. We'll see how we do. I'm a bit nervous, but I'll try stuff. That's the main thing. I've been doing LudoSport nearly 10 years. My favourite style is Form 4. I'm working towards becoming a technico of the form, which means then I can teach instructors. I used to do judo. I was in the under 15s England squad at some point. My doctor said that I needed to do more sport, so I tried rock climbing, but it wasn't really for what I wanted, so I didn't meet anybody. So then a friend of mine said, oh, well, you like Star Wars, why not try this LudoSport? I had no idea what it was going to be until I turned up to my first lesson, and from there I've continued with it. Come along, meet a community of people, get involved with the fact that you are playing with lightsabers, and just have fun. That's the main thing.
LudoSport is a new combat-based sport inspired by lightsaber combat from the Star Wars films. LudoSport takes the concept of hitting people with a plasma sword and turns it into a fun and engaging sport where you can work on your fitness, hand-eye coordination, and meet new people with similar interests in an inclusive and positive environment. The sport can be practiced either as a fun activity to keep fit in regular training classes or as a competitive combat sport in the tournaments throughout the UK and Europe. The sport emphasizes control and technique, meaning that competitive duels aren't just judged on a race to hit each other, but on competitors' control and demonstration of correct forms. If you're looking for a fun way to meet people and keep active, LudoSport might be the thing for you. So what are you waiting for? Let's get healthy together, nerds!
I've been training in LudoSport since September 2019. I was looking to get into a sport that was a little bit different. I've never really been drawn to football or what you would say, you know, the more standard sports. I'd looked into fencing and liked the idea of it, and then while doing that stumbled across LudoSport, and the idea of fighting with a lightsaber just immediately seemed amazing. The community around the sport is incredibly welcoming. Yeah, we have schools and academies all over the UK, and everyone supports everyone. Everyone's very friendly. Whenever we do big meetups, it's like coming home to your family. The best way to get into the sport is have a look on social media. We're there if you have any questions. And then most of the academies, if not all of the academies, are currently running discovery sessions to give you a chance to come and try the sport yourself. Based on my experience, as soon as you try it, you're hooked. But yeah, give it a try, come on down, see what we can do, and yeah, I'm sure you'll love it.
Why don't they wear fencing protection in LudoSport? Great question! Short answer, Some do, but it's not really needed for everybody. Yes, male athletes do wear cups because no one wants to be hitting the gonads by a lightsaber, and some players will choose to wear a face mask or eye protection, but overall most players don't feel that it's strictly needed. The two main things that people keep on bringing up are, what if you get poked in the eye, and doesn't it hurt to be hit by a lightsaber without wearing armor? Well, there are two mitigating factors here. One of them is the equipment that you use, and the other one is the rules within the sport. Let's talk about eyeballs. The saber blade has a diameter of 2.5 centimeters. The average height of an eye socket is 2.2 centimeters. This means it's going to be pretty difficult to get a poke right in the eye. However, there are rules that are going to protect your head and eyes as well. For one, you can't stab forward. If you make a stabbing motion, it has to be an off-center stab. This means that you can't come straight into a person's torso, face, like that. So any jab is actually going to be a glancing blow against your opponent. Getting it into the eyes is actually pretty technically difficult. Also in competition, strikes to the face or side of the head are prohibited. Though you are able to strike at the top of the head, these are normally more symbolic bops to the top of the head or a hanging guard, just to symbolize that you could make that strike if you do it. It will be penalized as dangerous play if you make a heavy strike towards someone's head. As for does it hurt if you're hit by a lightsaber? Well, it hurts about the same as being hit by a dodgeball. The blade is thick, it's not a thin point like you would find in, say, a steel HEMA sword, which though is blunt, is still a thin bit of metal that is hitting you and putting a lot of pressure on one point. This is a rounded polycarbonate plastic tubing that does have a bit of flex to it. It has got a lot of surface area, so when it hits you, you might get a little bit of a sting. But I can show you something else that has the potential to be hurt: being tackled or being hit by a dodgeball. Lots of sports have lots of elements that are going to give you a little bit of discomfort until you get used to them, and you do get used to them. The way I like to look at LudoSport is that it's a bit more like Tai Chi as opposed to boxing. You're graded more on your technique and your ability to keep in control of your blade, and also demonstrate the different styles of the different techniques that the sport teaches. Within competition, you'll actually be penalized for reckless play. You've got to remember, this is an activity people do for a bit of fun. If you enter that space with the intent to injure someone, you're a bit of a dick and you shouldn't be playing sports. Everyone has a duty of care towards their opponent. So really, the sport itself is designed to try and keep its players safe. At the end of the day, the protection that players wear is proportionate to the risks of the sport. If you look at fencing, their fencing mask is perfectly suited for defending them against a tournament épée. However, if you put them against a sharpened halberd, that's going to go straight through it. The only thing that you can actually prepare for in sports with protection is what you're likely to face within the rule sets. Otherwise, we'd all be wearing full plate metal when we go out and play football. Of course, the best defense is not being hit in the first place, and the best way to not be hit in the first place is to get out there and train. So if you want to learn more about LudoSport, go and visit ludosport.org. If you want to find some more fringe and unique sports, find gender diverse activities that you can get out, meet people, get fit, then follow Shots On. And remember to pack your cup.
What the hell did we just watch? It's LudoSport, a fantastic and fun lightsaber-inspired sport. There are two types of hits. There's an E and an R. An E is a non-lethal hit, which is above the elbow or below the knee. If you're hit there, then you have to remove your guard for a moment, giving your opponent a chance to strike you. There is also the R, which is the lethal strike, which will score you a point. This is above the elbow towards the torso or above the knees. If you want to find more sports like this, follow Shots On.
We're at UK Arena today. We're about to go into the elimination process for UK Arena 2024. My match is up first. We'll see how we do. I'm a bit nervous.
No, it's not true. All of the ones you can teach for exam. All the ones you can't, you can.
Shit there.
Why don't they wear fencing protection in LudoSport? Great question. Short answer, some do. But it's not really needed for everybody. Yes, male athletes do wear cups because no one wants to be hit in the gonads by a lightsaber. And some players will choose to wear a face mask or eye protection. But overall, most players don't feel that it's strictly needed. The two main things that people keep on bringing up are what if you get poked in the eye and doesn't it hurt to be hit by a lightsaber without wearing armor? Well, there are two mitigating factors here. One of them is the equipment that you use and the other one is the rules within the sport. Let's talk about eyeballs. rules. The saber blade has a diameter of 2.5 centimeters. The average height of an eye socket is 2.2 centimeters. This means it's going to be pretty difficult to get a poke right in the eye. However, there are rules that are going to protect your head and eyes as well. For one, you can't stab forward. If you make a stabbing motion, it has to be an off-center stab. This means that you can't come straight into a person's torso, face, like that. So any jab is actually going to be a glancing blow against your opponent. And getting it into the eyes is actually pretty technically difficult. Also in competition, strikes to the face or side of the head are prohibited. Though you are able to strike at the top of the head, these are normally more symbolic bops to the top of the head or a hanging guard, just to symbolize that you could make that strike if you do it. It will be penalized as dangerous play if you make a heavy strike towards someone's head. As for does it hurt if you're hit by a lightsaber? Well, it hurts about the same as being hit by a dodgeball. The blade is thick, it's not a thin point like you would find in, say, a steel HEMA sword, which though is blunt, it is still a thin bit of metal that is hitting you and putting a lot of pressure on one point. This is a rounded polycarbonate plastic tubing that does have a bit of flex to it. It has got a lot of surface area, so when it hits you, you might get a little bit of a sting. But I can show you something else that has the potential to be hurt: being tackled or being hit by a dodgeball. Lots of sports have lots of elements that are going to give you a little bit of discomfort until you get used to them, and you do get used to them. The way I like to look at LudoSport is it's a bit more like Tai Chi as opposed to boxing. You're graded more on your technique and your ability to keep in control of your blade, and also demonstrate the different styles of the different techniques that the sport teaches. Within competition, you'll actually be penalized for reckless play. You've got to remember, this is an activity people do for a bit of fun. If you enter that space with the intent to injure someone, you're a bit of a dick and you shouldn't be playing sports. Everyone has a duty of care towards their opponent. So really, the sport itself is designed to try and keep its players safe. At the end of the day, the protection that players wear is proportionate to the risks of the sport. If you look at fencing, their fencing mask is perfectly suited for defending them against a tournament épée. However, if you put them against a sharpened halber, that's going to go straight through it. The only thing that you can actually prepare for in sports with protection is what you're likely to face within the rule sets. Otherwise, we'd all be wearing full plate metal when we go out and play football. Of course, the best defense is not being hit in the first place. And the best way to not be hit in the first place is to get out there and train. So if you want to learn more about LudoSport, go and visit ludosport.org. If you want to find some more fringe and unique sports, find gender diverse activities that you can get out, meet people, get fit, then follow Shots On. And remember to pack your cup.
So I think there should be Sam and Thomas in this one. Right. Thank you.
Yeah, we got the first five.
So you ready to go?
Ready?
So, hello and welcome back, and we're now. I just had to test the mic was on. Yeah, hello and welcome back. We're now going into the round of 16, I believe, isn't this, for the knockout stages
this
of
is
Britannia?
Yep, this is the top 16 pairs. So we're down from 49 competitors down to 32.
Thank you for doing the quick maths there. I was struggling when I was struggling for a moment there. Fantastic. So we've seen a lot of intense play today, really, or an intense bouts going on. How have you got today? I know we've only seen 1/3 of competitors today. Have you got a bit of a sneaky prediction for who you think is going to start getting through to, say, the round of 8?
Yeah, I've got a few ideas. The thing with this, in my opinion, there are some quite unfortunate pairings here. Where people have landed in the rankings, they're now fighting, like there's going to be a pair of people fighting. So really good example here is the very last lot that are going to be over on the far arena. So that is Dan Salmons versus Reese Beaton. This is two good athletes. Yep, this is two people who usually would get through to the next round, but now one of them's
going to be knocked out.
Yep.
Of course.
So there are a handful of pairings that I think are just really unfortunate. And it's just the way that the scores have landed today.
That's a shame. So now we've, because the players have now been seeded, haven't they?
They have.
And it's a case of higher seeds going against lower
so
seeds.
top and bottom, and you work your way this way.
But always, the seeding coming from a randomly placed round robin that we have had earlier today, it doesn't always equate to where potentially you'd finish if it was seeded from the beginning of the tournament.
Yeah, very much so.
So as you say, we do get those pairings like Dan and Reese on the other side.
No, we should have some good fights here. There's some I'm looking forward to. Always really happy to watch Sam fighting. So we've got Sam Grafton and Thomas Smith on this first one.
Oh, I've missed him. He's a fantastic player to watch, Sam.
He is.
In the orange, isn't he, with the beard?
Yes, red
matching tunic and beard.
Yep.
Fantastic.
And we're going to have Seb versus Jesse over here as well, so we get to watch more Seb. More Seb.
Seb hogging the limelight today. I
Very
believe
much so.
he's only 20 years old, isn't he?
No, he's 23.
23. Oh, okay.
23.
Well, yeah.
I think earlier I just said early 20s.
Ah, right. I see. Okay.
But yeah, I think he's 23.
23. That's still very young.
Either 22, 23.
Right, first match going in. I believe that is Sam versus Thomas.
Indeed. You want
Yes.
to do the pointy?
You make a very good point. See, this is why I need you.
So I found out Thomas here, he's only been doing LudoSport for 2 months.
For 2 months?
Yep. And he's now going up against one of the most intense athletes in the UK.
But
yep, Ian Missouri.
so is that a wild strike towards the? Oh no, it was a strike on his hand. Would you explain what just happened, please?
I'm not entirely sure.
Entirely fair.
So I think there was an E contact that may have not been declared entirely properly, but it was an E in Missouri. So if that limb had been struck and the blade would have carried on its natural trajectory, it would have been an R.
You see. And just for anyone who's watching at this point, this is the knockout round going into this. As before, you had 90 seconds, and I believe
180.
It's now 100, so we now have 180 seconds. This looks like it might be contact on the head, but we have 180 seconds of time, of actual fight time, and it's the best, or the first two,
3 points, yes.
So
and
first to 3 points now, rather than best out of 5.
Yeah, and Doppio does not consume a point now.
Ooh. So Doppio, so you can have as many Doppios as you want, as long as you're in the time limit.
Yes.
What are you going to see? Oh, that's why I couldn't hear anything. I had the headphones on the wrong way. That makes sense. So I believe the score is still 0-0. Oh, no,
2-0.
2-0 to Sam. I'm entirely wrong. Fantastic intensity on the attack.
Really,
coming
really
from,
nice.
From Thomas there.
Yeah, no, really nice to see that kind of pushing against someone who's at such a drastically different experience level.
Of course.
Particularly from someone who's only been in the sport for 2 months. Yeah, really, really nice, precise movements there from Sam though.
So I think I've got a little confused with the score at the moment. I've got the score as 2-1 to
No,
Sam.
I think that was my fault.
Oh, it's 2-1 to Thomas, I believe. That's what they've got it on the score sheet.
There we go. So
Thomas,
2 to Sam, 1 to Thomas.
We've on the score sheet they've got it.
Yeah, no, they got it the wrong way around.
They got it the wrong way around.
They do.
I was going to say, well, we're about to see a major upset.
Sam having to earn his bread here.
Really is. Thomas really, he's really putting in a great showing, especially for just 2 months with the sport.
A really interesting thing to watch here is that Sam is remaining just out of measure. So just out of measure. So he's not even using his blade to defend himself. All he's doing is just moving away far enough, and this is a very big proponent of his Form 3 and Form 5 work. And to an element Form 4, but I don't think he's that experienced in Form 4.
Now, I know as a commentator I shouldn't say this, but Megan is my favourite
I love watching Megan fight.
Athlete.
And she's just come off the back of a Form 4 instructor's course. She's now one of the only, I think there's only 3 or so Form 4 daggers instructors in the UK, and she's one of them. So I'm expecting to see I'm hoping to see some interesting bits and pieces from her.
Interesting jump there, possibly jump into the contact of it.
Yeah, which isn't necessarily wrong.
But we're going to find out what the refs think.
Yeah, I think here we might call this a doppio. Okay, no, so they're saying, yep.
So that brings the score to 1-1, I believe.
1-0, uno pari.
Uno pari.
So one thing that's worth noting here, so Megan is a Form 4 daggers instructor, and Ian is a Form 4 long saber instructor. So, however, none of them really at the moment using much of their Form 4. Ian's been favouring a lot of Form 3 recently. It's something he's been training quite a lot at his school in Birmingham. And Megan's one of the Bristol athletes.
So potentially having the advantage of having a lion without having to travel.
Yeah. Yeah, she's on home soil.
The hum of the sabers is really something to behold from the side of the court, I must say. So we're having another tempo.
So the reason that this might be called now is because when we've got a daggers user, the rules for gravity, while not different, are more easily dealt with because you have a second saber, so you can stay directly underneath your opponent's blade, as long as you end up putting your second blade above your head, because now it's protecting it.
So very much keeping a hanging guard. Is,
very much like a hanging guard.
So that brings the score to 2-2.
2 apiece. So this is now final point
for
all the beans. This is one of the pairings I was talking about with regards to it being unfortunate, because I would love to see both of these two go through.
You can tell both of them deserve to get a lot further in the tournament than just the opening round of 16. This might go against Megan, I'm afraid.
So Ian's saying that he thinks he felt an E on his hilt, which would then be either Is or O, and a nulo. Oh, no, so this means Megan takes the point.
So, fantastic. So far on this side, we've seen Sam and Megan get... It's easy, it's very easy to do.
Yeah, I mean, she's French, she's speaking English, and she's keeping score in Italian. It's, admirable.
I can barely speak English, so, you know, doing far better than me.
Megan getting a 6.5 in her style. That's really good. That's 6.3 to Ian. In the previous fight, we had a 6.8 with Sam. Very, very good.
Just again checking the mics are actually on. They do seem to be on.
They seem to be okay.
Oh, hang on, have I? Yeah, so we've got Kirsten. Is it? Yeah, it's Kirsten,
and Tom. So Kirsten in red with the red saber, and Tom in brown with the blue saber. And the yellow shoes.
Fantastic shoes. Are they there to be a bit of a distraction?
No. No one should be looking at your feet that much. So Kirsten very much playing around with the distance and measure of what she can work with here with Tom.
She does like to bait people into the attack.
Yeah, she does. Yeah, so.
And it works for her?
No, so that was a point against her.
Oh, that was a point against. Oh, it's lucky I've got you.
It was a tough one to follow. I've also just seen in one of the other arenas we've lost the tip of a blade.
Have we?
Every now and then they fly off.
It's never in our arena.
No,
I think we could look.
It's Dan Beck lost the tip of a blade. Yeah, it's nice again play of distance using the short strikes in Form 3. Everything's Form 3. Form 3 is the best form. Yeah, Tom playing the distance quite effectively as well. Getting a little bit of this off balance and leaning element that you start to pick up from course 1 in Form 4.
So another bit of a ref discussion.
Yeah, a little bit here.
I think they're both so fast when they go for the strike. They like keeping the distance between each other, but go so fast for the strike.
Yeah.
That sometimes you do just need that extra bit of clarification about which way you're going to make the call. I do hope that you can hear some of the ref calls on the stream, because we are just enthralled watching this at the moment.
Yeah, so this point's been called a nulo because it was unclear which order everything would have happened in. So in this case, particularly in an elimination round, it's better just to call this a nulo and to wait for a cleaner point.
Of course.
Yeah, nice use of a rotation there by Kirsten.
Tom doing really well to get in and out quickly. You know, getting in there, getting it E and then get out. But unfortunately, Kirsten.
But unfortunately, it's exactly what Kirsten's pulling him to do.
Of course. I think he is relying a little bit on his stride. You know, the height advantage to get in and out quickly, but.
Yeah,
so this was a warning for
this was a warning
an advisory.
It's a white card, so it's a warning. Essentially, Kirsten's not allowing enough time for the advancement when she's declaring an E.
So that brings the score to 2-all, I believe.
Or
no?
No, because it was just it was called nulo afterwards.
Nulo?
So it's still 2-1 to Kirsten.
So again, at this round they need to get to 3 points to win the bout.
In Missouri.
And
possibly not. Maybe I'm at a bad angle for it. There we are.
Oh,
There's
there
an all.
If you're joining us again for the first time watching LudoSport, there are 2 types of hits. There is a lethal and a non-lethal, which is an
R and an E.
So an R is the non-lethal.
R is lethal.
R is lethal, so that's anything torso, head.
Torso, head, upper arms, upper legs.
Upper leg.
So above the knee, above the elbow, and then top of the head and chest, torso.
Of course.
And then E is the hilt, the hands, forearms, and the lower leg.
Anything that you wouldn't mind dropping if you had to.
Yes. So here we see Emily Sneesby from Bristol and Skippy, Stephen Clancy from LudoSport Birmingham. Skippy, very much a dagger specialist. This is his favoured weapon ever since he got his first taste of it a few years ago. It's what he's spending all of his time now. So he's an instructor in long saber still, but for his own progression, he's much more interested in progressing his ability with daggers.
He's a very noticeable player. Every tournament I've been to thus
he's
far.
really involved. And Skippy's just come back off the same Form 4 instructor's course that Megan was on, so he's probably got some new toys in his box that a lot of other people won't have seen. Continuado. Yep, Skippy clarifying that there was an E, which meant that anything that happened afterwards shouldn't have happened. He just wasn't able to stop the movement fast enough. Likewise there with Emily. And Skippy did what I'm most well known for in this sport.
So, striking oneself or yourself counts as a point against you, doesn't it?
For a while it was known as bruising yourself. I'll let you fill in the gaps as to why.
I'm worried about that now, but yes.
But very, very good demonstration of respect inside the sport is, I've hit myself, I have to declare this.
Well, it's also, I've noticed in the past how intense Skippy is with, you know, he wants to do well. He wants to win.
We just saw a disarm between Salmons and Reese over on the other arena.
Who was it who disarmed?
Salmons disarmed Reese.
Fantastic work. Again, not that I should have
the last point over here.
But Dan is, as my first point of contact with LudoSport, someone who I really love to watch.
Dan's a joy to watch. And he's disarmed him again. So sorry that we're not commentating on the wonderful fight here between Emily and Skippy, but I can't not talk about 2 disarms.
I'm going to be going back over that later to get
please
the footage.
Please do.
So that's on arena number 3. Which you can find the link in the description of this video if you want to have a quick look, see if there's going to be a 3rd disarm. Not quite.
No, not this time.
So now we have...
Oh, but it is coming down to their last point now. So now we have Seb Ferris and Jesse Young. Seb taking no prisoners with the first point.
Very quick. Yeah. I think he just wants to get through this round, doesn't he?
Well, yes and no. I had a chat with him during the break, and he's really wanting to start to build up his style score. But sometimes getting that first point out of the gate just gives you a little bit more confidence, and it lets you get into the head of your opponent. Very nice play with the measure there. Seb really, really does. He knows his reach. He knows where his saber is. It's like an extent. His blade is an extension of himself. It's brilliant to watch.
I think instantly Jesse going a bit on the back foot there.
A little bit.
After,
you can see he's a bit more hesitant now.
Yeah.
Seb trying to in my opinion, it looks like he's trying to set up for something a little bit more aggressive. Looking
Are we
for
going to
some of
see
these
some
big
style?
dynamic movements.
Beautiful blade work there.
Jesse just finding that little gap.
I do apologise for the issue with the stream at that point. Rest assured, I do have it filmed.
So Seb using some of his Form 5 experience at this point as one of the Cavaliere in the UK. He's closed Form 5, has been able to have it assessed alongside his use of Form 3 and Form 4. In Form 5, we very much have this element of the idea of menacing the hands. So what we're trying to do is to put the tip of our blade in such a position as that our opponent isn't able to do what they would want to with their hands. It's kind of just keeping everything under pressure.
So that was the round of 16, so
Yes.
that's 32. So we're now going down to, there's only 16 competitors left in the tournament. So they're going to be adjusted now.
So we can just see who we've got left. So Sam Grafton versus Megan Clark.
I'm going to put that onto the screen so we can see that. Just ignore my face at the side of the screen. That should be silent.
So we've got Sam Grafton versus Megan Clark, Kirsten Newman versus Skippy, Seb Ferris versus Hannah Salmons.
Ooh.
That's one that's going to be a lot of fun
That's
to
gonna
watch.
be,
I desperately hope we've got that in this arena. Then we have Will Vaughan versus Cameron MacGyver, Paul Dunsford versus Daniel Barlow. That should be a very interesting fight. Guy Wilson and Danny Kay. This has potential to be really interesting. Mitchell Grove versus Michael Draper-Smith, and Javi versus Dan Salmon. So two of the instructors from Manchester coming up against each other there.
I've got to say, out of all of those, I don't think there's going to be a single one that's going to be dull to watch.
No, I think all of these are going to be good.
I mean, I do
very good.
really want to see Seb versus
Hannah.
That's going to be the
very
one
good
to watch, I think.
I think so.
That's going to be
Kirsten versus Skippy has a lot of potential.
Again, I don't think any of them are going to be ones that you're going to want to miss, but definitely for me, it's the Seb Hannah one. Again, Hannah being a player who, from my very first iteration of having a look at Ludo, sort of like I believe she won the first. Oh no, she came second in both tournaments I filmed, I believe.
Yes.
In War. Fantastic player.
So what we can see here though is Seb's now broken this 7 boundary in his style score, so he was awarded a 7.2 there. It's very high score. He is doing well. I know that he's wanting to open up this gap. It's going to be really interesting to see some of this.
No, of course.
Now, what I don't know is how many arenas we're going down to now.
No, I believe as we get into the 8, we might be going down to 2 arenas, but that's just guessing.
Speculation.
That's speculation based on literally nothing.
Yeah.
So we will find out very shortly. I'm going to do a surprise advert break.
Let's check.
We're at UK Arena today. We're about to go into the elimination process for UK Arena 2024. My match is up first. We'll see how we do. I'm a bit nervous, but I'll try stuff. That's the main thing. I've been doing LudoSport nearly 10 years. My favourite style is Form 4. I'm working towards becoming a technico of the form, which means then I can teach instructors. I used to do judo. I was in the under 15s England squad at some point. My doctor said that I needed to do more sports, so I tried rock climbing, but it wasn't really for what I wanted, so I didn't meet anybody. So then a friend of mine said, oh, well, you like Star Wars, why not try this LudoSport? I had no idea what it was going to be until I turned up to my first lesson, and from there I've continued with it. Come along, meet a community of people, get involved with the fact that you are playing with lightsabers, and just have fun. That's the main thing.
LudoSport is a new combat-based sport inspired by lightsaber combat from the Star Wars films. LudoSport takes the concept of hitting people with a plasma sword and turns it into a fun and engaging sport where you can work on your fitness, hand-eye coordination, and meet new people with similar interests in an inclusive and positive environment. The sport can be practiced either as a fun activity to keep fit in regular training classes or as a competitive combat sport in the tournaments throughout the UK and Europe. The sport emphasizes control and technique, meaning that competitive duels aren't just judged on a race to hit each other, but on competitors' control and demonstration of correct forms. If you're looking for a fun way to meet people and keep active, LudoSport might be the thing for you. So what are you waiting for? Let's get healthy together, nerds!
I've been training in LudoSport since September 2019. I was looking to get into a sport that was a little bit different. I've never really been drawn to football or what you would say, you know, the more standard sports. I'd looked into fencing and liked the idea of it, and then while doing that stumbled across LudoSport, and the idea of fighting with a lightsaber just immediately seemed amazing. The community around the sport is incredibly welcoming. Yeah, we have schools and academies all over the UK, and everyone supports everyone. Everyone's very friendly. Whenever we do big meetups, it's like coming home to your family. The best way to get into the sport is have a look on social media. We're there if you have any questions. And then most of the academies, if not all of the academies, are currently running discovery sessions to give you a chance to come and try the sport yourself. Based on my experience, as soon as you try it, you're hooked. But yeah, give it a try, come on down, see what we can do, and yeah, I'm sure you'll love it.
Why don't they wear fencing protection in LudoSport? Great question. Short answer, some do.
Match after that, Mitch versus Michael Smith. Match after that, Javi versus Dan Salmon.
When he's wearing off.
Have fun. Do stuff.
In my experience, there's no such thing as much.
Think about this one. But have fun. Declare, please. Yeah, let's go.
That's it.
Let's do it.
Hello, and we're back at the Britannia Arenas Britannia Academy tournament. I do apologise. We're now about to go into the round of 8 eliminations. So this is going to be interesting one to watch. Where are we? So first here.
First up, Sam Grafton versus Megan Clark. So a staff specialist who's not using staff versus a dagger specialist who is using daggers.
Ooh. It's going to be interesting.
It is.
Now, one thing I really like about this matchup here is the height difference.
Yes.
Especially when you're using daggers as well.
This is one of the tallest competitors in Britannia versus one of the least tall competitors in Britannia.
Oh.
Should be very, very interesting.
And while using daggers as well, which is the shorter, or the shortest of the weapons that you can use, it's interesting to watch. But the height disparity has never stopped her before.
No, definitely. What's quite interesting about daggers users is, although they have a shorter weapon and therefore a shorter reach, what they are able to do is to get into the positions which are uncomfortable for the other weapons to use. So they can get closer to their opponent, and they can be what we refer to as ipermesura, so in hyper measure, beyond the reach of your opponent's saber. But beyond in the sense that you're closer to their body than their own blade is.
Ooh.
So it's a really interesting premise.
It is an interesting premise. So something happened there.
There we had one of the arena assistants announcing the wrong first pair.
Never quite what you want to do going into the knockouts.
That's all right, he'll do the press-ups in a minute.
So we are now just using the single arena?
Yes, yeah, we're down to one arena.
I should have turned the other streams off. Hopefully people will migrate over. They'll figure out soon enough.
Just seeing Cam wandering around one of the other ones.
Can I stream from this? No, I can't. I need to do it manually. Oh well, that will be something.
There'll be a natural stopping point. So.
Yeah, that'll be something that people can figure out themselves, I'm afraid.
So, likely now we're going to spend a little bit more time focusing on what it is that we're seeing rather than explaining various rules. Who are we waiting for? I think we're having a little bit of a technical issue with regards to one of Megan's daggers. We'll go and see if they need Sabersmith input.
Oh yeah. The experts going in to make sure that everything's running smoothly. Skippy, I believe, stepping in there to lend a saber.
Yes, there's a slight non-compliance by one of the weapons.
Ooh, non-compliance. That's spicy.
Oh, only insofar as it wasn't turning on.
Oh right. Oh, the weapon was not complying.
Yeah. Oh, we can hear one of the officials' babies.
So you can really feel the tension as everyone's silent watching the
very much so
the bout.
Two very, very different fighting styles here, partially because of the different weapons, partially because of the height, and then just partially because of two very different attitudes in the arena. Ooh. So we might see this as a doppio.
Again, it's difficult to tell, as you say, with Megan closing the gap so close.
Yeah.
It's a lot of limbs, a lot of sabers.
Yeah. One thing which I really struggle with. Oh, just waiting for this. Okay, so Sam stating he received the strike first. No, one thing that I do find is officiating or commentating with the daggers elements is much harder because there's an extra thing to watch.
Oh, of course, three blades running around the.
Really nice attempt from Megan there to use some of the form 4. I believe it will be a choke line movement, but I might be incorrect there.
Now, of course, you have to get it's the first to 3, so Sam is.
I think this one now. I'm not sure if it's first 3 or first 4. We'll find out in a minute.
That is true.
So we're seeing here with daggers, there's a different opportunity to use reverse filo. Now I think there may have been another strike in play there that wasn't quite caught, which I think Manon was able to see. Okay, there we are.
So that's no point given.
Yep, nulla, so point to be replayed. There are...
It's a little bit difficult to see on the screen.
Ah, okay, so it is still
first to three. And that's Sam going through to the round of 4.
Now this time we've got 2... is it 2 style judges, or I think we possibly have 3.
Right. So this is the one that you really want to be hot on your performance with.
Kirsten versus Skippy.
So again, two players that we've seen throughout the day performing amazingly.
Yeah, doing really well. And again, we've got another long saber versus daggers.
So it's just a bit of a conversation over where they should stand and start.
Yeah, for the sake of the scoreboard, the first name is always going to be standing on the main official's left, and then the second name will be on the main official's right.
Which I must admit, I do really like that as a setup.
Yeah,
It makes it
very
easy
easy.
for.
But everyone gets it wrong this time.
That's first point to Kirsty.
First point to Kirsten there. It's interesting trying to find the gaps in the daggers movement.
As you say, it's
there we are.
two blades that you've got to figure out the spacing and the movement between.
You can already see the difference between what Skippy does with daggers and what Megan was doing. It's a very, very different style. Partially, just down to the height difference.
Well, I think Skippy, he likes to change his height.
He does. He's a little bit more. He's a little bit more happy doing that. Yeah, really good demonstration there of being able to use the two blades in tandem.
So it's essentially match point here, I
Yes,
believe.
match point.
I thought Kirsty was
And a little hug.
jumping the gun there to go for it.
Let's see how this plays out.
Ooh. Let's see how this
Very
is
good,
going.
very good attempt. I think, unfortunately, hasn't landed Skippy where he wanted to be.
It does look like they both made contact relatively similar. It's a bit of conversation, time out for the refs to discuss this.
Yeah,
So I think
just wanting the clarification, maybe asking for the input of the style judges here as well.
Is that potentially 2-0 hits?
No, I don't think it's going to come down to doppio. I think it's more this case of we're not really sure which order things might have landed in. So yeah, as I suspected, they're going to want the input of the style judges and the... So we have another official now in the form of James Martin. So he is basically there to watch for the 40 position. So he's really just watching the line.
I suppose there is a camera by your foot there. Would you pass that to me? Of course. Because as well as the 3 cameras we've got running for this, I think I'll make life a bit difficult for myself.
Yep, and the last point there going to Skippy.
Fantastic
Now
again,
this
sportsmanship.
This is going to be, I think. This is my match of the day at the minute.
This is, I agree. I've got the 4K camera recording for this one.
I know which way. Oh, I don't know.
I
love them both.
Risk your reputation and decide to say who you think is going to make it.
I think Seb may just pip this through.
I must admit, a couple of months ago I would have disagreed with you, but seeing him today, the way that he's played, has been absolutely fantastic.
God, you can see the intensity between the two of them now. So again, there you can see the form 5 menacing, trying to utilise this inner space between the two of them. Really nice strike. Really nice effort from Hannah there.
Oh! Uno pari. Guardia. Via.
Yeah, so
because-
beyond the guard.
Oh!
So across the back shoulder blades there, really.
Guardia. Via.
Very nice from Seb. Really nice dynamic movement.
That was
And then Hannah just taking that initiative to take this. Just puts it onto due pari.
Due pari.
Ooh, so match point here.
Stop moving before the via. Third time already.
So that was a warning for.
I don't know. I didn't quite hear him. Stop moving before the. And Seb just
Very quick.
Seb just wanting to get this finished with. Not because he wasn't enjoying the fight, I'm sure, but because he wants to progress.
Sure. I think at that point, if anything, that is really a sign of respect to your opponent when it's just like, I need to finish this as quick as possible.
Just curious to see the style scores coming up here. So we have three style judges, and these get averaged. Next, Will Vaughan, who I've spoken about quite a lot today, and Cam McIver, another athlete from Birmingham.
Sorry, I forgot how long the lens was.
No, it's fine.
Saluto.
I didn't want to be in the way. That was all.
Guardia.
Let's see how this goes.
Via.
So Cam, very, very proficient Form 3 athlete. Will spotting that gap and closing it.
Very precise.
Yeah, it's really interesting watching these two fight. They're both big fans of Form 3. I think Will has a little bit more experience of blending the other bits and pieces, but Cam's a very good Form 3 athlete in his own right.
Oops, sorry.
It's okay. Will, again, just finding these gaps to take these advantages.
That's the thing, he's very quick the moment he sees an opportunity.
He is quick. He's a classic example of... Yeah. Yep, so Will just clarifying there that there was an off before the E. So 2-1 to Will.
Ooh, lovely work.
Not sure how this is going to land.
Doppio.
Guardia. Via.
Beautiful loud declaration from the pair of them. It's really good to see.
That is what you
Cam,
want.
unfortunately, they're just rotating into his opponent's blades.
As I've been told, that's a rotation, not a spin.
It's a rotation, not a spin.
Right, not a spin.
No, it was very good. Really, I enjoyed that fight. From a Form 3 perspective, there were some really nice bits on display there.
Oh, it's the calmness, I think, that they both displayed.
Yeah, for sure. So Dan Barlow here, from Birmingham versus Paul Dunsford, previous UK champion, I believe at least twice, possibly 3 times.
Again, 2 athletes that I very much recognise from their performances.
Paul's one of the longest standing members inside LudoSport Britannia.
Now, I just got a very close-up photo of that lightsaber that he's got.
Beautiful.
Is that the bamboo? That's the one,
yes.
isn't it?
It
That
is.
is a distinctive blade.
Yeah.
We'll have to see if we
So
can
he
get
made that himself.
get a little bit of a closer look at it there.
Now, I've always found that Paul has a very distinctive fighting style. Dan, a little bit more of a typical Form 4 sort of element coming into things.
So that's 1-1, I believe. That white card for not opening.
They're not opening with
wide
the E,
enough.
yes.
So again, if you're struck in a non-lethal hit, you have to remove your guard, allowing the opponent to get an attempt in at you.
Yeah. It's really long reaching strikes that are possible with the change of heights inside Form 4 from Dan. Imagine Dan's going to try and close this gap back up. Make it 2 apiece, but we'll see.
I think that's going to definitely be what he wants to do.
I think that's just going to be the last point going to Paul there. Yes.
I see what you mean. It's an interesting stance that Paul takes.
Yes.
It's very much a case of leaning forward with your arm, get your feet out of the way.
He's got a long reach. He does some interesting bits and pieces. Who do we have now?
So I believe this is Guy
versus Danny. This could be a really interesting fight. I'm really enjoying watching Danny fight today. I haven't really seen very much of Guy today. I fought Guy quite a lot. Usually it's a lot of fun. It's usually quite interesting. He likes to play with height. Danny though seems very much into his wanting to play with distance and things today. So it'll be interesting to see how these two very different dynamics come together. Guy taking no prisoners with that first point.
Quick. It's a lovely off-centre lunge that Guy does just to finish off at the end.
Henrik now spending lots of time in my way. Isua. I think this is the Isua. Yeah, there we go.
So that no point given.
Yep.
I'm learning.
Yeah, it's good. Needs to be a little bit more open with these declarations.
It's an interesting one. Was a point given there? That was to Danny.
A point was given there to Danny, yes. I think there was a concern there, maybe a knee on the way through. Yeah, so Henrik, our official on the right-hand side here, helping to clarify that situation, because he was on the clearer side of everything. Yeah, Guy clarifying there that he struck first. So duel party down to our match point again. It's wonderful to see these coming together close.
Oh, it is nice. It is just showing that you know, a lot of these athletes are very well matched.
Yeah, it's nice. So there we can start to see Danny really playing with this distance. Guy just managing to pick. So Guy has a very good habit, which he's capable of maintaining the vector and pressure with his blade, which means that even against opponents that are rotating away, unless they get their blade movement and body movement absolutely spot on, they will leave an opening. And Guy is very good at capitalising on that.
So now we have...
so this is Mitch versus Michael.
Mitch and Michael.
Mitch and Michael.
Right, that's not going to be
I've
confusing.
been really, really enjoying watching Mitch today. So Mitch is the one on the left-hand side, so closer to us.
I managed to have a slight conversation with him earlier. Lovely guy.
Yes, really, really nice. I have a lot of time for Mitch. Also just found out today that Luke, who is one of the Cavaliere in the UK, part of his role as a Cavaliere is he is supposed to select an iniziato to help prepare them for their academical exam. And Luke has decided to take Mitch as his iniziato.
Glasses. So I believe this is a safety issue,
Yes,
wearing
this
glass
is.
glasses. Potentially just forgetting that they had some equipment on them, though.
Yeah.
Wonderful stance.
Contact that wasn't declared there. Mitch looking a little bit less composed than he was before. Maybe the pressure of knowing that this is where it's coming to. A little bit of a hard strike, but nothing too bad. there's definitely a few missed declarations going here.
But they have called it a doppio.
They call it doppio.
Ooh, another card coming out.
Yeah, so if there's one, not sure where the second one, what the second one was for. But if he does receive 3 for the same thing, that gets converted into a yellow.
It's not what you want at this round of the tournament.
It's not looking quite as clean from Mitch as we did in his previous rounds.
That's 2-0, I believe, is it?
Yes, I believe so.
Fantastic. So again, if you're just joining us, there are 2 types of hits. There is an E and an R. If you're hitting a non-lethal area, so below the elbow, below the knees, on the hilt, that is an E. You have to remove the blade out of the defending area. If you're hitting a lethal area, head, torso, that's an
Upper
R.
leg,
Upper leg.
arm. Isuo.
Then that's the
In my
point.
opinion. Okay, fair enough.
So that brings the score to
2-1.
2-1. Is that going to be match point?
Yes.
3-1.
Wasn't quite as composed for these two as they have been through the rest of the day. I think maybe pressure coming into it a little bit, but still.
It's true, but even with pressure on, he's still performing and still getting through.
Now this is going to be a good fight. Javi versus Dan Salmons. The instructors of Manchester. Both in blue, both with blue blades. So Dan Salmons with the bigger beard and the big braid.
Well, the beard give him the advantage.
Maybe. The battle of the beards.
What was that?
Someone dropping their phone.
Out of pure excitement there.
It was Bouts dropping his dropping his style calc.
Oh dear. There we go. So again, this is the last fight of the round of 8 knockouts. So after this, there's only 8 competitors left as we go into the round of 4.
A little bit of a late declaration, but still absolutely fine. So 2, again, very, very different dynamics here. Javi very much favouring his Form 1 and Form 2. Dan a big fan of Form 3, Form 4, Form 5. And a doppio. I'm almost certain.
Beautiful.
There we are.
That's straight across the shoulders. 2 to Dan. This is an interesting one.
Yeah, Dan, I think just wanting to get through this round. Oh, maybe less,
Little
maybe
bit of
less
a
sure.
comeback.
So, down to match point here. Come on, boys, let's make this count.
The silence is deafening.
Oh. Dan just about making contact for this last one. Okay, Isuo.
I think that might have been because Dan was struck non-lethally before the...
Very well found from Dan there. Very, very nice.
Also, I believe a good example of why it's important to wear a cup.
it was lower than this. Low, it was just above the knee. I think we'll see some good style scores from Dan in particular there. From both. Yeah, 6-4, 6-5 for Javi and Dan.
Both of them. As you say, both of them very experienced instructors as well.
Yes.
Hopefully going to take this back as proof of what they can show you.
Definitely.
So that's the round of 8 that's just completed there. So we're going to go into the round of 4 in a moment. So only 8 competitors are left. You'll be able to see, hopefully, on the screen there. So we're going to have Sam versus
Skippy.
Skippy?
Mm-hmm.
Because we've been calling him Skippy.
Everyone.
I was looking at that and I was going, who is that?
It's always brilliant because people see the name and they go, "Who's Stephen Clancy?" It's like, "Oh, it's Skippy. It's Skippy."
Of course, we've got Seb versus
Seb
Will.
versus Will. That will be a very interesting fight. I'm heartbroken to see it, but I think it's going to be a very good fight.
Of course, Paul versus Guy.
Yeah, this is a fight we've seen many times before. It'll be interesting to see how this plays today. And then Mitch versus Dan Salmons, which we'll see what happens.
It'll be an interesting one. Definitely interesting.
Very different experience levels. In fact, that's the biggest experience disparity in this round.
Really?
So Paul and Guy have been in the sport pretty much the same length of time. Will and Seb, pretty much the same length of time. And who were the first two?
The first two, let's have a look. That's going to be Sam and...
So a little bit of disparity there, but Sam, while newer to the sport than Skippy, Skippy's been in the sport for 9 or 10 years now, I think 9. Sam, since his arrival in the sport, not long after 2020, will have been, he's been very involved with lots of different bits and pieces.
Fantastic. Well, I'm just going to very quickly run and turn off the other live streams, but here's a surprise advert. The mics are still live. So we're about to go into Skippy versus Sam. So this is the first.
Sam Grafton versus Skippy. Again, a staff specialist and a dagger specialist, and one of them's using the right weapon.
Well, I'm going to guess Skippy with his daggers.
Skippy with his daggers, yes. And then Sam is using, admittedly, his more familiar weapon.
So a lot of calls happening very quickly.
Yeah, very good call from the official there. I'm not entirely sure what happened there.
I mean, it looked fun. So I believe that's going to be a point for Skippy.
Yep, so that's one pari.
1-1 for us not fluent.
Henrik's now directly in front of us. Yeah, very nice opening found there by Sam. Occasionally with daggers, you just have to stick something in, wait for them to try and do something weird and then close it. Interesting seeing Sam. Very interesting from Sam, seeing him playing around with this to and fro of balance. It's not something I've seen from him very much.
It's interesting.
Yeah, no, it's really good. It's nice to see that he's trying to play with us.
Another match point, so of course in this round they have to get to to win.
Very good effort from Skippy, but Sam wasn't going to fall for it. Yeah, and there we are. So as I said before, sometimes you need to place with a long saber versus daggers, place the long saber, wait for the daggers to move around it, and to then just move into your blade. Really, really fun seeing this.
Oh wait, hang on. Was that Scipio or?
Mm-hmm.
No, who won that?
Sam.
Sam won it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got confused with some of the technicals that are going on. So now we've got Seb versus
this is
Will.
going to be. I wanted to see this, just not until the next round.
Semi-final, final.
Yeah, I wanted this next round.
Going to be fun to see.
It's my two boys. And Laia just skipping around.
It's going to be a very fast one.
No, I don't think it will. They're both going to be playing for style on this. Very nice from Seb. Very, very nice. You can see there was so much about gauging each other's measure and distance.
That was
absolutely brilliant.
The reflect.
Oh, beautiful contact from Will there.
The reactions of these two players are absolutely stunning.
It's great. It's fantastic. Ooh. Extra tap on the way through there from Seb.
Well, again, Seb, he does have a tendency to double tap it, doesn't he? Just making sure that his opponent is definitely hit.
Just double tap it. I think Seb's going to want to try and close this. Oh, what a recovery! Absolutely fantastic to see there.
Again, another
and
match
we have a
point.
match point. That was a fantastic
lovely little bout.
exchange. I think this might close quite fast.
It's going to be interesting.
It is.
Both of them knowing
Oh, no. I think
going to be
very nice.
and it goes to
Very nice. Goes to Seb.
Been performing fantastically all the.
The opening point there, absolutely wonderful exchange.
Definitely. So
can we go back up in a moment?
Yeah,
I just want to make sure.
Show you exactly just one moment. There we go. So now we've got Paul and Guy.
Yep, just wanting to see the style scores from the previous fight.
There you go, as they come through.
Seb being awarded a 6.8, a 7.2, and somehow someone's given a 16.9, which is impossible.
Well, it was a very good fight. I'm sure that's going to be amended very soon. It might be a 6.9 that they've accidentally put a 1 in front of.
I don't know.
We're going to see. I mean, we do have two competitors at the moment in the ring without refs, so we'll see what happens there. But this is Paul versus Guy. Paul with the red saber, the very nice red saber, I must admit. Let's see if we can. Well. There we go.
Yeah, Paul was finding that gap there.
Wonderful little work. Waiting for an opening. So again, if you're joining this, it is first to 3 in the bout. You have to get to 3 points. That brings it to 2-0 for Paul, I believe. And a little white card. I think that might have been for declarations.
Yes, I believe so.
So we're trying to work the cameras around the refs at the moment. They've got to do their job.
Yeah, it's tricky. These two do keep changing direction quite a lot, so it's hard to keep up with them.
It definitely becomes a little bit of a workout, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's quite often said that the officials work harder than the athletes at these events.
Oh, I think that's a definite. Just the mental load a lot of the time as well.
Absolutely.
It's a very important job, but very difficult. And I believe that's a win for Paul, taking him through the next round.
So that would be Paul versus the winner of this match,
which is between
Mitchell
and Dan.
And Dan.
Both of them being very much on form today, I would say.
They have, yes, but there is a vast difference of experience level here and a vast difference of role. So Dan is a Form 1 Technico, a Form 1, 2, 3 and 5 instructor.
So he's got a fair few credentials behind him, doesn't he?
He does indeed, and I believe he's also an official and a style judge. And Mitch is an athlete. Obviously, I mean no disrespect to the wonderful Mitch,
no, exactly.
but
you know,
he's
down
the
to
difference.
the round of 8 as well. You know, he's done fantastic, but as you say, there is
I think we've just seen Mitch draw first blood. Not literally, thankfully.
We have.
I think Dan probably now sussed him out.
Oh. We're about to see a card.
Yeah. There we go. Nulo.
Right.
Yeah.
So just a little mistake there.
Absolutely.
So that was
non-declaration of an E.
Mitch continued after being hit with an E. Oh. But this does bring it 2-0 to Mitch.
It does. I think Dan's going to want to try and close this gap a little bit now.
I think definitely.
Yeah.
So again, Mitch only needing 1 point where Dan needs still to get 2. That is a big advantage.
Dan is good at closing these gaps though. There we are.
There we go, and that takes it to 2-all. Match point. The look on Dan's face, he wants
Dan
this
wants
to
this.
end
They
quickly.
both do. They both do. But I think Dan.
I think this might be point 2 down.
Yeah. Okay. So, white declaration here against Mitch. Just that he's essentially he's hitting too hard. He's getting a bit carried away with some of his strikes.
I think potentially, you know, a little bit overexcited for coming up against a player like Dan and whatnot. You know, the adrenaline's going to be pumping.
Very much so.
There's a lot of pressure in the room. Everyone's silent at the moment.
So a yellow card there being issued against Mitch just because of and a style penalty for declaration as well.
A yellow card gives a point to your opponent.
It does. So that's why the third point went to Dan.
I know Dan. He's not going to have wanted to win on a card.
No, but that one, it was a little bit more of a...
I mean, it was a justified card.
It was a card that was partial correction and partial penalty, in my opinion, because it was a penalty because it was something which wasn't done correctly. But it was a correction in terms of, well, actually, Dan put a strike in that if there hadn't have been an issue with the way that E would have been declared, he would have been given that point anyway. So it wasn't as clean as what he wanted, but he hasn't got it because
earn the point
exactly.
as well.
Yeah, he's done his bit of it.
No, that makes a lot of sense and whatnot. It's as I say, coming from different sports, so I forget that sort of like, you know, in terms of the follow through sort of like aspect of it, it does still
very much
still continue. No, but that is the round of 8 done, which means we're going to be going into the semi-finals. So we are going to see Sam versus Seb and Paul versus Dan coming up very shortly.
This is going to be...
I mean, we're coming to the
to the climax of the tournament here, really, and I think
Very
this is
nice.
going to be one big show coming into it. But no, so I'm going to ask, and I'm going to be very unfair here, but do you have any predictions for these next 2 rounds? Who are we going to see going into the final? Come on, let's put all the pressure on you.
It's such a close one. So Sam and Seb spend quite a lot of time training together. Seb is a more experienced athlete and instructor, but Sam is also good.
Well, he's got to the semi-final.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I do not want to try and predict which way that fight is going to go. I'm going to be disappointed either way. I love Seb to bits. I love Sam to bits. I've trained with both of them before. I've been on instructors' courses with both of them, either leading or following. No, they're both wonderful. I think that's just going to be a really, really good fight. I hope that they are not going to get put off by the fact that they are fighting each other. And then Paul versus Dan, I think that one, Dan is going to have the measure of Paul. I think Dan is going to have the slight upper hand on that. But based on the last fight, we'll have to see.
True. Well, we are preparing now to get into the semi-finals. So the first of these semi-finals will be against Sam versus Seb. Now, in this, have we got a different score that they have to reach? Or
So I believe this one now is first to 4.
So we're now looking at first to 4 points.
I believe.
And again, I believe at this point there's no time limit anymore.
No time limit, only for the
Or is it only the
finals.
Oh, I see. So there still is a time limit.
Jack, it's to 4? 3. Okay.
Oh, we're still
So
at
just
3.
going first to 3.
Still 180 seconds.
Believe
So still same rules. Fair enough. Nice and simple that we'll keep following here. So it's going to be the first of it. It's not best out of 3. It is first to 3.
Form 1 only.
And here they go.
Seb, already smiling.
I mean, that was mesmerizing.
Yeah, really, really interesting exchange. Seb just wanting to close this point. No, it was nice. It was nice. A lot of things happening at the edge of their measure.
So a little bit of a stutter there, I think.
Okay, I thought it was a little bit quick.
Okay. So Seb just wanting some clarification there. Seb is a good official, which sometimes makes him a bad athlete. Okay.
That's the problem. So he's asking about the tempo there. Can you explain
Yes,
what he's
So
asking for?
when you're declaring an E, you have to allow enough of an opportunity for your opponent to advance. It gets a little bit bizarre with regards to how you can continue to move your blade, because it doesn't necessarily have to stop, but you can't use it as an opportunity to
attack.
It doesn't give you an
purposely
opportunity to purposefully continue a movement of your blade. So he was essentially asking, was I too quick between the time that I opened and the time that I continued moving?
Oh, I see. Again, very good clarification to get that after a bout that's just been called as well, just because you want to make sure that you're going into a competition knowing exactly what you need.
Very nice attempt from Seb.
I do apologise wholeheartedly for the slight issue with the camera there.
Was it just slightly pointed the wrong way?
No, it was we clipped onto a different scene. But I do have that filmed locally, so that will be going up later.
Brilliant. because that was a really good point to get to see.
It was, and I apologise so much.
Seb now looking into his form 2. Both of them now trying to read what the other might be trying to set up.
A little bit tempting the space there.
Oh, very nice. So Sam there having a little bit of a play with a technique known as Mano Fantasma, the Phantom Hand. So he's throwing one thing to distract his opponent by bringing the blade the other way.
Very good, and we're back onto match point now.
And Seb just decides to close it.
He wanted to end that.
Yeah.
That was very good. And now this brings us into Paul versus
Dan. We're just seeing these style points coming in.
I think both players are going to be
Sam
expecting
somehow
to
getting
score
a
highly on that.
13.7, which is not correct.
I mean, after watching that again, I wouldn't dispute it.
No, it's physically impossible. It can't go above 10.
Here we go. So, Paul versus Dan. Dan warming up his feet.
Yeah.
I think we're just waiting for all the style judges to get into position.
Two drastically different styles of fighting here. Paul very direct. Dan often wanting to use a lot more of a circular movement, rotation, spiraling.
Again, the final blow there was very quick. I believe that's 2-0 for Paul.
It is. Let's see if Dan can begin to reclaim some of this.
So what's happened here?
So it got a little bit tied up. So an E was scored against Paul, which would have been immediately become an O before the O against Dan.
I believe that's the third point for Paul. That means that we're going to be seeing in the final Seb versus Paul.
And for third and fourth place, we will see Sam versus Dan, which I think will be a very good fight.
It will be. I believe we're going to be doing fourth place first. So we're going to be seeing Sam Grafton versus Dan Salmons. Both fantastic players who have done an amazing job throughout the tournament thus far. We're going to see how they get their final placings. But before then, surprise advert.
Play if you make it.
I just got that 13 corrected.
So we're just going to have a couple of minutes before we go into the third and fourth place playoffs, just so everyone can catch their breath after that. So we're likely probably about 5 minutes. So keep an eye on the stream, keep the tab open, and keep on watching some surprise adverts.
live now. Hello and welcome back. We're about to go into the fourth place finals. So this is going to be versus Sam versus Dan.
Yes.
Let's hope we don't get confused with the names now.
No, I think this is going to be a very good fight.
I do agree.
Two athletes that love to play. I think this is just going to go. Yeah. Yeah, first point to Sam.
Beautiful work. Both of them. Must admit, watching Sam is like watching a dancer.
Yeah, yeah. Sam's precision and Sam's footwork is really, really good. No, it's always fun watching Sam. I do desperately want to go and sort out the back of his tunic.
Yeah, we'll zoom in on that for him.
No, don't. That's me being such a bitch.
All right, well, we won then. I'll give him that bit of dignity.
Double Vinenda bloodshed. Yeah. Very nicely found by Dan there.
Ooh, that's one
apiece.
I believe in this it's still first of three.
First of three because we're for third and fourth place.
Just making sure that he's getting the declarations in the
Yeah,
correct order.
absolutely.
I believe that's now a point for Dan.
Yes, so it's 2-1 to Dan. And now that's due pari. 2 apiece.
Yeah, that's what we want to see though. Keep it all going together. This will decide where they come in the tournament.
This decides who gets to take home the trophy. One of the trophies. Of 6.
Of course. Oh.
Yeah, I think Sam just getting this last point in now.
We're about to find out.
Yeah, very nice.
Point to Sam. That brings Sam in
3-2.
Third for war, I believe.
Yep.
So of course there are two different tracks that you can go down. The war of the style. Yep. Quite often you do see what I've discovered is that people who place highly in war do tend to also place highly in style.
I'd say it's the opposite way around.
All right, people who place highly in style tend to place well in war.
Those who have good understanding of style are the ones that are thinking about the way that they move, the way that they're changing dynamic, the way that they're using different techniques. Arena or combat follows style, in my opinion. Yeah.
I think it's a valid opinion. Definitely.
Because you can win lots of fights, but you don't necessarily have to have done anything. Whereas often, if you're doing lots of stuff, the points will then start to come through from what you're doing. If that makes sense.
Well, I think it's what we've seen throughout the day in terms of the sport. It's a sport. It's based on points. It's based on a system that's been created. Adding style into it and adding sort of like getting points for the style and how you do that. It's an interesting dynamic that it causes. And again, I like to say it a lot. I'm not being a practitioner of LudoSports myself and whatnot, but for me, it's very much a case of more Tai Chi than boxing. You want to be graded on your actual technique as opposed to if you can put someone on the ground or not, essentially.
Very much so.
Okay.
Here we go, here are the finals.
LudoSport Britannia Academy Tournament.
So in the finals we have Seb Ferris and Paul Dunsford.
First to 4 points, no time limit.
First to 4, no time limit. So we can see them really play how they want to
get
play.
See them play out. Yeah, Seb wanting this first point just so that he knows he's got a little bit of a buffer.
A little bit of space. Very hard strike.
Yeah, so against the blade it's absolutely fine.
And just wanting to move it out of the way of that defence, really.
Yeah. Very much so. It's also wanting to see how your opponent's going to respond to that. Some people, when they receive a hard strike, they're going to tense up, and it means you can use it. Others are going to use that to their benefit. Seb, not playing around now. He just wants to close this.
We're going tit for tat at the moment.
Yeah.
No?
I think we might start to see a little bit more play here, but it depends. Again, as with a lot of these that we've seen, very, very different style of combat. Seb usually much more dynamic and moving than Paul.
So there was a call for continue there. So
there was a call for continuare, so there was no call of stop. That was unfortunate.
That was unfortunate for Paul. That brings the score to
3-1. Yeah, so this could be match point. Nope. Oh, that's 3-2.
Paul's still in it. He's still he's still fighting.
It's down but not out.
So again, it's first to 4 here.
We appear to have some reggae in the background.
It's a lovely beat to fight to.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. I think is that tournament
that's it.
point.
That's Seb in first place.
Seb first place at the
first ever LudoSport Britannia Academy tournament.
Fantastic showing, fantastic showing. So that is Seb first place, Paul second place, and I believe Sam Grafton for third place of the Britannia Academy tournament.
Yep.
Again, this is LudoSport. If you're interested in having a go at it, there are taster sessions that are held up and down the country. Easiest way to get involved is go onto Facebook, go on to, or even sort of like a Britannia, I think it's Ludo Britannia.
LudoSport Britannia.
LudoSportBritannia.org, I believe, as well.
So it's just ludosport.co.uk.
Ludosport.co.uk.
Will take you to the Britannia website.
And you'll be able to find a lot of information there about getting involved in taster sessions that are run throughout the year. Also, just if you know anyone who's doing it and you fancy having a go, have a chat with them. Again, if you give if you DM shots on, we will also happily point you in the direction of the closest venue to you. But now I believe we are probably gearing up to do the medal ceremony.
Yep, so we'll have the awards going out, and before this we need to just make sure that we have the correct calculations for the style podium as well.
Of course, of course. And while that is all getting sorted, I'm going to say surprise ad.
Right.
Brilliant.
Ooh.
So if you're still here with us at the moment, we're about to go into the medaling, or the medal ceremony and trophy ceremony for the finalists, well, the winners and finalists, third place, second place and third place for both the style and the war trophies here. So we are getting ready to give out the awards now.
Hopefully you have all enjoyed the first ever LudoSport Britannia Academy tournament. Thank you very, very much for coming, competing, attending, and very much thanks to our officials and star judges who have come from Spain, Sweden, France, Cheltenham. I'm going to get straight into it. It's easier for me to do it like this. So, starting with the arena. In third place, Sam Grafton. In second place, Paul Dunsford. Paul.
Phone traffic, he told us to leave. Yeah.
I had no instructions.
My bad. And in first place.
A guy named Seb.
Wait till we say yes. Seb Ferris. There we go. I always And that in this one.
Yeah, they stood in the wrong place when you took the photo.
I don't care. I'll put it underneath. Cool. Your moment's over. Go.
Yeah, get out.
Oh, now we can.
Yeah.
Fuck off.
Now on to style. In third place, Sam Grafton. In second place, I use your real name, Skippy. And in first place, Seb Ferris. Oh, you are so tall. Whoa. So we also have one more award.
Pictures first.
No.
He can explain while they take the picture. Take photo of him.
Ready?
Now someone take a photo of Luke taking a photo.
On it. There you go. Thank you.
Can we leave now?
You can leave now. Maybe. So, we also have the Cordy Award for the Academy Tournament. Eleanor has it. So this is given to someone that has shown great care and respect throughout the whole tournament. They can't have yellow cards, red cards, black cards. It would be weird if they did have a black card and got the Curry Award. It's voted for by the Incom team. This year we have decided that we award this to Skippy. Throughout the whole tournament, Skippy has had amazing declarations. They've been loud, they've been clear, they have been on himself and he's declared, which a lot of you have done, to be fair, and just he is above the rest. If you want to look for this, Skippy is your man. So, this concludes the end of... Oh, you want to say something? Okay, hold it up. Hold it up. I just want to say a massive thank you to Hampshire, LudoSport Hampshire as well, because they made the trophies, and he also obviously did the commentary throughout the whole stream, so when you go back and watch it, which I'm sure a lot of you will, being like, ooh, I need to do this. Ooh. Yeah. And I really appreciate Bruce being here, and also James as well from our sister academy from LudoSport Gloucestershire. So thank you so much for coming. Oh, Rector, yeah, what?
Can I just say thank you very, very much again to our Incom team. I think it is without a doubt the best Incom team we have had so far. Also, people who work behind the scenes, and this is kind of the only time to kind of mention them. Social media is a massive, massive, massive part of what we do, and without our three social media managers, Hannah, Kirsten and Luke, it would be impossible, so a massive round of applause for them. None of you would be here if we couldn't put it up on the website, so again, thanks to Dan for all he does there as well.
Yeah.
Again, massive thank you to all the staff, to Shots On, and to Louis and Tia as well. And finally, Luke, thank you so much. I can compete, so thank you for doing all the work. Thanks.
He can compete this year, next year, then I may be back. I don't know. With daggers. Hell no. Form 4 long all the way. But yeah, thank you so much. We have the hall till 6, so if you want to duel and stuff like that, however, I know I'm going for a pint. I need it. I am so tired, beyond belief. So thank you very, very much again for coming. It's really, really good to see how much Britannia has grown and how much support we have within the local community from Hampshire, from Gloucestershire, from abroad as well. We are... We are a global community. This is what we do. We are in it together. We fight with lightsabers, and we have fun. Let's go. See you at UK Arena.
Thank you very much for watching. If you want to subscribe to the channel, help us out and find more sports like LudoSport. It does amazing things for us. Thank you very much for joining us. We will be back hopefully with more LudoSport, more quad ball, more tag rugby, hopefully some other sports and new things in the future as well. So we'll see you soon and have a lovely, lovely day. Surprise advert!